on 105.3 The Fan. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, he's gotta go! Get legs! Band-Aid! Get legs!
Oscar Hernandez is your 2024 T-Mobile Home Run Derby champ. It was up there forever and came up just short.
It was a fun ending. It was just everything else that was the problem. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday live here on Sean and RJ with the return of Payton Russell back from Italy, and cannot wait to hear that recap at 6:40. Pay, welcome back to the show, boss.
Thank you, guys. Bonjour, by the way. Learned a lot out there.
Is that French?
Yeah, that is. That's ciao out there. Said ciao and grazie. Thank you.
Was the language a barrier whatsoever, or fine? You had your translator out.
We did. So my youngest brother, one of my youngest brothers.
The adopted one?
No, they're actually real. Real from my mom. So he is dating an Italian girl.
Oh,
who's from Italia.
From Italia, yeah, very nice. That's how they say it over there.
That's
Italia.
Right, exactly. And so she was our translator for
He's walking the aisles of Italy, and he's in
Italy.
the cheese section, and he picks her up out there. Go ahead.
But yeah, no, it was fantastic. I mean, they start out in Italian, and then they realize, oh, you're American. They go straight to English. So, I mean, there were some menus that were straight Italian, and we were like, hey, you got to help us out here. What's this? What's that? But for the main part, it was, Italian to start with in the menu, and then, English right below.
And then sleep deprived. You feel like yesterday was the big reset as you flew back, I think, on Sunday?
Well, see, yesterday I woke up at 6 o'clock, because yesterday, or I guess it was Sunday, I was in either a train or plane for about 20 hours. We had to take a train from Verona to Milan. That's where we flew out. Which, man, all the Taylor Swift crowd was there.
That was 20-hour train ride?
No, total. So this was about 2.5-hour train ride to Milan. Then we had to fly to JFK. Oh. That was 8 hours, about 2.5-hour layover, and then another 3.5 to 4 to DFW.
And what'd you say about Taylor Swift?
So Taylor Swift was playing in Milan on that Saturday, and so when we flew out Sunday morning, everyone was repping the Taylor Swift Eras Tour gear, and they were still in their costumes, everything. I mean, there were hundreds too. People flew out, and it was flying to JFK, so people flew out just for that concert and then flew back in.
I had a friend who was on a plane this weekend going to Milan, and she posted on her Instagram story that the pilot started coming on and dropping Taylor Swift lines because he knew everybody in the cabin was there for a reason.
When I go to other cities and states now, I notice how ugly the people are in other areas of the country. And I'm like, man, we just have better looking people in DFW. What did we say in the meeting the other day? That's a Texas 4.
Texas 4.
We were judging someone.
I mean, other cities, there are some cities like LA and New York have models everywhere. So there's gorgeous people there. Miami. But then, Phoenix is another one. But then you go to Roanoke, Virginia.
Right to my neck of the woods.
Right. No. Those are the hill people.
Yeah.
Okay, those are the hill people, and you might not get what you're looking for.
So my question is, in Italy, everyone just better looking?
I think a lot of them were either American or Swedish. I know it's a lot of Swedish accents there.
Okay.
So I think
they're all thin there, right? Because they walk everywhere.
Exactly. Yeah. No fat people. That's what we did. We walked everywhere there. That's how it was. You took a train or a tram, I think they call it, and so you to get to places. But then it was walking after that, 20 to 30 minutes everywhere we had to go.
Was everyone smoking?
Yes, actually, yeah, because it smelled like a casino for a while. That trip, it was a casino in there.
All right, welcome back, Pepe. It's good to have you. The full Italian tour at 6:40 here on Sean and RJ. Bobby will join us at 6. Teoscar Hernandez outlasts Bobby Witt to win the home run derby last night in Arlington.
It was like you said, it was a very fun ending. There was a very big lull during this.
Yeah, the whole thing.
The whole thing until you got to the first round.
After the anthem, lull,
and then you get to the semifinals and the finals, and it was like, all right, we're getting a little bit of pickup here because now it's a bracket play. But the Teoscar Hernandez winning does absolutely nothing for me. Literally nothing. I've got nothing for that dude. He's not a household name. They had other household name or kind of quasi household names.
First Dodger ever to win it,
which is a stunner.
Yes.
The amount of players they've had over the years.
They kept talking about how he just wanted to participate. He was dying to participate in that event.
Yeah.
But, you brought up the topic a few weeks ago on sporting events that you've lost the passion and the enthusiasm for, and the Derby was up there for me. It's just the same thing over and over. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can only see. Now, it was interesting. I hated the format in the moment, and now I look back on it, and I'm like, okay. But yeah, it's repetitive. I mean, you can only see so many home runs.
And how are you going to hit a different home run that really impresses us?
Right.
And then as a viewer, are you paying attention to the ball landing and being caught and how far it's going? Or are you going right back to the next swing? I'm more often than not going back to the swing.
I am too. I'm just looking at the number.
So then you're not seeing how far it goes, which increases the pace and the speed and all that. I get it because you don't want to stick one shot, I guess, on ball traveling 350 feet. But it's just the same thing over and over and over again. I was bored out of my mind.
So I think the sport and life moved past the no-timed Josh Hamilton Derby, where you just had as much time as you possibly want. I think the world just moved to a point where we're just not going to sit there through that for 6 hours.
Yeah.
And then the previous one where it was just whack, 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 whack. Like, that's too fast. And I think this is still too fast, but it's a little bit better. It looked like it had a little bit more pace to it. There's got to be an in-between. Because I do want to see, I think you miss, if you're just seeing swings and you're not seeing where the ball's going, I think you lose a lot of what the Derby is supposed to be about. Like Josh Hamilton hit a ball off of a back wall at the old Yankee Stadium that nobody in the history of the sport has ever hit. And that stadium has been around for a million years. And we would not have seen that if it was yesterday.
But then if you stick and track like the outs, then you got to stick with the TV camera that entire time towards a ball that has no chance of getting anywhere. You got to follow that ball landing and being caught or hitting the ground or hitting the wall.
As opposed to just getting up and going again. So there's give and take. But, yeah, I mean, the ending really saved it. It did. I don't know if it saved it enough.
No.
I don't know if it saved it enough. I mean
I'm not talking cancellation here.
Oh, no,
We're not at Pro Bowl levels. We're not NBA All-Star levels. But I was like, what's going on with the RNC? How big is the bandage on Trump's ear? I was looking around.
Right.
I was searching. I even wanted to go spend time with my family. I was that bored.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
holy cow!
My wife took the kids in the bedroom, and during certain at bats, I'd get up and go back there, and they're like, "What are you doing? You're supposed to be working.
Coming to see us."
I'm like, "I'm coming to see you. I'm bored." Adolis Garcia hits 18 home runs, 0 for 2 in the bonus round. He got a little bit jammed. Does every home run derby pitcher have to be? I mean, they may as well run for president. Every home run derby pitcher out there is 86 years old.
They're all very old, except for Bobby Jr.'s. That was his brother-in-law. That was pitching. Jeff Russell's kid, and that was the only one that wasn't some octogenarian.
Britton, I recognize. Zach Britton, some relative or someone. Yeah. Related to him, but Adolis hits 18.
Yeah, 18, and, it's just a lot. Like you said, jammed a lot.
Pete Alonso with 12.
Oh, what an awful day for the what do they call the polar bear? What an awful showing for him, because he was the favorite coming in. He usually is just nails in these things. He always hits bombs because he always goes the other way, and he just didn't show up. So right off the bat, you lose two major superstars. At least, one, you had the fan favorite because he was local with Adolis and, not getting out of the first round. And then Pete Alonso, who is the guy who is always in this thing, and he's kind of a household name.
Yes.
So right off the bat, you lose that, and now you're stuck, if you want to call it stuck, with Teoscar Hernandez. And Bobby Jr. is an up-and-coming player. It was good to see him out there because the sport needs young life, and he's got it.
His Gunnar was disappointing.
Gunnar was very disappointing, too. But, sometimes you got these guys who are just good hitters, not necessarily home run hitters. I think that's why, the sport really needs to convince guys like Shohei and Aaron Judge to do this. These larger-than-life people, just to give it juice. Give them a guaranteed million. Don't take Shohei and Judge and say, hey, look, we're just going to give you $1 million to do this. You can still win the million, We're going to make this. You don't have to fight for it. We need you in there.
Good morning to Chris and Cam on YouTube and Twitch. I got up the access now. So happy Tolo Tuesday to you guys who are turning it on and leaving it on. We have another comedy ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway. Bobby Roberto Bell will be joining us at 6 o'clock. And apparently he's going to be joining us as the next vice president of the United States. Plus, my most hated sports broadcaster of all time is finally going away. And who got in line and who got denied for NCAA Football 2025 with the drop and release yesterday? It's all coming at you right here. With the return of Payton Russell, I'm Sean Shreve alongside RJ Choppy on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad? For the ones who get it done.
Tolo Tuesday here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan and your home of the World Series champs and the All-Star Game tonight. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy. Payton Russell is back from Italy. Bobby will be joining us at 6 o'clock. NCAA 25 came with some hiccups yesterday with the early release.
Yes, it did. Do you remember playing like fantasy football in like 2004 on the ESPN app? And on week 1, it would inevitably crash. They just didn't have the bandwidth. They didn't know. The sport blew up. The fantasy football world blew up. They weren't ready for it. And every year this happened. It didn't matter what year it was. The CBS and the ESPN, back when it was Sportsline, the app would just crash. And you were like, I can't make my lineup right now. Well, that basically is what happened with EA Sports College Football yesterday.
Because the big release is supposed to come out on Friday, but apparently if you pay an extra $30, you get the premium edition.
Right. So it was like, there's a $69 one, there's a $99 one, and I think there's a deluxe, which is like $149 that you could have gotten. But if you did the deluxe edition, the original deluxe, like the premium, you got it 3 days advanced. And that would have been yesterday. So apparently the servers, after an 11-year drought, were not prepared for what was about to come. And people were having a lot of problems accessing the game and playing the game. There was lag time. There was times where they couldn't even log in, problems trying to play other people. So it was a nightmare yesterday.
Now, are you getting a copy and an edition?
A regular one. Yeah, I'm going to get the regular one. I haven't. So I've always had a PlayStation, but I found an Xbox X at Christmas time for like $200 off, and I jumped on it. So I've never played Xbox. I have no idea how to use the controller. Like I don't know what buttons are what.
You haven't played it?
Never played it. I don't touch it. The kids play it. The PS4 is in Luca's bedroom. I don't want to go in there. He's 14. I don't know what he's doing in there. So I'm not getting on that bed. That's for damn sure.
Pay any interest?
I will eventually get it. I'm not like, because I'm not playing video games every day. I'm like a once a week, maybe twice a week kind of guy.
Did they go down with the girlfriend?
Yeah, exactly. I'm a busy guy nowadays. I don't have time to be playing. Jared Sandler wanted to start a Dynasty League thing, and he reached out to me, and I was like, I just can't commit to that, man.
For the video game?
Yeah, you can play like you're basically playing like if we were in a league together, I would play you one night, and then it's like basically you'd go like have a standings based off that, then playoff and all that. So it's basically like a season with your friends.
All-time cool moment for my godson, as yesterday I got the player card.
Oh, what's his rating?
69.
Oh, baby.
I mean,
but when you're a freshman in college, you can't ask for a better rating than that.
You cannot.
If you're not going to be in the 90s, you better be 69.
Cannot ask for a better rating than that. 69 overall rating. Tight end number 87, freshman from Berlin, Maryland. Vertical threat is the tendency. Height and weight, 6'5", 200.
Oh, beefy.
That's what he's listed as.
Baby. What does it say his weaknesses are? Does it say weaknesses or?
No, I just see a physical column and a mental column. Weaknesses would be his dad.
Yeah. Family upbringing.
Yeah, family. Exactly. So that's
really cool, man.
That was freaking awesome.
That has to be a
And now I have to decide whether I don't know whether he's gonna play as a freshman. They have like 8 tight ends right now. But I'm like, do I go and get SEC Network? Would I have to get SEC Network to get Vanderbilt?
You probably have it.
I
think it's 601 channel, 611, 601, something like that. You probably have it if you have the same package. I think the DirecTV stream that I do. You probably have it's in the 600s. I think it's 611. But Vandy will be on it. I mean, they play just about every game that's out there. Though the SEC has got such a good TV contract that just about all their games are going to be on TV somewhere.
So congrats, Bryce.
Yeah, you got to go up there. That's the thing. You got to go up there and see a game.
1,000,000%.
You really need to go to Knoxville when they play. That's what you need to do. It's around Thanksgiving time.
Nashville to Knoxville is how long?
About 2.5 hour drive. You could fly to Knoxville.
Okay.
It's more expensive.
This brought me great joy yesterday when the New York Post dropped the news that Skip Bayless is leaving Undisputed, and it's happening later on this summer. Bayless went on over there to FS1, and he is lasting 8 years. Bye-bye, see you later, as the two sides are apparently agreeing to part ways. Good freaking riddance, you rat.
He signed a 4-year, $32 million deal in 2021. God. Now,
and Cowherd makes like $6 a year.
Yeah, and I don't know where he's going to go.
And hopefully his ass can go too. His contract is up.
I mean, after what happened yesterday,
We'll play that at 6:20.
But if you're Skip, like I think his ego's too big to let him retire. I think Stephen A's probably in the same category. His ego's just too big to retire.
Well, Stephen A ain't close to retirement.
No, he's not. But like I just
Skip looks like a corpse on TV.
Yeah,
he'll do his podcast, with his fake chain.
Yeah,
and his shoe game and everything like that. So he'll definitely do that. But Chris Navarre and others, Tolo Chris, they were hitting me up being like, back to ESPN, put him on there with Stephen A. and the world would explode. Man, they don't need him.
But
and Shannon Sharp. How much was he sipping last night?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
In victory.
Absolutely. They don't need him. I do. Stephen A. does, I think, like Skip, genuinely.
Yes.
I think they do like each other. So, and Stephen A., he has been, like, he will take care of his buddies.
Yes.
Like, he's
the boss over there.
Yeah, I mean, Russo got on that show because Russo gave Stephen A. a job at Mad Dog, and they're just boys, and he's like, all right, I'll just give you a little, throw you a bone here.
If you had like Skip Thursdays, that could be awesome.
That could be good. I don't need Skip every day.
No,
you can tolerate Skip for an hour or for a 2-hour show. I think because he can. I mean, he will bring up a point that will stir a pot.
What's his legacy?
Skip's legacy.
And did you go on there with him, Cold Pizza, back in the day?
Yeah.
What was your interactions with him?
He asked me if he can use my name in one of his books.
Your name?
Yeah. He goes, I like your name. And I'm like, well, thank you, man. I never had a problem with Skip, but this was before Skip was really Skip, too. He was like, I think his legacy, man, it's complicated because he did change media.
Yeah.
Like, he invented this whole debate show thing.
Yes.
Like that's him. Stephen A is going to get he's going to be the face of it. Skip really started it. So it's complicated with him. What do you think it is? I mean, he's also a troll.
Those two things. Like the creator of the format while being a fake troll.
Yeah.
Those two things. And you got to give him credit for, what we see on TV. If you want to give credit for it, you got to give him credit for the ingenuity of it, the creativity, the idea of it. But just a slimy, smarmy snake. Like zero realness in my opinion. I hate his guts. I can't wait. I can't wait. And I was so happy that this got announced yesterday. I was so bored with the home run derby that I decided to switch on over to the RNC, where Bobby Belt lookalike Ryan would have up the side-by-side already on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Carter's not even awake.
J.D. Vance is the vice president. Elect?
Oh, select. I think elect would be if he's elected.
Yeah. And people were comparing it to Bobby a little bit, and then I was like, okay, what's happening with former President Trump? And I tuned in for the entrance with the bandage on the ear. I had to check it out.
All right, okay. I did not see the entrance. I was still watching the home run derby at that time. Did it pop like crazy, or was it not like a huge crowd there?
Everyone there said it was a crazy, insane pop. I didn't get that. I'm not doubting it. It didn't come through my television as much.
TV networks, they don't want to show me. So they drowned out the sound. Okay. I had the loudest crowd possibly ever. Frankly.
They were all commenting how it was opposite of that last night with Trump. Like he was emotional and he almost cried. And he realizes like I was that close to death and maybe, something changed him. I don't know, but I'm dying to see how he sounds on Thursday. I can't wait.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
That's must listen.
Yes.
Because I want to know if he's going to be different, more the same. How's his delivery going to be different?
Yeah. Message.
Because I'll tell you, man, like if he changes fully, comedians, you're done.
I don't think that's happening.
Yeah. You get no more content. What are you gonna do?
That's right.
Like he's a gift for a comedian.
All right, so that's everything that happened last night. Thanks for checking us out for the Tolo Tuesday edition. We have a Sebastian Maniscalco giveaway during the commercial-free 720 Expressway here on Sean and RJ. We got drama on the Dream Team. We got more drama with Bronny. And how worried should we be about the Klay Thompson video that came out yesterday? That's all next on The Fan.
Hey,
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
In her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Barely have everyone back together again. Finally, here with Sean, RJ, Bobby, and Payton on a Tolo Tuesday.
Man, it's been a while. It's been a while since all of us were in the same vicinity again, looking at each other's gorgeous faces.
That's right.
It's good to see him.
And Bobby barely making it here. Of course, almost screwing it up.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was here with plenty of time to spare.
You barely got headphones. You don't have your headphones. You're borrowing equipment from RJ. You're all frazzled. You're all scrambled. And you're 30 minutes behind us. That's what's maddening.
There's a Chiafalo entrance here from him.
No, Chiafalo up earlier prepped than
Yes.
Bobby as he tweeted like 35 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah. He was up ready to go.
That's about when I woke up, about 35 minutes ago. I was, I woke up at 5. My alarm went off. And as I tend to do, I get up, I walk up front, and occasionally I'll just then go sit down on the couch for a second, just kind of like rub my face and like, all right, wake up real quick. I made the mistake of when I sat down, I just kind of leaned over and was looking at my phone, and then I just fell right back asleep. So I opened my eyes and looked, saw it said 5:26. Screamed an F-bomb and got ready and sped over here and walked in about 5:58.
Back to the Derby and all the All-Star events in Arlington at 6:20. Payton recaps Italy at 6:40. We have a Rangers All-Star edition of High Low at 8 o'clock and another Tolo ticket giveaway during the 720 commercial-free expressway. But let's touch on the Klay Thompson video. Again, Rai would have it up right now.
Yeah, he would.
On the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. But this came out from Hater Report, which is a funny Twitter handle. Klay Thompson getting cooked at a Planet Fitness by DoorDash drivers. RJ Choppy, what do you see?
Oh, I see a relatively slow-footed individual not being able to break down a defender on the dribble and get any separation for a shot. And then I see a guy who is getting absolutely cooked on the defensive side, baseline, step backs, everything. I mean, this is a guy, the defender's probably 6 inches shorter than Klay.
Yeah, I would have signed this Asian kid.
7 inches shorter than Klay. And Klay just cannot get around him at all. I mean, he's got, you know that somebody's like really kind of struggling when they start dribbling really powerful. Like he's slamming the ball to the ground. And he's getting nowhere. He's getting nowhere. It's a tough look, man. This looks like a guy who is 50 years old.
Portland Mello was a comment. Someone said that's not Klay, that's his lookalike.
Yeah.
You know that guy who has been in trouble in terms of getting in games and out of games. The Mavs fans came in hard saying, hey, good thing he just has to stand outside and hit spot up open jumpers and threes. Bobby, what do you take from it?
Well, first off, this is not a nobody. This is 2016 Conference USA Commissioner Honor Roll selection from Rice, Oliver Jus. Okay, This is not just nobody cooking him. This is somebody who played college basketball at Rice and was on the Commissioner's Honor Roll as a freshman.
Is that because of grades?
Yeah, it is. It is about academics there. But look, that means he's got a strong future.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't look great in it, but I also never take seriously any of these pickup basketball games in the middle of the summer because I feel like these kind of videos exist just about everywhere. Like, I mean, every year we would always see the Ben Simmons air ball, and then what would he do during the regular season? Probably not a great example because then he would airball. If he actually took the shot, yeah.
So you're saying Bronny's going to be an all-star, total opposite.
Yeah, exactly. No,
Summer League.
Whenever I see these pickup basketball games, though, it's also a different style of ball, and it's
also not his game. His game is not breaking guys down off the dribble.
No, it never has been. He's always been like it's always been. What was the game where he hit the 10 threes in one quarter? Where one of the things they marveled at was they said it was like, oh, Klay Thompson scored 50 points off 7 dribbles in the game because he just catches and shoots.
He probably doesn't even know how to dribble. I mean, he dribbles with his left hand less than Magic does.
Gosh. Look, I'm not going to take too much from it. I don't know how hard he's going. Again, Klay dribbling the basketball is not something that you have seen or are going to see throughout the end of his career. Does he look fast and explosive and lightning quick? No, he does not. Does this kid drive by him a few times? Yeah. The kid is shorter and probably more athletic than Klay is. So if Klay struggles during the year like he has at the end of Golden State, this video is going to pop back up just like the Dak dance video whenever he gets paid.
Yeah, and like
Dak can dance, by the way. He has some rhythm.
Yeah, he's fine.
Ooh, that's where you came down on that one? I took him out of my top 10 after watching the dance.
Top 10 of what?
Quarterbacks in the NFL.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Unacceptable.
Your wife would dance with him if you let her.
She dances with a lot of people.
Whoa. Because look, last year we saw the Luka video and we were making fun of it, how slow he looked when he was doing those drills, right? Where he was doing those footwork drills. And we were just making, and what happened? They went to the NBA Finals. So, like, I mean, a lot of this can be overcome. And also, like, this is not his game. He's not a dribble drive guy. I mean, he's a spot up shooter, and the Mavs are going to, I guarantee you there was no plays in this game.
Yeah.
Like, the Mavs are going to do things that are going to be able to get him open.
And he's not going to run around like Reggie Miller in a pickup game waiting for someone to find him in the corner.
Correct.
You get the ball, you create. You're the NBA All-Star out there.
Yeah, this is like, all in all, this is like, it's good for him to be able to go out there and do that, even if he's failing. The concern is going to be the defensive side. Like, is that a precursor to things to come, that he's just going to get worked on every single possession?
So Nico sat down. Bobby, nice job grabbing the audio. Nico sat down during Summer League, and he talked about Klay Thompson being the missing piece.
I mean, it was a no-brainer for us, especially after the finals. We knew that we were a Klay Thompson away, we felt. And so we feel like we got our guy.
You said you were a Klay Thompson away from winning a championship. I'm curious, when you look at moving forward and getting better, you know that the target's going to be on your back. So what's the message?
Really, it's, you can't take getting there for granted, but at the same time, we did feel like we did get better in the offseason. Obviously, we have to come together and be healthy and all those other things that have to happen. But we like the team that we have, and we feel like we're going to be better next year than we were this year.
And that's what Bobby said while you were out, Chop. If they would have had Klay, they would have won the title.
They would have won the
They would have won in 7.
Said?
Double overtime. And they would have won in Boston.
Absolutely.
Not what I said. In fact, I very clearly said they would not have won.
You had it close. You had it maybe going 7.
I said it was close. It would have been closer. It absolutely would have been closer. But I mean, nobody would deny that if Klay Thompson's
because closer is a generic duh statement. That's why.
They win at least an extra game, maybe 2. They do, because you're talking about Boston.
What if he's 0 for 10, Klay? You're just assuming he's Hall of Fame.
Well, then it
Klay.
literally, if he hits one extra 3, then it's better than what you got. You remember we were sitting there going, nobody.
He's not
going to
have a better quarter than Tim Hardaway had.
Nobody. That was against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Thank you, or whoever that was against. He
did that against the Celtics.
Did he have a Celtics game too? I don't remember.
Tim,
I'm
I'm
so thankful he's gone.
The
now.
5 threes in the quarter.
Oh yeah, that was during the useless game where they were already up like 30 when he started making threes. Who cares? Tim's gone. He gave us Quentin Grimes. I'm happy for that.
But like, I don't know. I don't know that it would not have changed the series at all. I don't even think it would have added a game to it.
Oh, I completely disagree, because you're talking about the end of Game 3.
They got blown out in Game 1. It's not changing that.
Because it's not just Klay. There's also the group of people
it's 2 and 3. It's 2 and 3 that potentially shift, because 2 was one where we kind of felt like Dallas most of that game had played better, and that they were they couldn't make shots down the stretch. And game 3, after they make the comeback, once Luka fouls out, they literally had no other option. So Boston went, okay, take away Kyrie. Nobody else is going to make a shot. And nobody could in the last 4.5 minutes.
Would Nico bring up Luka's conditioning? Would he drop the S word when asked what the criteria and focus for Doncic should be this summer?
Well, I think the big thing is get healthy, because he's been playing so much basketball with us, with his national team. Just really heal up and get healthy, and I think that's going to help him out a lot. And then when he starts the season off being fresh, in shape and fresh, and I think he learned a lot from what we went through, so I expect him to be his best version next year.
Nice. He snuck it in.
He did.
He got it in.
Because it could
perfectly.
It could have been very easy to just say, he needs to get healthy and leave it at that. But he circled back around and goes, yeah, and then once the season starts, fresh, in shape and fresh.
Yes.
And he had to just throw it. I'm trying to learn more about Nico where, if Jerry says, we felt like we were a Stephon Gilmore away from a Super Bowl last year, then we're like, okay. This isn't a legitimate evaluation. This is more the Jerry being really positive and optimistic type of guy, or if Cuban would have said something like that. Whereas I feel like if we hear Chris Young say, we really felt like we were this guy away from winning the title last year, it's different and it carries a different energy. So I'm trying to figure out which guy is Nico. Is Nico the guy who's going to give me the generic quote about Klay Thompson, or the in passing just kind of says a word salad and throws shape in there, and he doesn't really, it's not any real challenge to Luka?
Let me ask this random question that I just thought of while you mentioned that name.
I like random.
Who has a better season, Klay this year or Gilmore last year? Because it's kind of that same aging, awesome.
It's very similar. That's good. It's tough because it's hard to quantify how good of a year Gilmore had.
If Klay's as good at his position as Gilmore was last year, which Gilmore had moments where he wasn't great, but overall, Stephon Gilmore
he was fine.
He was considerably above an average corner.
What do you think it was his PFF grade?
68.7.
74.4.
Wow.
Good.
Okay, so if that's Klay, I'd be surprised that was Klay.
I think that probably similar. If anything, maybe. It's hard to say because if you say Klay's a step below that, that's probably the answer. I hate giving that answer because I feel like people who didn't see Stephon Gilmore make plays because of the position he plays where his job is to take things away, and so it's not in your face when he's making plays and doing his job. It I think creates like I'm dogging on Klay Thompson to say that. But I think Stephon Gilmore was well above average as a corner last year, and Klay will be around that, maybe a step below.
And then Nico, sitting down for the Summer League interview, was asked about the new Mavs starting center.
Yeah, Lively, he got better. If you look at 10-game blocks throughout the season, he got better every 10-game block. And now he's got some playoff experience underneath him. He's a leader. He anchors the defense. He's nonstop talking. Being Gafford there, too, being able to play off each other, I think it's been amazing for him.
That's the biggest thing I took away from Derek Lively's rookie year, by the way. It was just the fact that at 19, 20 years old, he had command on the floor of what everybody was doing. You had 30-year-olds looking over, Derek, what are we supposed to do? Where are we supposed to be on defense here?
I'll never forget him chiding Luka and saying, just don't complain after the first 2 fouls. Say that at his age,
he's 30.
He goes, I'll have your back after that. Just don't say anything after the first 2. And I was blown away by that. Of course, we got all the inside the huddle stuff with the leadership and diagramming and all that.
He really is. And that's where the Mavericks deserve a ton of credit for their pre-draft evaluation, where a lot of people didn't like the pick. I did not like the pick initially. I was mocking it early on because it's okay, we're going to put a 150-pound center out there who was hurt and didn't meet expectations at Duke. But, man, he is... The Tyson Chandler comparisons that the Mavericks gave us have been so consistent so far. Just in terms of the skill set and the leadership and the way that he commands the floor, and at such a young age.
Did you fall asleep during the home run derby last night? And RJ thinks Bruce Bochy may have messed up the All-Star game tonight on the Fan. We'll talk about it on the Home of the Rangers next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. Are you ready to make this summer one to remember? It's that time again. Diamonds Direct annual summer sale, 20% off virtually every.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Electrical. Get $100 off whole house surge protection for a limited time. Call us at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at berkeys.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
He's trying to get this crowd into it. You can hear him in the background now as he knocked two out in a row. and 15 pitches to go.
I mean, that's money right there what Payton is doing. 1 minute. Oh, look at this one.
Adolis Garcia hits 18, but eventually eliminated 0 for 2 in the bonus round. And Teoscar Hernandez becomes the first Dodger ever to win the home run derby in Arlington on this radio station. Same station for the game tonight. Good morning, Metroplex, and shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We finally have the entire morning family back together again. Sean, RJ, Bobby, and Pepe recaps Italy at 6:40 on DFW Sports Station. Bobby, I texted and talked with RJ at 5:30 while you were still sleeping that this was just boring the hell out of me.
Super awesome sleeping, by the way, that late. You guys should try it sometime.
Was well,
we will
be soon.
Whoa.
I think. Or I'll be sleeping way past that. like I'm back on vacation again. I thought this was tremendously boring. Did you?
Yeah, I was pretty bored. I hate the format.
Sandler tweeted for next year's Derby, and he was there. Well, 90-second rounds, no timeouts, bonus round. That's what Jared tweeted.
90-second rounds. Okay.
To me, you guys, when you were talking about it, about the idea of how many different ways can you hit a home run? That's true. That how many different ways you can do it. So the only draw to me in watching that anymore is I want the Josh Hamilton moment. I want the guy who's going to stand up there and hit 30 to 40 of them in a single round, and we're all just like, holy cow. And the only way that happens is if you go back to the old format.
The only thing that can happen in order to turn my head towards the screen is a streak.
Yeah.
When I hear Carl Ravitch, and I cannot believe I'm going to say this, I miss Chris Berman.
I miss Chris Berman.
I miss him.
I do.
A little. I miss him a little bit.
I want him back at Monday Night Football.
Just like he's going to miss Skip here in a couple weeks, too. He's going to be like, I admit it. I miss Skip. I loved him the whole time.
No, that I will never admit. Chris Berman, he was never a play-by-play for Monday
Remember he did the doubleheader.
Oh, the late game.
Opening night.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But anyway, you were talking about so many different ways to hit a home run.
Yeah, it's just you can't do anything that spectacular other than hit an absolute moonshot or go off for 30 to 35. And the only way that, you guys were talking about, you can't stand there and admire. In fact, on the broadcast, they're almost chastising Gunnar Henderson for watching it.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, you got to stand back in there. You got to get back ready. You can't be staring at your home runs. It's like, okay, well, that was kind of the point of the home run derby years ago, was to hit these 500-foot blasts or to hit 30, 35 in a round, and then we all marvel at it. So when you put it on a timer, do everything else, now you've taken what made it interesting and killed it.
Yeah, the timer. So there needs to be a middle ground because we've moved past, as a society, the Josh Hamilton one. It's too slow.
I don't think so.
I agree with what you're saying, though. You want to see the majestic home run. You want to see the ball fly out of there. Maybe do that, but limit the amount of pitches.
I don't think we've moved past the Josh Hamilton moment.
No.
And I don't mean that just that specific moment, but I mean, I don't think we've moved past somebody doing what Josh Hamilton did. It's just that's not going to happen very often.
Right.
And so you're going to have a lot of derbies that are duds. But that derby last night, to me, is a dud. Pete Alonso, which I loved the StatCast version, because they're just ripping into these BP pitchers, these 90-year-olds talking about well, he can't hit the strike zone. He's normally so accurate, Joust is. And they show this they show this spray chart.
Is that the Mets guy?
Yeah, they show this spray chart of the strike zone of where Pete Alonso's gotten pitches in his previous home run derbies and how half of the pitches were up and inside to where he couldn't even touch them. Whereas if you've got the 10-out format, Pete just takes that pitch and probably stops and goes hey, and can talk through. He doesn't have time to do that now, and now you've got Pete Alonso, probably the biggest draw out of the competition like that.
If they want to go to the 10-out format, then just make it one round. Otherwise, it's going to be 7 hours. That's the that's what I'm saying. We have not moved past the moment of it, but we moved past is how slow it is. When Sammy Sosa was up there in Milwaukee taking 6 pitches in a row because he was just waiting for his that's just as boring.
Okay, do this then. You take the 8, you make it a just open format and 10 outs, so they take as long as they need to there. And then I don't think you can just call it off after one thing. There's got to be some intrigue of a matchup. So then you just go immediately to a final where then you can go to your timed format where you go 3 minutes and the bonus rounds with these two hitters.
Yeah, because it does it does lose something. Now I think this was better than the 4-minute format from last year where it's just a speed round because you had a minimum amount, you had a max pitches you can get to. So you saw some guys at the end, they were slowing down a little bit, other than the whack, whack, whack. This was better.
Please, by the way, you need to mark that at 5:37. Payton, him going whack, 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 whack.
But yeah, I agree. Like the intrigue of the Josh Hamilton way, where you're able to look at these Mark McGwire at Fenway Park, where you're just admiring this monster home run.
Imagine if Adolis, I couldn't see last night really how far anything Adolis hit went.
You mean Adolis?
Yeah, Adolis. I couldn't see how far anything Adolis hit went.
A lot of Tolos were bringing that up.
That is
a problem with the pronunciation.
Yeah, I wonder, is that in the MLB pronunciation guide like that? Because several announcers.
Well, he kind of did something big in the playoffs last year. He kind of stood out on the way to winning a world championship. You'd think you could adjust it.
I mean, it's easy to forget him though with the way he's played this year. And so,
nice.
But when he stands up there, imagine if he's able to stand in and hit a 500-foot majestic shot in front of his home crowd, that's going to get the crowd more into it. To me, it's just, I understand why they felt it was flawed, why they needed to change it. I think they have to look at it and go, but this is wrong, and it doesn't work, and we need to go back to what it was.
I think it's safe to say that the highlight, or maybe the low light of the entire evening, was the national anthem, I Give You, in her full glory, Ingrid Andress.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed by the twilight's last gleaming.
All right, stop. You taking your hat off out of respect?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm showing more respect than she did.
I thought that you were taking your headphones off.
I thought so, too.
Because you said you couldn't listen to it?
I ended up muting it in the middle of it because I was like, I can't, this is making me cringe so bad.
Okay, so Amanda walks back into the room and she gives me a look. What is that? And this is the way I'm listening to anthems to start off because I'm not as musically knowledgeable as you guys are. Before I crush it and take to Twitter or something, I'm like, all right, is this a different style? Is this a singing ability or an octave I've not heard before or someone is trying out differently? So I don't want to look stupid before I rush to Twitter and insult this girl. And then I wanted to make sure this wasn't like a special
Make-A-Wish
participant that they brought out there. And Amanda's like, is she stoned? She looked like she had been partying or something. I was seeing if the buttons on the jersey matched up correctly. Like, did she just wake up?
She was hanging out with Morgan Wallen before the show.
She's got her biggest song is a duet with Sam Hunt. So it's very possible that
she's a known artist.
Yeah, we can you're not gonna get canceled for ripping her. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah, she's fine.
All right.
It's like, and I was wondering, like, was there something wrong with her earpiece?
Yeah.
Right? She getting, because we've all done that. We have
Chuck Morgan's fault.
Yeah, it's
like
Chuck
everything
Morgan's
else.
fault. Wow, yeah, just blame him for everything.
Let's continue since we can now rip her.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, or the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming.
Woo!
And the rocket's red glare.
So bad.
Stop. I need that again.
So amazing.
I need that again right there.
It's so crazy. Like, I had the
Romeo Mike just tweeted me Ingrid placed on 60-day IL with torn esophagus.
Did you realize how many? Because I was at Julian's basketball game when this thing was going on when it started. I was like on my way home. Like, the amount of times that I had to stop to get through this, because I listened to I could not listen to the whole thing right through. I had to stop and say, no, this is not real. Like, I had to go look.
You thought it was AI?
I thought it was AI.
An AI anthem?
I was like, is this AI? Like, this
does
is not
it much
real.
better. AI does it much better.
Give me that line and let's continue one more time, Pepe.
And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
Whoa, hang on, stop.
Hey, all right.
What did we throw in before there? What was that?
Oh.
Give me that. Give me 5 seconds. Give me 5 seconds back, Payton.
That our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free?
Come on, Ingrid.
And the home of the brave.
Yes.
You got to retire. She has to retire now.
Someone tweeted, "Wow, she actually did it. She united America."
Yeah,
and she did.
Yeah, you got to retire.
Oh man,
I mean,
more bloody ears than Trump.
Is that a like? I mean, she's got a music career. Is that a career killer?
I mean,
like, is she like, especially if you don't have a massive hit yet? Is that enough to? People are going to mock you every time your single comes out, or anytime you've maybe got a hit. Are people going to go, oh, yeah, but that's the Anthem girl. She's terrible.
That's a good question.
It's a good question, because didn't Fergie have a bad anthem?
Yeah, and she had an established career or had one. She hasn't done anything since. I don't know if that's coincidental with people mocking the way she sang or, whatever that was, but.
I think we should just take and just play video. From now on, just play video of Whitney Houston doing the anthem from now on at every sporting event.
Okay, so now we need the comps for later on in the show, maybe at 9. Carl Lewis, Roseanne. What else is in the running?
They didn't have Grammys, though, attached to them. Yeah. This is worse. Like, there's no... I don't know. This is bad. Like, she was trying to do, like, the little Billie Eilish kind of, like, whisper.
Yeah,
and then
it
she
sounded
was
like
screeching at the same time.
Yeah, it's like she couldn't decide if she wanted to be, like, Whitney or Bjork. Like, there are these weird, like, whisper of, like... The flag, you see, it's very like it was bad. I definitely did think initially, like Choppy was bringing up when I was first hearing it go sideways. I was like, oh, I think that's an earpiece thing because I hear a funny echo, but then she's just flat out butchering notes, and it's like you're just terrible.
Payton, did you hear this live?
Yes, I did, and I could not believe that she practiced this. I think RJ said too. They practiced this and still put her out there. Like, there's no way she did better than that. In the trial run.
Did nobody hear the rehearsal and say, "God, we have a problem"?
What are you gonna do? You gonna cancel her?
Call up Norris Perry. Do the guy? He does all the Ranger anthems anyway. Call Selena Ray. Get her over there for the Stars.
Get Jerry's trumpet guy who just plays that at every single one.
Get Creed on the phone.
Did they?
Zoom. What if Creed zoomed the anthem in?
When it comes to something like that, though, I do wonder if there even is a selection process, or if MLB's like, this is a partner. They want her to sing it. We've approved her. She's going on.
Yeah, because the Rangers didn't choose this. This is MLB. Like, MLB does. They're in control of all this.
All right, let's take a tour of Italy. Not at Olive Garden. We do it with the great Payton Russell. He's back. You will not want to miss Payton's recap of his trip out of the country with the girlfriend and the entire fam. That's next on Sean and RJ. But a legacy of winning, knowing the enemy's playbook, family values, client first, and real trial attorneys. I'm talking about the reasons why Tolos choose Frankel and Frankel. You go to the website, frankelfirm.com. Bam, you get the free consultation and the 24/7 live assistance. Mark, Scott, and Gene have over 100 years of combined experience, which means they know how to craft a case to drive maximum outcomes for you. They used to defend the insurance companies, so they use that extensive experience and knowledge to advocate on your behalf. They're a family-owned law firm. Sat down with them in March. It was an awesome experience, and you can feel how
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Snard coverage kicks off July 24th right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Payton Russell is back from Italy with the girlfriend and the family, and I could not wait to get to this recap. If you do not mind, we got the entire squad back together again, by the way, with the 6 a.m. club here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. I would just kind of like to read your email word for word.
This is amazing.
Well, not every word. There's some language in there.
This was amazing.
As RJ in the commercial break told Payton this was the whitest email that you've ever seen.
Yeah, it was. And
now, it was more bullet points than just, actual sentences. I just want to get to the main points.
No, it was more the content.
Yes, it wasn't
grammar. It wasn't the grammar and how you presented the email in a bullet point format.
It was the thoughts. So I would like to go ahead and just read, and Payton, you interject, and guys, you analyze and commentate. And Payton, where did you go? City for city, all the exact places?
So I flew in Saturday evening, which then turned into Sunday morning. I flew in from DFW to Rome. We were there for 3 days. Then we took a train, about 2.5-3 hour train ride to Florence.
Okay.
And then that was for 3 days, and then 1 day in Verona. And then we flew out from Milan to JFK and then back to DFW.
All right, we start off with Payton's best and worst email from last night. The good. Every meal was super cheap. It makes eating out actually enjoyable when I can order a 1.2 kilogram. What does that even mean?
Different metric system there.
A 1.2 kilogram tomahawk steak for basically $50. Now,
that's a 2.5 pound steak.
Huge monster. Now, it's tomahawk. The bone counts and the weight. So,
was that the medium rare one that you sent me?
Yes, that was that one.
Was it awesome? It was a little undercooked.
I'll just say this: Italy stick to pizza and pasta. It was the worst. It was good, but it was the worst meal I had on the entire trip.
Yeah, they don't know how to make meat like Texas.
Come on.
So, if you're going
Stick
to Italy,
your carbs.
If you're going to go to Italy, are you going to order steak?
If it's a 2-pounder for $50, a tomahawk ribeye, I'm going to roll the dice.
And this was like day 4.
If I'm tired of the pizza pasta.
That's fair.
So I had pizza, pasta. I was alternating every other meal. And so I was like, you know what? Steak, let me just go for it.
Was it the quality of it or the cook that you didn't love?
The cook was fine. It was just the taste. It needed more seasoning. It was just like a basic
Probably
steak.
didn't season it the way we would, I bet.
Salt.
Yeah.
That's
just oregano or something.
Pasta and pizza. Shut up, Bobby. Pasta and pizza lived up to the hype. So it did live up to the hype. How was it different?
It was so good. I mean, it just shows how much processed stuff is actually in our meals here. Because, usually, for a lot of us, you eat pasta, you eat pizza, it rumbles your stomach a little bit. There, I went a whole day without having to go number 2 because, just eat pizza and pasta because it was real. And
what are Payton's food reviews, right?
Based
They're
on
like,
poops.
What do you think?
Based on the amount of times it makes him poop.
What do you think of the food? I didn't go for 2 days.
2 days, baby.
Thumbs up.
Binding me right up.
I love his follow-up. Chicken isn't needed in pasta, apparently. So I think that's like a chicken Alfredo comparison that he's tying this to. So the pizzas and the pastas, fresh. Which one was better?
Oh, the pasta. Just the cheese sauce, really, because I had red sauce pasta, and it was all right, but they just threw sauce, because any pasta I got, I made sure there was a meat in there. Sausage. I needed something. Bacon. They even threw some with bacon in there as well. Really? I really liked it.
How much wine? As you said, you went with red for the majority of the time over the white?
Yeah, so my parents...
Because your girlfriend loves white wine?
Yes, and she mainly drank the white wine. But my parents, what they did is they got, I think 2 bottles of each, 2 red, 2 white, and then we just split up throughout the family. If we need a third one, that was fine.
Like different house wine, like that they just brought you, or you're picking different bottles? And what was the pricing on that?
I think my parents just went through and whatever the waiter recommended this, but it wasn't that expensive. It was like the bottles we were getting was maybe $30, 30 euros max for a bottle. And they made it seem like it was a high, because these weren't, little restaurants we went to a lot of times. These were higher class restaurants.
Of course.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Rockwall.
Yes.
That's right.
We saved our first class money and flew business class instead.
And they also let you take the bottle to go. There was one bottle that we didn't finish. We got it late and no one else wanted to drink anymore. So my parents were like, hey, can we get like a wine stop or something here at the top? And he was like, yeah. And so he brought it out. Wow. We took the bottle to go.
Payton continues, I am now a fan of truffle. Way better in Italy than here in the U.S. It was so good. I bought some truffle oil and took it home. It's a must on pasta and pizza now every time I cook it back here.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't. A lot of people think truffle's like too strong, and I've never had like high quality truffle, but I know it's like
it tastes like dirt.
Dirt?
Well, it is dirt.
It is.
It kind of is dirt.
They fish them out of the ground with pigs.
Oh, nice.
But it was awesome, Payton?
It was awesome. Yeah, we went through like it was like an oil sampling place, olive oil sampling place where they dipped it in some bread. So we got to try that. And then I had some pizza where it was like with truffle, and I was like, absolutely, pour it on top.
The Colosseum and the Vatican were very impressive in Rome. So many naked men statues to stare at their small packages.
I've heard nothing but horror stories about the lines at the Vatican and the Colosseum. Was that the case?
There were some areas. Now I was able to get some videos where because we got there about 8, 9 in the morning to do this stuff, and a lot of people wait until the afternoon. So if you got there early, the crowds weren't as bad, but they just let everyone in. So I mean, and these tours are 3-4 hours long. So by the time you get to that third hour, everybody and their mom's in there. So it got pretty packed.
Tipping is not a thing in Italy after a meal. I guess they actually pay their staff a good enough wage and don't have to rely on tips.
Wow, he comes back, with the Eric Chiafalo perspective. You got to eat clean, and now he's coming back like with economic takes and political takes.
Like the first restaurant I went to, my parents, got the bill and was like, "Hey, where do we tip at?" And the guy kind of looked at us and was like, "Tip, like service fee?" And I was like, "Oh no, like we." And he knew we were American. He was like, "No, we don't do that here. No, we don't do that."
How about like ride shares? Did you get Ubers, Lyfts?
We got one Uber. And we did tip him, but it just because we were walking everywhere. I mean, it was like to get an Uber, and there's only like 4 available at a time there. And we had, at times 9 total people, and so trying to find an Uber for that would have been a pain.
All right, this next one I was fascinated by. I love this. The McDonald's in Florence was 100 times better than the S we get here. They had chicken wings, barbecue bacon burgers, empanadas, tiramisu, and the best thing I've seen, you could buy a block of Parmesan cheese at the McDonald's?
Yes, it was on the menu. It was just a block of cheese, and it was like $1.50. I didn't get it, but I mean, I was like, that's fascinating that people would just walk around with a block of cheese.
So did you want to just eat the McDonald's to try the McDonald's, or you had like a McDonald's like steak-esque craving? You wanted something different?
Yeah, this was like just late at night. We were going back to our Airbnb. It was like 10 o'clock, and this was a 24-hour McDonald's like they all are, and my parents were like, well, let's just stop by and just get something there.
Yeah.
And so
what did you get?
Nothing fancy. I wasn't all that hungry. I just got a Big Mac.
Yeah, but was the Big Mac exactly the same?
It was an actual burger patty. I would say that. It's not like a flat size burger patty here.
And the fries?
Soft, soggy kind of,
So not as good as here.
Yeah, not as good as here.
You guys give me such crap when I stop at a McDonald's when I'm on the road for the Cowboys, and you guys are just giving him a pass for stopping
He's drunk. He's drunk late at night.
And he ordered, but they have unique menu items, and he got a Big Mac.
Well, I'm not gonna gamble. If I'm drunk, man,
I'm drunk.
I gotta go with what I know. I got to. Yeah, you're in different cities, and you don't want to eat at any of the different restaurants. You want to eat at the chain for every meal.
You go to Outback when you go to certain cities. Good place, but you got that here.
The bad from Peyton Russell's trip to Italy. F the neck pillow. I broke the straps on it about 2 hours into the flight, and I couldn't fall asleep with it.
I walked into the plane with it on, sat down with it on, and like what saved me on the flight out there, because it was about a 9.5-hour flight from DFW to Rome, I got the exit aisle. The exit seat. Oh, you get it's better than first class. You get like 6 feet in front of you of just nothing. The flight attendant's there sometimes, but I was able to stretch out, basically lay down in my seat, but the neck pillow, nothing. And we flew out at 6:45 at night, so it's like after 3 or 4 hours, it's almost bedtime. You feel like you get tired, and I was tired. I could not fall asleep. And the reason I broke the neck pillow was I was like holding onto the strap in front of me, like trying to get a good angle of falling asleep, and it snapped on me.
Did you travel through the airport with it? Because Roy used to do that. It was
so annoying.
So embarrassing.
Not on. No, I had it strapped to my backpack, but as soon as I sat down, I put it on.
This poor kid cannot get air conditioning wherever he goes.
Nope.
He writes, apparently AC has not been fully invented yet in Italy. I don't understand how you can legally run a business and not have AC in your building. I've never sweat so much while eating hot-ass food.
I just don't understand. And it was ceiling fans, too. No place had ceiling fans. They all had, like, those just plug-in fans that they blew on people. But it's ridiculous how you have an establishment where it's...
You talking about, like, the Airbnb or restaurant?
No, so the Airbnb had AC. It got down to somewhat cool, but it's like if I'm not having a fan on me, something blowing, it still feels hot to me the entire time.
Is your AC fixed in Rockwall?
It is. I got a notification
good.
Tuesday morning that it had been fixed.
I understand the roads are ancient, but they need to do something with them being so close to the buildings. I'm eating dinner outside with cars whizzing about 6 feet behind me. Not fun.
I don't know what they could do. They're just
Move those roads back,
Move those
guys.
buildings, guys. Move those buildings. Put them on stilts and get them out of here.
Do what we do here. Just build roads outside of the downtown part and just like a bypass. Because it's like, I mean, every time you got people on their mopeds was the big vehicle there. Mopeds. People on their mopeds and they just honk the horn at you and expect you to get out of the way. And it's like, I'm walking here.
What are you, born and raised in Boston?
Yeah, I know. What's going on here?
That reminds me of the Boston roads.
Sopranos over here.
The complimentary bread at restaurants. This was amazing. You can take this, Chop. The complimentary bread at restaurants don't come with butter, but instead olive oil. Nothing else. I cook stuff, with olive oil. I don't pour it on bread and eat it. Very gross.
Disgusting.
You uncultured swine.
It's got no flavor. If it was truffle oil, then sure.
Olive oil with, they would give you balsamic vinegar with it too?
No, they did
Some
not.
don't have
Some
very
don't.
strong taste. I would just put like salt in it.
Now listen.
Salt, pepper.
I am the people in Italy they're fake Italians. The real Italians are in like New York and Boston, Philadelphia, and like Vegas. That's the real Italians. Fake Italians are in Italy.
That's a great RJ take.
Okay. My grandmother always used to tell me, like, the rich Italians put the olive oil on the bread. The poors, we just dip it in sauce. I'm with you. I'm not a fan of the olive oil in bread, but that's standard. That's industry standard now.
That's standard here at a lot of Italian restaurants.
This follow-up is amazing, too. Italy hasn't discovered ranch yet. Not one food establishment had ranch, not even McDonald's.
This one, I have, you can't put you ranch on pizza, people.
Were you thinking about asking, did you ask a waiter in a classic, authentic Italian restaurant for ranch?
No, I did not. I knew that wasn't a thing with pizza there or whatever. But it's like, even at McDonald's, they didn't have ranch. Like, what are you dipping your fries
Does
in?
McDonald's even have ranch here?
Ketchup.
Yes.
You dip in ketchup.
Do they?
I don't see it
They may
out.
have it for nuggets. I don't know. I've never gotten ranch at McDonald's. And then Pepe, you said you chose the wrong time of year to go with the heat and all the walking.
It was cool until about noon, and then it got hot. And it's like, and you could you knew that
But not
people
here
were,
hot.
No, it was definitely cooler heat here, but it was still hot. And once it got to noon, that sun just baking on you. You're waiting in lines to get into places, and even because we had those little fans that we blew on ourselves, and that wasn't even helping.
So overall,
great trip. I know there it seemed like I bitch a bunch about it, but it was, I'm thankful for my parents taking me out there, my
That's
girlfriend,
awesome.
and so it was a great experience. Just do not go there in the summer.
So jealous.
your girlfriend loved it.
She loved it. I'm upset that I didn't propose, but that's a different.
Well, diamonds direct.
Yeah.
He's gonna have a little one in 9 months that he's naming Florence.
Do you think that she was expecting it at all?
No, she knew that it wasn't going to happen. She was like, oh, maybe if we had dated longer, maybe. But she was mainly upset about not going to Taylor Swift in Milan because Taylor Swift was performing out there.
Is Bruce Bochy screwing up RJ's All-Star Game for tonight? We'll talk about it next on the Home of the Champs, 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive hooking you up on that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV at Platinum Ford in Terrell. Go see Adam Vinci. He's a Tolo. He's the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, because back in the day, like, you'd have these awesome matchups like Jeter and Nolan Ryan. You would just get that every year, every single year, at least according to Colin Cowherd interviewing Jeter.
The Paul Skeens, Pittsburgh's dominant guy, overpowering. You faced, obviously, you were in the Nolan Ryan era. But
no.
What,
I
not
never
even an
faced Nolan.
inning?
Slow down. No, I was way after Nolan.
Okay,
way
after Nolan. Okay.
This is what happens when national guys try to talk baseball.
That's why they don't.
Totally out of their element. That's embarrassing. And he even be like, he wasn't even like, oh, that's right. He was like, are you sure? You sure, Derek?
Right, you sure about
and
that?
Derek Jeter shut it down.
Yeah, and Nolan, now listen, it's not, I hate to do this to Colin.
93-95.
Yeah, that's not an egregious difference. It's not like
he was in the minors while Nolan pitched 2 years with Jeter in the minors.
Right. It's not like he asked him.
Shut up, Bobby.
If he
Cowherd ain't paying you.
I just don't want Danny Parkins to get the job.
They're not paying you paying you and Jane anymore.
Right. It's not like
Thanks,
he asked
Jane.
him if he faced,
Thanks for filling in last week, too.
Bob Gibson. Right? It's not like he
going
went,
up against
no,
Old
but
Satchel.
this is pretty bad.
It's still a couple years. Yes.
Yes, by years you're right, but like there's some players like era wise, like there was a line drawn.
There's a line drawn.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what's similar if you were to say now Darrell Revis,
Jerry Rice, Revis. I was just thinking of Revis.
Yeah, Revis, you went up against.
Although you know what, Jerry Rice could have.
I know. He might have.
Did you ever pick off John Elway, Darrell? Were you ever able to get him?
Yeah.
Like it's something like that.
Yes.
But that's bad. That is bad. You should know better
know.
than to have that.
All right, let's finish up baseball as both you guys had extensive Rangers draft notes and write-ups yesterday.
Yeah, so look, I think they have a clear plan for the draft. Their first 3 picks, they went all college. And we talked about yesterday how the first round they had made a shift over the last several years where, when they were going to the World Series in like 2010, 2011, they were in kind of a prep player, high school player mode of drafting, and they started that, and it didn't work. And they made a shift around the Josh Young time. They started to go college, and they've done that almost exclusively so with Kumar and with Jack Leiter and Young and Wyatt Langford.
Justin Foscue.
Yeah, so they have continued that. The first 3 picks of this draft, they all went college. And they all went, like, for some big boy programs. They went Stanford, Tennessee, and North Carolina. Like, those are some big boy programs, even though Stanford had a bad year. Carolina was they were in Omaha. Like, they've gone for some big name players, and I think it's just a little dramatic shift the organization's made.
Yeah, they actually went with their first 4 picks were all from college. In fact, I was just glancing over. I was the 5th round pick was the first high schooler they took. Do you know what high school this kid went to?
Colleyville.
Stoneman Douglas.
Is that the one in Florida?
That's the Florida high school that had
the
shooting.
Parkland shooting. Is that Parkland?
It's the Parkland shooting. I had no idea there's somebody from Stoneman Douglas who was supposed to be draftable, but that's the first high school the Rangers took yesterday was Devin Fitzgerald. But it's they went with a lot of the analysis I saw said top 3 picks is a clear push from the Rangers to they want plus hit tools and plus plate approach and veteran hitters, quote unquote, guys who have been through the college system. And all three of those guys are described as having.
Are you okay?
Yeah, all three of those guys.
You need help saying words?
Yeah, no, all three of those guys are considered to have plus hit tools.
Yeah.
And questions about either fielding or, their speed or other tools that they have, but their hit tool is supposed to be good. The one that was interesting was their 4th round pick, David Hageman from West Virginia. So this is a guy who was a reliever at West Virginia. His 2 seasons that he pitched there, his ERA was 4.66. While he was at West Virginia, he had to have surgery done on his UCL. Not a full Tommy John, but he had to have one of those braces, the internal braces put in to help heal the UCL there. So it's like, okay, why would anybody be interested in this? Well, he is a guy that Fangraphs has as their 44th overall prospect. And they're saying this is all traits with this guy. They said that he has the opportunity to potentially have 3+ pitches. They say he's got a 98 mile per hour fastball. They said he's got an 88 mile per hour plus slider, which has a ton of movement. And then his changeup has a lot of movement at 85 miles per hour. So they said that he's a potential hidden gem who can be developed into a starter and a healthy fallback as a high leverage reliever.
Man, 9 of the first 10 picks in the whole draft went college. The college player was there. And I love the idea of the traits, because that's the upside that you're looking for. It just is, the prep player, the high school player. When it comes that that's where the upside sits generally. They have untapped potential. It's just so hard to hit on it because you don't know what they're gonna what was the competition like, right? You just don't know what they're gonna come up against. Are the kids throwing 85 or you got kids throwing 90 something? How many kids in high school are throwing 90 plus?
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
All-Star events, not the only thing taking place in town.
SEC Media Days taking place right here at the Omni in DFW.
And by the way, we did not mention this yesterday. We should have, as Lane Kiffin was speaking. Got to go ahead and mention his father, the legendary defensive coordinator of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Dallas Cowboys as well, Monty Kiffin, passed away.
Yeah, we talked about this on Friday. We mentioned this. It was very, very sad because, he is one of the guys that has, and Bobby had brought this up maybe last week or the week before, that you don't see a lot of defensive coordinators have these great, schematic coaches. They don't stand the test of time. They pop and they go away. But you got your Wade Phillips and your obviously your Monty Kiffins and others that do stand the test of time, and he was one of them.
Yeah, he was absolutely fantastic.
So SEC Media Days, and look, there's always gold coming from this. It's from Greg Sankey saying we are not going to expand, and we're not going to try to poach, which is a big lie. It's a big lie. If Clemson and Florida State say, hey, we're out of the ACC, they're not going to let the Big Ten get a footprint in the South. So they're going to go and take them, right? That's just the reality of it. But Nick Saban is doing work with ESPN and the SEC Network this week at SEC Media Days. And he said it's a little different because he struggled to get in to the actual media day.
Well, it's a little different. I've never won a credential in my life and was always for 17 years able to get in the SEC Media Day without a credential. I had to go back to the room today and get my credential to get in. So that's one of the biggest changes I see. It's not like it used to be.
I say this for every single time this happens, and both of you are going to disagree. Too bad. Those security people, this is one for the security people.
They got a job to do.
Their job is not to know. Not everyone knows who. You don't get hired and sat down with a presentation and screen photos of all the coaches,
right,
and say, all right, if you want to be hired for this job, boom, who's the head coach of Ole Miss? Boom, who's the head coach of Bama? Not everyone knows who Nick Saban is. Put on the freaking necklace and go back to your damn room and walk back downstairs.
Look,
I think Patrick Ewing or some New York Nick had a huge problem with this. Like, I walked into the stadium and they don't know who I am. I think it was
Oakley. Was it Oakley?
No, it might have been Patrick with Georgetown or something. Like, okay, if President Trump walks into a room and you don't know who he is, I'm killing the security guard. Like, go ahead, let him through. You know who he is. Not everyone knows who freaking Nick Saban is.
Look,
put on your stupid necklace.
At SEC Media Days, though, there's zero chance Nick Saban's just walking around by himself. There's somebody there of importance that security guard, I'm sure, would know that would go, yeah, this is Nick Saban. He can just go right through. Stop being such a dork. Like, you're a loser. What the hell's wrong with you?
No.
It's
Doing my job.
Nick bleeping Saban.
You don't know what he's carrying? You don't know what he's packing?
What I better never see ever is at SEC Media Days, I better not see some 1-minute TikTok video of like, we snuck into SEC Media Days. We got right by with a vest and blah, blah. All right, you better be stopping everybody then. You better be cracking down on everybody if you can't let Nick Saban by without going to get his credentials.
This 70-year-old Maul doesn't know who Nick Saban is. Nor does she need to know.
At the end of that,
this isn't a football quiz. This is a high-low.
That 49.
You don't have to win high-low to be a security guard.
High-low at 8 o'clock, by the way. No, with the 49ers playoff game where there was that viral moment where these TikTokers snuck in and were able to ask Dak a question.
Okay, they snuck in.
Right. But the thing that was maddening about that day is we were all complaining about how people we've seen all year were stopping us and like, you can't go this way. Do you have this record? Like, they were cracking down on everybody except the high schoolers who faked credentials. And so that's all I'm saying is it better not happen here. Same thing with SEC Media Days.
More college notes a little bit later on here with the entire squad back together again here on Sean, RJ, Bobby, and Payton. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We have another Tolo ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway. And RJ says history shows Dak Prescott is the only NFC quarterback that can make it to the Super Bowl this year. See if you're buying this at all next on The Fan.
Get you over to Zerez. Get that carpet clean. Clean way, green way, Zerez way.
It's not your commercial, but go ahead.
Yes. Oh, shoot.
Go ahead. It'll be even better. We'll remember it forever. Like one of the past Zerez commercials. Michael Douglas.
Very nice. We'll get that carpet clean. Clean way, green way, Zerez way. RJ Choppy Fan Special. It's 3 rooms, pre-treated, clean, and sanitized for $99. They're also going to take $75 off your air duct cleaning. It's National Carpet Cleaning Month. Did you know that? And you can get the RJ Choppy Fan Special from Zerez and get that carpet professionally cleaned. All you got to do is give them a call. Locally owned and operated. No soaps, no chemicals, no detergents. They've got their own system. It's the RJ Choppy Fan Special from Zerez. Give them a call. Get them to come on over to the house. They came over to my house a couple of weeks back, did the carpet, tile, hardwood, and upholstery. Dude, the hardwood, we never had the hardwood cleaned. And I never had the upholstery cleaned. If you have a pet, the upholstery cleaning is an absolute must. You've got to do it. Zerez, 214-37-CLEAN. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-372-5326 or ZerezDallas.com. Roll backwards or forwards. Spells the same. It's Zerez.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. You're waking up with Sean and RJ in just a few minutes.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean...
Coverage kicks off July 24th right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see comedian Sebastian Maniscalco on August 10th at the American Airlines Center. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053. And by the way, it is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Boy,
I love him.
I added an S in there. I know.
love him.
Man,
It's tricky. Chris was worried about pronouncing Sebastian's last name. Try it one more time, Pepe.
Maniscalco.
Okay.
Boy, the very first Italian name he has to read coming back.
Come back from Italy.
Same old Payton.
Sofia Vergara.
Although
I don't think she's Italian.
She's not.
Bad reference. 877-881-1053 in order to win the tickets. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And it is the commercial-free Expressway. So, ESPN, they were just waiting to drop this list on Monday so we can all talk about this throughout the entire week. It's the executives, coaches, and scouts ranking the NFL's top 10 quarterbacks. You've probably heard the list by now, but Dak Prescott came in at number 10. I'm just realizing, clicking on the list, I don't have ESPN Insider, so I can't give you the top 10, but Bobby can.
I can. It was, number one was Patrick
$11 a month? That's what they're charging?
You bundle it with Hulu and Disney Plus, and then it's like $20 for all of it or something along those lines. Okay, so it was Patrick Mahomes 1, Joe Burrow 2, Josh Allen 3, Lamar Jackson 4, Matthew Stafford 5, Justin Herbert 6, CJ Stroud 7, Aaron Rodgers 8, and Jared Goff was number 9.
And then Dak coming in at 10.
Number 10.
So no Jalen Hurts, no Tua in the top 10, and you went and did a patented RJ research project.
It's very, very, very studious research project, if I do say so myself. He is really the only quarterback that can make the Super Bowl this year out of the NFC. History shows us that. Of the top 4 contending teams, now I'm assuming the top 4 contending teams are San Fran, Cowboys, Detroit, and I think conventional wisdom would say Philly as well. Is that those are the 4?
I mean, there's a lot of people buying in on Green Bay.
That's fair. Well, that's going to really throw my whole thing on a wrench.
And I was also, we needed to keep track of how many of these studies have actually proven true that you've given us over the years.
This is the beauty of analytics, Sean. If I say it's an 80% chance of happening and it doesn't hit, I'm still right because I left a 20% chance open.
Good point.
The only time you're wrong is when you say it's a 100% chance. And I would never be stupid enough to say something like that.
Okay.
But of those 4, Dak is the only quarterback who did not lose their first Super Bowl. And as you know, if you lose your first Super Bowl, you got to go back 4 decades for a quarterback who lost their first Super Bowl and that eventually went back to another Super Bowl.
Wow. Y.A. Tittle?
No. So Elway lost his first in the 80s, and he went back in the 80s. But Jim Kelly lost his first in, 1990, and he went back. So he was the last one to lose their first and then go back. I mean, Elway went back later, but he had already gone back the first time, so he was before Kelly. You got to go back to Jim Kelly for the last one to lose their first Super Bowl and then go back to their next Super Bowl. That's how long ago you got to go.
Now, why do you think that is?
Because
let's make sense
people
of it.
Pop, and you have career years, and that's maybe what Jalen Hurts did. And I mean, Jared Goff could have been there last year, could have gotten there last year, didn't. But if you go back and you look, the guys who lose and make their first Super Bowl and lose it, whatever reason, they never go back. And it just doesn't happen. We got 4 decades of that. So that leaves, so Stafford could go because he went and he won. So he doesn't count. So it basically leaves Dak and Jordan Love. Unless there's a surprise and it's like Kirk Cousins. Because the NFC quarterback room is not deep.
Right.
So if you're going to eliminate Purdy and Goff and Hurts, then it's really down to Dak, Stafford, and Jordan Love.
It's it's something where when you mention how long it's been, that the counter to that or the question of like, is that even a possibility any longer to lose your first one and then have things go would be, well, then what you're telling me is it's legitimately never happened in the cap era. That during the cap era, nobody's ever gone and done this.
Never happened.
Now, the other thing about that is you got to remember that is such a super small sample size in the long run. It's 30 years basically, and for the majority of those 30 years, Tom Brady was winning the Super Bowl every other year, it felt like, and Peyton Manning was in there, and so obviously that's going to contribute to some of that. So I don't know how to write that off or how to sign. It feels fluky to me.
Well, the generic response is, it just shows how hard it is to get there. It shows how difficult it is and how much luck you have to make it to even one.
Yeah, look, if you're and I think if you go back into the NFC, you've got to go back to Roger.
In terms of losing and going back,
I think so.
I'd have to look at it.
It's been forever. Yeah. So I mean, look, what does it actually mean? How predictive is it? I mean, it's probably not very predictive at all.
Right.
But
would you bet on that?
I would not bet on it. Like I would like. I wouldn't use it as my sole source of reasoning to place or not place a bet.
Okay, you'd use it as a factor.
Yeah,
like if you were torn on it and you had two other things.
Yeah.
Pushing in that direction, you'd be like, okay, this will make me hit send.
Like the other side of it is
whatever the button is.
Yeah, the other side of it would be like, Dak's been with his drafted team for what, 9 years, 8 years.
Fifth year,
8 year. So the only quarterbacks to make a Super Bowl, their first Super Bowl with the team that drafted them this late into their career in the cap era would be Matt Ryan and Peyton Manning.
Bart Scott reacted to Dak coming in at 10 on the league's quarterback list.
The issue is with Dak Prescott, we've never seen him win a big game, right? And we saw early in that playoff game, we saw that look in his eye that him and CeeDee Lamb had. And the issue is whenever the other quarterback on the other side is a well-named quarterback, it's their day and not Dak Prescott's. I mean, he's one of the best, and you really hate this label, one of the best regular season quarterbacks in football. But when the situation gets big, he comes up small. So I think that's where he suffers. Because if you look at everything during a regular season, you would have to make him a top 5 quarterback, but you have to talk about how we really evaluate quarterbacks is wins and losses in high-pressure situations. And when it gets into the playoffs, Dak always comes up small. If he wants to erase that label and be elevated, he has to win some big games and go deep into the playoffs.
That's all pretty fair for the most part. He beat Russ. That was not any type of crazy high-scoring offensive output. And then he took out Tom, but that was Tom's last year. And he played fantastic in that playoff game. But this is the number one storyline with him now, Bob. We all know it. It's what are you going to do in the playoffs?
It's the number one storyline, but also Bart Scott is such an idiot. He's so bad, and like legitimately everything he just said about Dak, fine, fair for the most part. I'd say fair because he said whenever there's a name across from Dak, they're going to show out and he's going to not. Okay, well, he literally had his best career game in the playoffs on the road against the biggest name across from him in Tom Brady. But when you look at every criticism,
the last and the end of his career, when many think Tom was done,
at the end of his career, when Mahomes couldn't beat him, baby, and Dak stepped up and did it, and he did it with fans in the stadium, a full stadium, unlike
COVID win,
Mahomes had his in-season tournament Super Bowl there that he lost.
LeBron title for
Mahomes,
right?
That's exactly what it was.
Bad.
So, but everything he's saying there is also true about Lamar Jackson, who Bart Scott has tried to argue at times is above Patrick Mahomes. Because he's a Raven and he's a former. He's just inconsistent. He's a fraud. He is. He's Dan Orlovsky on the linebacker side. That's what he is.
What troubles me is like Dak has these great regular seasons, and there's absolutely value in that. It does seem that he either walks into a quarterback that has a great game in the playoffs, or a defense that has a great game in the playoffs.
He has been downright awful in some playoff
and
games.
He has.
That are
some of that is the defense, some of that is him.
Yeah, there's some of the performances go beyond. They go beyond just whatever a defense is doing to him.
I think I would challenge that. Like, Garoppolo didn't have some amazing game against the Cowboys.
No, but Jordan Love did it,
but Russell didn't. Tom didn't.
But he won those games and he played well enough. Like he didn't play poorly.
Right.
Who?
Dak in those games.
No, but listen to the point. RJ's point is that he's going up against someone else on a heater.
Which Love was.
Yeah, Love was.
Yeah, so in that game, that was the quarterback that just had a career day. Defensively.
Garoppolo,
no, but San Francisco's defense had a career.
Yeah,
they
are we talking about quarterbacks or defense? We talking about everything.
It was both. I was like, he's either running into one or the other.
Well, speaking of San Fran, did you guys see Jerry Rice flip out?
Yeah, this is at the golf tournament.
Yeah, the American Century Championship, and apparently you had these Chiefs reporters out there, and I can't play the audio; it's too much wind and it's at a distance. But these two reporters said they were just asking Jerry what he thought about the Chiefs' wide receiving core. That's it. Jerry Rice, who I always say is the greatest player who doesn't realize he's the greatest player. Like, Jerry Rice will walk around Radio Row and, like, sit down with you and just do, like, a random interview. And it's like, dude, you're Jerry Rice. You're supposed to, like, have more handlers. You're supposed to go just to the national shows. And Jerry Rice, like, doesn't act like you would think Jerry Rice should. Like, that level of greatness. He lost it on these two. He said, I'll F you up. And if you want some of the smoke, go ahead and find me. And this was bizarre. And you know what his excuse was? This is a little Bryce Harper pandering to the Philadelphia fans. Jerry's like, I'm going to defend the 49ers at all costs. I took it as a shot at the 49ers that you were bringing up the Chiefs and their wide receivers, and I'm going to bleed 49er gold no matter what. And I was like, roll my eyes. Like, really, Jerry? You're like an old man freaking out for no reason because the Chiefs reporters asked you about wide receivers. Now, that's the version from the Chiefs reporters, but he was ready to fight on the fairway. Did you see the video?
Yeah. How old is he now?
61.
60. Gosh. Come on, dude. Like let's just relax a little bit.
Defend the honor of San Francisco.
He does have, and
this makes me hate them even more. I don't hate Jerry yet. I still like Jerry, but this is lame. This is cheesy.
What if it's now he does have a history of being short-tempered in terms of during his playing days. Kevin Smith, when he was with the Cowboys, used to they used to talk about it. That those 3 straight NFC Championship games, Kevin Smith knew reliably, I can screw with Jerry Rice. He'll get in his head and he'll take himself out of the game and we'll be good because I'll get up there and he'll start a fight in the tunnel before, the NFC title game because Kevin Smith's talking trash to him, or Kevin Smith will get in his face and do these things that draw him off sides. There was a little, it's forgotten in history. There was a little bit of like Odell Beckham, Josh Norman to that, where he was able to get in his head and consistently kind of divert Jerry Rice. And so Jerry's got a temper.
Jerry said the guys had smirks on their faces and were trolling him, quote, I'm going to defend the San Francisco 49ers. And that's Jerry storming up on these two on the fairway.
Not a Raiders thing since they're Chiefs?
I know, right? How you in Tahoe? Just enjoying yourself, playing a little golf, just 70-degree weather on one of the best courses of the country, and you're getting all tore up about probably a Chiefs-Raider rivalry that's still there.
It's Tuesday. It's Expressway. It's Brian Broaddus' favorite segment. We're going to have a Rangers All-Star edition of High Low at 8 o'clock. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
877-881-1053. It is Tuesday, and that means it's an Ask Reddit day here on Sean and RJ. Ask Reddit is the, what'd you say, Payton, when you filled in for me on this? It's the million-person forum or whatever you said.
It is multi-million.
It is the 47 million member forum.
That was right.
That describes.
Hey, he did a nice job. Leave him alone.
Describes itself.
He's more cultured than you are.
Yeah, Maniscalco. It's the 47 million member forum that describes itself as the place to ask and answer thought-provoking questions. Every Tuesday, we take the most viral ones from the last week, kick them around the studio, and also get your thoughts on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text line at 877-881-1053. We'll also look for those of you hanging out on the fan cam via Twitch and YouTube to submit your answers in the chat box as well. And we're going to lead off with Sean Sharif today on this one.
Don't ask me the first one that you wrote down.
Why? That was the one that I was going to lead in with.
Go ahead.
What do you think realistically would have happened if the assassination attempt on Trump had been successful?
What
a hypothetical.
What a question.
That's not even an Ask Reddit question. I looked it up. It's just a Bobby question.
No, it's not. It is. It was the most viral one on Ask Reddit this week.
What would have happened?
Whether it be from a country standpoint, our interactions with each other.
Well, a lot of people were saying Civil War. The dark depressing answer is an attempt on Biden. I don't know.
I don't know either. It's
well, I know last night I stayed up till 11:15 just watching RNC coverage. Like I'm hooked now. I'm hooked with all the politics. I didn't even want to watch the boring home run derby versus the RNC, and Trump didn't even speak. But I'm just watching everyone's angles. I mean, I don't know what would have happened.
I think the easy word is just chaos.
Yeah.
It's a much obviously more volatile time, but when
let me ask a crazier question. It's not crazier. I'll ask a crazy follow-up with it. Would it have been more, less, or the same amount of unrest as George Floyd?
More, probably.
It'd be different. I think because there's a lot of unrest there, but I don't think you would have the. I don't. think
we were there,
would,
Chop.
Well, I don't think you would have the marches, obviously, that you had.
Well, there's a big race difference.
Yes.
Humongous race difference in the two.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, it would be chaos. It would be utter chaos. And there would be retaliation, I'm sure. And then it wouldn't be like, when Kennedy, the country was just different. It was just a different country then. And everybody was kind of like, even though you disagree with your neighbor, you were still on their team. Yeah. Now it seems like nobody's on the same side. Even if you disagree, you can't even be friends with people anymore. It's just so stupid.
Yes. It's disgusting.
I saw a story, and it was a tragic story. The firefighter who jumped on his child to shield her, and he was the one that died. His widow wouldn't take the president Biden's phone call, which that would not happen in 1963. You would absolutely take the president's phone call.
No, and I think that when you ask the George Floyd question, for instance, the George Floyd thing was something where there were also people who
don't let Ryan Garcia answer that question.
There were people, I think, who in the wake of that said, "Hold on, stop! I need to evaluate how I've approached things or approached this topic." Like I think you had people doing some self-reflection there, and instead of just going to whatever side they had previously been on in terms of when it comes to police issues and police community interactions. This one, I don't think there's any self-reflection. I think everybody goes further to the polar end and digs in, and it just gets ugly really fast. And that's the most common answer on the fan text is civil war is exactly what would happen, and that's what we'd get into. All right. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell.
Let me ask one more follow-up that I've been dying to know. A lot of people said after Trump reacted like that, election over, ball game, and I was like, well, you can't vote twice, okay? So
somebody would say that you can.
You're right.
I don't know. Are you sure about that?
My bad. Okay.
Vote early, vote often.
That's right.
Gonna win a third time.
Okay. Are there enough in the middle voters? That could make that much of a difference and be swayed by Trump surviving and reacting in that moment the way he did?
I think the conventional thought
how
was...
many diehard Democrats will be switched over by that moment?
Democrats?
Don't you think everyone is firmly planted still?
It's the ones in the middle. I don't think Democrats will be flipped over.
I think people who had questions about, is Biden too old?
Yeah.
What do I want to do? Those people who wrestle with it, I think that can potentially move them. And they say, okay, why are you so threatened by...
Because last night,
ideas
and I don't care. I don't want to hear it. Don't attach it. And props to you guys listening. Thank you so much. There's only one moron who's too stupid to comprehend discussion that was on Twitter and thinking that we were choosing a side yesterday. Everyone else, I can't speak for Twitch and YouTube and the fan text, but on Twitter, didn't get any ugly backlash towards our conversation. There's only one idiot who's too stupid. Again, he shouldn't even be able to vote. Stupid people shouldn't be able to vote.
I agree.
But I don't care what you think about CNN. Don't ever talk about John King with that map screen. That's my guy. That's my moment.
He's a great mapper.
That's why I stayed up till 11:15. Every scenario he painted had Trump winning.
They were saying that Trump could win New York, which
like John King was painting, and again, I think we all agree CNN is more liberal. They don't want Trump to win, but John King was painting very grim scenarios in order for Biden to pull that out. I just wanted to add that.
I think I'm John King. with you there. John King and Tim Russert, when I was growing up, they were the ones who were always just
Meet the press.
They were just the neutral. Here's what the map says. I'm just telling you what the map says, people.
Yeah.
I'm not here to interject anything, which I appreciate in this day and age. We were doing Ask Reddit here on 105 Through the Fan. Peyton Russell, what thing that supposedly, quote, all men do you not do?
So when I drink coffee, I don't do the annoying after I take the first sip.
Is that something
I don't
stereotypically all men do?
All men do that. My
Payne
dad
was
does
judging all the
everything.
Italians. How was the coffee there?
It was great. It was fantastic.
What'd you order?
The cappuccino.
Okay.
Very good.
Sorry, go ahead. Did you have more? Your mic's off.
You think
what's wrong with you today?
This
you come in late. You don't have your equipment.
I was not late.
You don't have an earpiece. Your
I was
coffee
not late.
off. You're stuttering and stammering. You don't have your mic on.
I was not
Wake
late.
up.
I was not late. And
Stanley.
yeah, like I mean, stuttering and stammering just means we're twins now, Sean. That's all that is. So, Peyton, continue.
He went in on that while you were out. He kept talking about how I guess an insecurity or whatever, and I'm like, I don't even notice it.
He was talking about me stuttering.
I don't even notice.
No,
it.
I did not.
If you
Every
could
day.
ever have
Every
your
day.
name first or second in the show and talk as much as I do, you probably stutter more.
Son.
Yeah.
There's a promo right there, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you.
Yeah, there's your promo for the day. So Tim doesn't have to bust Bobby's ball. That's the last time I take up for your ass too. When you don't, when you want to say something in the meeting, you're too scared to do it. That's the last time I put my neck out there on the line for you.
But yeah, it was just the coffee thing, the doing the very annoying.
All right, I have mine. I usually stutter and stammer in this segment. Farting out loud and talking about farting and gas. My son's starting to do this. I know. Look at this look of disappointment from this guy over here to my right. It's just it's culture. Okay, I know I'm a loser. I'm a grandpa on Twitch. Sharon, they call me. Ryan said, but my son's starting to do, and I let him do like 2 or 3, and then I got to check him. Like, cut it out. Stop. It's gross. I know all guys do it. And farting and talking about farting and raising my leg up
He likes
here
to fart in
in
bed.
the studio
Why
or
do we
walking
live?
back in, talking about the growler that RJ would. I don't do it. I can't do it. And I can't have my kids do it.
I don't think that's one for me. I don't think it's funny.
I get on my kids for when they do it. I get on them. Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah, because theirs stink. Mine don't stink, so I'm like, I just feel I have a free reign.
Oh.
Theirs are vile. Theirs smell like my bathroom yesterday.
But you can talk. But can they talk about that?
Oh,
type
yeah.
of
I don't
bathroom
think they
humor?
talk about it. I just want them to do it because like it always stinks.
Yeah.
No, that's one right there. I don't think farts are funny at
And
all.
I'm curious how many women listening are turned off by that talk, or you don't care whatsoever. For all the female Tolos, add that to the Sean and RJ newsletter.
Yes.
That Spittle will try to make you include all the other shows on.
It'll be question
Sean and
one.
RJ Facebook page, Sean and RJ newsletter. I want to know from the female Tolos if it is a turnoff to you, or you think it's gross and shouldn't be discussed, or you don't care whatsoever of all the fart poop talk and
Kristen
discussion.
thinks it's funny. Like, she thinks it's funny. She thinks it's weird that I don't think it's funny. I don't. The classic manly man thing of hunting. I don't have any interest there.
Hunting
at all. And I think call me soft. Plenty of you do on the Franklin injury attorneys fan text. I think I would probably, those who can do it, great. I don't have any moral hang up on it, but I think I would feel bad the first time. I think I'd just be like, oh man.
I know. My friends look at me with such disappointment when I told them I got offered like that helicopter hunt.
Yeah.
And I was like, nah, heights and shooting the animals. My mother would never speak to me again. And I don't have a desire to do it either. I have a gun, but that was during for civil unrest.
Sure.
830, boy mom and tomboy. She says she still laughs and she's 44. So she thinks it's funny.
She said tomboy?
That's what she said.
Well,
Yep.
tomboy.
Yeah. I'm with you. I have no interest in guns. I think we should. I absolutely.
I didn't say no interest in guns. I said no interest in hunting.
I absolutely love the Second Amendment. I think we should keep it as is. I don't want any gun control, but I have no interest in ever having one. Ever. Like, it just does not appeal to me at all. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get hunting. I don't get fishing. And
fishing's relaxing.
And I don't get peeing in the shower.
You don't.
It's convenience.
Yeah. How do you not get that one?
Yeah.
Well,
Peeing in the shower is awesome.
Well, because I generally go before. I go as the water's warming.
Okay.
Doctor,
why don't you just go in and do 2 at once? So you won't pee in the shower, but you won't shower after swimming.
Right.
Okay. Right.
Okay, Dr. Mark from Keller on the newsletter reply, because if you sign up for the newsletter, you get the Ask Reddit questions the night before. He replied back and said, always pee standing up. So his is a urine-related one, too. He said he doesn't pee standing up every time.
I'll sit down, pee, to look at my phone.
I'm at least...
Now, I'll never sit down and pee in here, but if I'm at home and I want to chill, relax, get away, sit down, pee.
Especially in the middle of the night.
In the morning,
In the
yes.
middle of the night?
Middle of the night, morning.
It's the Expressway. It's Tuesday on 105 through the Fan, so we are doing Ask Reddit here. Franklin Frankel, injury attorneys, fan text 877-881-1053. RJ Choppy, how did you waste your 20s?
Oh, I did not travel enough. I spent all my money traveling to Vegas. And instead of going and finding other parts of the country or the world to help culture myself like Payton did this past week, I'll never get that time back, obviously. I was single. I had nothing to worry about. I could have just gone, and I never did. And that's how I wasted it. I wasted it just going to, making nonstop drives to Addison to go to Zen Bar or wherever, Chaucer's. And instead of, actually save my money and going and traveling and going to South Asia or Australia or Italy or South America.
What do you mean? They have New York. They have Circus. They have all those different country themed ones. You can see all the countries by just going to Vegas. I don't think that was a total waste. For me, and it's still probably what Kristen would say I'm wasting my 30s on right now. And that's working way too much. Like I was the one who was in my early 20s. It was volunteer for any shift that came open. Take on everything like, nope, I want to spend as much time as I can doing this. And so I didn't do as much going out or socialize. That's probably why I'm so antisocial at times now.
Yes.
Is because of that habit that was created then. But that's probably the experience that I feel like I lost.
I have the same exact experience as you with this. All I cared about and all I did was work and think about work and move up. But I don't view it as a waste. Like I don't regret it whatsoever. I wish that I had kids a little bit earlier so I could be done with it already. But I couldn't have kids earlier because I didn't find my lovely wife that early. So I don't really feel like I wasted my 20s. Other people would say, oh, you're driving to Baltimore or D.C. and interning on the weekends and doing this and doing that and sports and resume tapes. But yeah, it was all work, but I don't feel like it was a waste.
Peyton, how are you wasting your 20s actively right now?
This one's tough. I still have 3 years left. I'm not old like you guys. But no,
that's how your body says.
27 club for a reason, bro.
Yeah, bye, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I guess not really caring about investing a whole bunch early on. Like I was just like, hey, let me just because it was a more risk for me than anything. And it's weird because I gamble. So it's like, oh, I'm not risking if I win in gambling. But yeah, investing early on, I just never understood it enough. I was like, why am I throwing money away? It's not going to grow for 10, 20 years. So that would have been something.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I didn't contribute to the 401k till way later in life. Like I think I was like 26 when I finally started doing that. Some of the answers on the fan text 682 says I wasted my 20s by working in the food industry the whole time. 830 says midnight rodeo and Cowboys dance hall. Wasted my 20s dancing it away. Over on the YouTube, kid_cowboy66 says pretty much all of it. Drugs, alcohol, gambling, and woman chasing is how he wasted his 20s
you
right
gotta
there.
have fun.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got to make sure that you're at least living life a little bit. It is Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Sean Sharif, what's the silliest reason someone ended their friendship with you? Or you can even flip it and say, what's the silliest reason in retrospect that you ended your friendship with someone else?
Oh, man, this is...
I mean, I know.
I have to think.
Let's say it's got to be older than a year.
Is that what you're going to say within a year?
Yeah. I had an idea where you were going to go with this.
I mean, go ahead, fill the time.
Yeah, which coworker?
Let me think about this. I'm going to put some thought into it.
All right.
The silliest reason. I was extremely butthurt when one of my best friends growing up did not have me standing up there with his groomsmen.
Oh, that's
did that
tough.
it damaged it?
It was
beyond
like
repair?
it was kind of like the beginning of the end. It wasn't like a big blow. I didn't go nuts about it. I didn't talk to him about it, but that one stung. That one stung inside. Is that a non-serious reason?
No, I don't know. That's non-serious.
I don't think it. Maybe not
silly. Is that silly?
Maybe silly in the grand scheme of things of like what y'all's relationship was, and maybe taking it too personally. Did you guys ever talk about it, like flesh it out, or you just okay?
No, because I wasn't gonna like bring it up. Like, why didn't you include me? Why didn't you put me up there?
Yeah.
For me, it's when I got divorced, I lost a few friends that they had to choose sides, or they decided we're choosing neither. And one of them was a really close friend of mine. We were in each other's wedding, and then we get divorced. I get divorced, and all of a sudden, like, crickets. And to me, like, losing a friend because you have a divorce where, like, the guy's like, hey, I got to keep the guy, and the girl's like, I got to keep the girl. So they make a decision, well, we're not going to keep either one of them, and we're just going to ditch them both. And that to me is... That was disappointing.
What was it like a situation where you just completely ghosted, or did he at any point have a conversation of like, hey, I just don't agree with what's happened here?
Just kind of ghosted.
And just disappeared. That sucks. For mine, it was in my early 20s, I legitimately had a friend who like had a conversation with me and told me they didn't want to be friends any longer because I was too concerned with sports and not investing enough in what's going on in their life and things like that. It almost sounded like we were in a relationship. And I was like, okay, this seems like an odd, like, especially for it to come out of nowhere. Like, you just want to watch the Cowboys game on Sunday. Yeah, as does most of the Metroplex. Like, this is a hard one for me to understand. Payton, what's the answer for you here?
This one's so stupid. I was about 8 or 9 years old. I was playing select travel ball. And, in baseball, you have a throwing partner. That's your go-to guy for, till the end of time. And this guy had left, he was my throwing partner for about a year. He left the team, came back a year later, and I found a new partner. And he was like, dude, what happened to us? And he legit got butthurt about it. Stopped inviting me over for sleepovers and parties. I was like, what are you doing? It just irritated
Your
me.
answers to this are the absolute best.
My favorite, real quick before we wrap up, 817, lost a friend for 6 years over packets of ketchup. We've reunited since, and we joke about it now.
What about the ketchup?
I would like an explanation, but apparently whatever their fight was triggered over ketchup packets.
Choppy, got bad news for you.
Oh, no.
This is now, I think, Bobby Belt's time. Bobby Belt's segment.
Hell yeah.
Although I might be the defending champ, so scratch that. It's the Texas Rangers all-star version of High-Low.
Oh, baby.
Oh! Next on 105.3 The Fan.
But I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He's trying to get this crowd into it. You can hear him in the background now as he knocked 2 out in a row. And 15 pitches to go.
I mean, that's money right there what Payton is doing. 1 minute. Oh, look at this one.
Oh, baby. We're back. We're back, baby. It is time for a edition of High-Low. Former Rangers All-Star High-Low. No current players in this category.
And that was Adolis Garcia last night on ESPN, hitting 18 and getting taken out in the second round. All right, so former Ranger All-Star, so no Corey Seager.
No Corey Seager, no Simeon, Josh Young, any of that. They got to be former Ranger All-Stars. Sean Sharif, I believe you are the defending champ, so...
Well, I threw it.
Good for you.
I don't know who ended up winning, but I remember throwing.
Well, no, didn't we do one when I was out on July on July 5th?
I don't know.
The
one you're talking about, you threw it for a tie, but you ultimately won, so it's yours.
All right, so let's start off All-Star game tonight right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Let's start off high.
I'm in no position to give anyone advice, including myself. But I think, there was a point in time for me that hitting home runs and being a great baseball player was all that mattered.
A-Rod!
Sean Sharif, 3 points on the board. Bobby had no idea what that was. I can see the look on his face.
You're right.
No, that's okay, I see how this game's going to go already.
Hey, it wasn't...
Come back from Rome, forget how to use the pitch.
Well, this was done 2 weeks ago, so.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, so there's no excuse.
Let's go. It's me. Let's go high.
Today is about moving forward, with the Texas Rangers. I'm back home. It feels good to be back. I'd like to thank JD for making that happen.
Josh Hamilton.
Oh, boy.
Oh, we got a shootout. Oh, we got a
It's going to be a
shootout.
slugfest.
Oh,
baby.
man.
Bronny.
Just draining threes. We got more threes than Bronny does this year.
You stole my joke.
And
I
now-
had the joke, and you stole my joke.
Here comes Roger Pavlik for me. Let's go.
Good reference. You're born and raised here. You've been here the longest.
I have. Let's go high.
I always say that this fan is one of the best in baseball. They follow the Rangers, all year round, and it's a great place to play.
Who is Ivan Pudge Rodriguez?
I'm very sorry, Bobby. No.
Yeah.
All right.
This is.
Dang it. Okay. All right. Well, we'll change it up a little bit here.
Don't change it up on me.
Okay.
Don't change it up
Sean.
on me.
After Sean.
Let's see if we can all get the maximum scores, and I'm going to keep it high.
999.
Yeah.
I just wanted to play baseball and have fun. And
Hey, shut the hell up. Shut up.
He paused and
Just
played
shut up. Go.
I just wanted to play baseball and have fun and enjoy the game and make a living at it. But to be in a group with those guys and Eddie Murray, it's just a tremendous honor.
Dang it. Did he say Eddie Murray? Palmeiro?
Oh, Payton, you can't do that.
Wow.
You can't
That
give a
was the
clue.
name that gave it away?
Yes.
Well, it's got to be some type of clue.
Well, not in
We can't just say nothing that gives it away.
It's off the. It's all got to be off the voice. That's how I think.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Just shut up. Rafael Palmeiro, guest of the G-Bag Nation.
6 early points.
Good
yesterday.
guess. Good get. Peyton, terrible job. If you knew what the hell you were talking about, you don't even know who Eddie Murray is. You knew that would have given it away.
He's an actor, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Beverly Hills Cop. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Choppy.
Whatever. Hi.
I love how you
All right.
pretend you're just throwing it out
Would
there.
you
but
shut up?
You
Would you-
know you want to
Would
do
you
high.
stop? Would you stop? We'll play the clip, Sean.
Fair.
And all the while, we have our baseball memories that we share. This one means a lot to me personally, just because of who it's honoring. Of course, John Blake is one of my favorite people in the world too, so it's extra special.
Michael Young.
I'm so bad at my job.
You don't have to feel bad about it.
Terrible.
You should be
Terrible.
embarrassed.
I am. This is going to be the quickest. We're going to have to, do Ask Reddit again.
Let's. That's fine. We got 5 questions to get through still. Let's go low.
All right, we'll go low.
I'm so excited. I played with him for 8 years, so I knew back then that he was going to be a Hall of Fame. I think he's being too humble right now, but we all knew.
Who is Adrian Beltre?
Oh, I think this guy might be talking about Beltre.
Our first miss. Hey, no clues. All right, clue number 1 here. Wow, we finally get to a clue. Thank goodness. I spent so much time on this. Bobby Bell, clue number 1 for 2 points. Some fans still hold the atrocious Toronto playoff game against him to this day.
Hold it against him? I don't know. I'm blanking. Ian Desmond.
Incorrect. Clue number 2 for 1 point, Bobby. Not known for his power, but his chemistry with Adrian Beltre was unforgettable.
Oh, Elvis Andrews.
Yes, there we go.
All right, Bobby's been eliminated.
Essentially.
No, you can all get zeros here.
Good.
Peyton's made these really difficult.
We won't. We could.
I cannot let Bobby one-up me in terms of difficulty, and I also must go low.
My goal is the same goals as the Yankees, and that's to win the World Series. I've been very blessed in my career, been very lucky to play with some great players, and now I'm getting to play with the greatest organization in sports history.
God.
You know it?
Yes.
I don't think he made an all-star team here playing with... It sounds like Chris Young. Damn it.
No, Chris. That's all right. Clue number 1
Thank you, Peyton. Hold my hand.
Clue number 1 for 2 points, Sean. He might have won a World Series outside of Texas, but trading him got the Rangers into the World Series.
It's not that guy's. It's not Nelly, but I'll guess Nelly. Choppy one.
Clue number 2.
You know, Bobby?
No.
Clue number 2 here.
I thought I did, but I don't think now.
This switch hitter teamed up with A-Rod and still saw the Rangers celebrate winning the pennant in front of them.
This Ranger teamed up with A-Rod and what?
Saw the Rangers win the pennant, the American League pennant, in front of them.
Who is it, Chop?
Teixeira.
Yes.
Your favorite, right?
Yep, my favorite.
Is it your favorite, really?
Yeah, he's why I played first base.
Oh, and had a former catching partner.
That was good because my head immediately went to who did they trade to the Yankees, and so I was thinking traded to.
Oh yeah.
All right, Chop, go ahead, win it.
All right, let's go low. Let's make it difficult.
I don't think it has anything to do with me being traded. It's just competitive streak. Obviously, I wanted to be here for my whole career. I wanted to be a Ranger, and I got traded.
Ian Kinsler?
Oh, my. Bobby thinks it's Kinsler.
Congratulations, Chop.
That's in top.
Perfect 9. Bobby, don't say anything. That was a good audio clip.
No, it wasn't. It's the one of him talking about waving to the crowd or waving to the dugout after he hit the home run against.
No, it wasn't. It was talking about him wanting the Rangers to go 0-162. Bobby, listen to the freaking clue.
Okay.
Oh, baby.
We got 2 more here if you guys want it.
Okay, yeah.
You want high pitch or low pitch for this one?
Let's go low.
Definitely is a big part of my career, and definitely where I end up being more productive consistently. I found that when I got here, it was the right spot for me.
That's Beltray.
That is it.
Okay.
And then last one.
He threw the ball pretty well. He got one mistake against Franco, but besides that, he threw the ball amazing. And the bullpen sharp like usually. Big hit from Rossi.
Nelly?
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go.
Well, you nerfed that segment, Payton.
Texas Rangers edition. Well done, Pepe.
I was hoping that you were going to have Ruben Sierra in there.
Ruben.
Franco.
Oh, yeah. Julio Franco, Jeff Russell. We made a Jeff Russell reference already today.
Juan Gonzalez.
Yeah, who would have been some of the other
Kevin Millwood.
less known?
John Wetland. Well, maybe not him.
All-Stars.
Alexio Gonda.
Did he make an all-star team?
He
He did, yeah.
Matt Harrison.
Okay, speaking of Palmero, he was on the G-Bag Nation yesterday. We put in that request. Thank you, Tony Fay.
Oh, no.
Hey, my man, he knows. He knows I owe him one shot over there. I owe him one shot for all that guest list. But Palmero was asked about, you want the Rangers winning the World Series or best home run hitter of all time after the Derby? What should we start with?
Ooh, let's do home run hitter.
Okay. Rangers winning the world? No. Palmero, the best home run hitter of all time, in his opinion.
Well, obviously I had a chance to play against Barry Bonds, so I think he's the greatest home run hitter of all time. I think that what he did, especially in San Francisco, is beyond unbelievable because I had a chance to play in San Francisco, and I couldn't hit the ball out the right field. I had 2 home runs there, but it was to left field. But obviously, Henry Aaron, Willie Mays, Babe Ruth, but that's obviously in the early days. But yeah, those guys were the greatest home run hitters of all time. But I would put Barry Bonds in that category.
Just always cool to see Griffey as he hopped on the TV broadcast yesterday. It took me a long time to realize who was in the middle of that TV broadcast. Who was it? Let's see if you just fake yes me there.
It was. It wasn't Eduardo Perez. It was. God dang it!
It was Todd Stottlemyre.
No.
May have been a Todd. I don't know. Who was the white guy analyst in the middle of the ESPN table next to Carl Ravitch?
Throw it to me.
Payton.
Todd Frazier.
Oh, well done. Yeah. I'm like,
Todd
who
Frazier.
is that? It took me like 10, 15 minutes. I'm like, I don't think any of the players going over there even realize that this is Todd Frazier. But then
Little League World Series hero.
Griffey hopped on there for a little bit. And here's Palmero talking about seeing the Rangers finally get that ring.
It was awesome, man. I mean, we tried. Obviously, we came up short. We had a couple good years there. In '99, I thought we had a shot at winning it all. And then we ran into the Yankees. Obviously, they put us out, and they went on to win it. But more so for the fans. I mean, it was awesome for me to watch, and I wish that I would have been a part of that and been a part of a team that had won it. But for our fans that waited so long and were so close in 2010, I guess, and 11, it's just an amazing thing to watch. It was unreal, man. It's just an incredible thing.
If Griffey had never existed, mentioning Griffey there, if Griffey had never existed in the night, Palmeiro has the prettiest swing.
Yes.
That would be the one that would have. You
could argue has the prettiest anyway.
I mean, that was the smoothest, almost looked lazy swing at times. And it was so clean. He was just, and that was one of the things that I think was disappointing for so many people about him getting hung up in the steroid scandal, was because they're like, dude, you're such a pure technician.
Yes.
And you are so like the way you play the game of baseball is beautiful. And then to juice with it, it was just, I think he was probably the most disappointing of all the steroid users.
Yeah, I think so.
Ooh.
I think he was. I mean, McGuire, I just assumed.
But Sosa was the most loved. Sosa and McGuire were beloved.
They were, yeah, especially Sosa. He runs out with the American flag, after
Pepsi commercials, the big smile.
So it was Sosa hurt.
Black skin when he had it.
And they were traded for each other. They were
come on.
They were traded for each other too.
Eric is like giving me checks for every like harsh, aggressive comment I've been making since back. He's very proud.
That's got to be one of the better swaps in the history of sports, though, in terms of like being able to just swap a Hall of Famer for a Hall of Famer when you had no idea what they were.
We talk about Palmeiro's swing. The one guy everybody says has a pretty swing, I never thought was Will Clark. I never got the idea that he had a pretty swing.
Awesome guest on KNC, though.
Yes.
Awesome guest.
Will Clark will spit it.
Yes. All the stories. Is the Mavericks' best hope of winning the championship Jaylen Brown? We got some drama. We got some Dream Team and NBA drama, but not as much drama as our friend Terrell Davis on an airplane. Next on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by State of the All Right Loss. That's soda. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Bronny James, 1 for 5 last night against the Celtics. 0 for 3 from 3.
Ooh, man.
That brings the total numbers in his first 4 games in 26 minutes of action, average per night, 4 points, 7 of 31 shooting. That's 22%. He has yet to make a 3. 0 for 15 from deep.
Is that what you're looking for?
So that's improvement.
50% from the line, 4 rebounds, 1.5 assists, and I think his plus minus is minus 9.5. And I blame his dad.
It's not going to get it done.
I blame his dad for this. I was right. I'm trending to be right this entire time. I know you guys looked at me funny when I kept bringing up Bronny segments, and this is why. Because you introduce someone into the mix who's not ready for it, and yes, you're getting them a guaranteed deal, and you're getting them drafted in the NBA, but man, if it's me, I don't want my kid being thrown into something he's not ready for, and everyone else looking at him sideways because of nepotism.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's happening right now. Now, maybe he breaks out. I hope he does. I feel bad for him. I'm rooting for him. I hope he breaks out of it. Maybe he can become this role player defender for J.J. Redick. That's what J.J. keeps talking about. But this is about as bad as it could have started offensively for Bronny. It's putrid.
He's not there, and he's going to wind up going playing in the G League, and he'll be, it's guaranteed. He's got a guaranteed deal, so maybe he won't even be in there at all. But that's where he needs to be to develop. Let's just be fair. Like, he's not going to develop at the NBA level. There's still, like, he's a kid. He should have stayed in college for 3 years. That's where he needed to.
Yeah, but then Dad wouldn't be able to get his moment. Wouldn't be able to get his selfish moment.
Correct. And he may not have gotten in the NBA. If push comes to shove, you're either in the NBA. You have a choice. You're either in the NBA or you're not. Probably, I'm sure he would have chose, hey, let's just get in the NBA and we'll figure it out from there. We'll worry about what happens after that.
Yeah, like when you say he needs to go to the G League to develop, there is going to be, and I know it's super early, but still, based on what you saw at USC, how this has started out, there does reach a point where people are going to have to say, develop what? Like, does he even have the skill set to hang up here? It may be a case of just like, there's no amount of time in the G League and, becoming a high IQ player or becoming basically a coach on the floor that's going to cover over just some of the limitations that
he's
are
undersized.
There. Yeah.
He's undersized to start off.
Yeah, he's undersized, and
but this is what LeBron did to him. Now maybe he still thinks it's worth it. I love the way the kid conducts himself and he says all the right things, but man, you got the entire world laughing at him. You got the entire world making fun of him, except for Woj and those that are in Rich Paul's pocket. You kiss asses, because that's all you. That's what you are. You're a bunch of kiss asses. Instead of doing your job and not worried about what agents are mad at you, I guess that is part of your job. But man, I feel bad for him. I really do.
Yeah,
it's tough because he's going to be dealing with this every single stop. Doesn't matter where it is. If he, whatever happens, come training camp and preseason. This is the focus. The focus is on him. It's not on anybody else. And, the networks aren't helping out because they're trying to shield some of his bad plays. It's going to be bad for him. Now, does he have a chance to play in the NBA? Absolutely. Does he have a chance to get better? But
I don't know.
Like Bobby said,
absolutely might be strong.
Well, he's got a guaranteed contract, right? So, he kind of does. Like Bobby said, though, like what is he trying to get to? Like, what could he even be? Just a rotational
Lindsey Hunter?
He wishes he had Lindsey Hunter's career. Lindsey Hunter can make a beautiful three.
Yes, he could. Impressive knowledge there, Bob. Well done. All right, what is going on? This is juicy. Jaylen Brown, I told y'all something was up with Jaylen Brown because of that Porzingis video. I'm like, this guy's off a little bit. But what happened to him? And y'all fill in the blanks and tell me what I'm missing. This is Isaiah Thomas level of screwed with what happened to Jaylen Brown, with Derek White being picked as a Team USA replacement. How?
Well, if you believe Jaylen Brown, it's because Nike. Because he's not a Nike guy, and Derek White is. And, Jaylen had maybe, I don't want to say contentious to break up with Nike, but
it shouldn't matter.
Should not matter.
Should not matter.
It should not
1%.
Phil Knight and Nike should have absolutely zero input on who makes the Olympic team.
Of course.
Zero.
This is disgraceful. Derek White over Jaylen Brown? Now, the only way I was trying to justify it, I'm like, okay, do they need, are they
building a team?
No, yes, a defensive stopper.
Building a team.
But guess what? Jaylen Brown locked up Luka and others.
Yeah.
Like, you can't knock. He's not your usual NBA superstar who doesn't give a crap about defense. We saw him lock down the Mavericks. This is disgraceful. Yeah. And then Jaylen Brown maybe taking some shots at Tatum by saying, now I didn't hear this, so I don't know if he was joking, but he said, yes, Anthony Bennett is the number one option on there.
Edwards.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards. I'm sorry, Anthony Bennett.
Yeah, that's Bronny.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry. Anthony Edwards is the number one option for Team USA, not Tatum.
It was a post. It was a post that he made on social media. He goes, number one option, one with the 100 underlined about Anthony Edwards. So is that a shot at Tatum? You could take it as one if you want to, but I don't think even Jason Tatum thinks he's the number one option on this team.
Yeah, but I guarantee you Jason Tatum thinks he's the number one option over Anthony.
Does he?
Ooh.
He's such a passive individual in general, it feels like, and there's just no killer. Like, that's one of the things we've talked about. He has no killer to him. Like, whereas Jaylen Brown does, Anthony Edwards does, which I bet that's
Jason
part of.
Tatum has. I agree with you in the finals. He has had some big time moments.
He's had some big time moments, but I don't know that those big time moments I can attribute to. He had like killer mentality, like walk in here like I'm an assassin and I'm just going to assert myself. Whereas Jaylen Brown definitely gives off that vibe, and we know Anthony Edwards does.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's just Jaylen Brown sees that's my type of play. That's how I play. That's what I would be doing if I was over there. But I mean, so when this came up last week that Derek White had gotten picked, there was a social media discussion, which Chop got very uncomfortable with when I referenced it, but it became louder, Chop, after we talked about it. And some people on the fan text even agreed with it. There were some people who were trying to claim that this isn't just about Nike, that they're saying this is also about Jaylen Brown and Kyrie Irving, who wanted to be on the Olympic team, getting passed over for Derek White. A lot of people said was they think it's about how vocal they are about being like their Islamic faith.
Yeah.
That they think that that's part of what it, and we had people on the fan text saying, I absolutely think that. But Jaylen Brown 100% seems to think this is a Nike grudge.
But to put to choose Derek White over Jaylen Brown, that's criminal.
Yeah.
That's criminal. That is ridiculous. And Jaylen Brown, for the record, said he called Derek right away, blah, blah, blah. But Nike, I mean, shame on Nike if they got involved in that.
What is because the other story we got yesterday, the Clippers, Lawrence
And by
Frank.
the way, before we leave Jaylen Brown, there's a video that's gone viral of him mouthing maybe his thoughts on Bronny. Have you seen it?
No, I did not see that one.
I saw it. I don't know.
Go to my Twitter account.
It's so hard to I've seen bad lip reading those viral videos so often before that it makes me wonder how many various things could he be saying?
So this is Jaylen Brown. I know. I really wish I wouldn't want to fly. I don't need to be invisible. I wish I could read lips. An expert lip reader. That is one of my dreams. But Jaylen Brown's sitting next to this girl courtside during Celtics Lakers, and the internet transcribes him as saying, "I don't think Bronny is a pro." And the girl says, "I think he'll be on the G League team for sure." And then he supposedly says, "I hope so, but because of his name, he's going to be with the Lakers." So that is the last note on Jaylen Brown. But now we got Kawhi.
Yeah, and the entire reason the spot opened up for Derek White to take was because we had all heard the story last week that Kawhi wasn't going to play, and we all were like, Kawhi, what's wrong? Did his uncle, is his uncle for some reason not a fan of Team USA? Is he hurt again? That was the prevailing thought, is that he's hurt.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Lawrence Frank had told reporters that, and Lawrence Frank is the Clippers president of basketball operations, went out of his way to kind of go after USA basketball. And
isn't Grant Hill making decisions?
I think he's one of the main decision
That's
makers,
one of the things that,
GM
and Grant Hill tried to put his hands up and go I was a Fila guy when I was in the NBA. I certainly wouldn't be blocking Jaylen Brown. I'm no Nike guy. But everybody had just assumed that this was Kawhi hurt and not want to do it. Lawrence Frank from the Clippers got up there and stood in front of reporters yesterday and said, no, we're actually really personally disappointed with USA basketball because Kawhi wanted to play. Kawhi was there for the first two practices, was excited about playing, was healthy enough to play. We feel like he's healthy enough to play. Nobody asked them to remove him. They did it on their own. So this has been a shady couple months for USA basketball on the men's and women's side, because there's obviously been the Caitlin Clark narrative about was she forced out by the Olympic team and all the discussion that had come from that.
And they barely won yesterday. Well, I didn't watch, but it was like a 6-point final score.
Because Caitlin Clark wasn't there to shoot 7 to 20.
Men.
Oh, the men! Damn it!
Barely won.
Well, I mean, she should play for the men more than Derek White should.
877-881-1053 live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
But my general thought here is that if Lawrence Frank is talking this openly about USA basketball, and you're hearing these players talk this openly about USA basketball, is this just
why would they cut him?
Have they always done this? And this is just being exposed? People are using the platform to talk about it and say, I'm upset with it? Or is there's just some weird error where Nike is completely taken over?
So I would have a major problem with that.
But what do you believe? That Kawhi Leonard just got sent home, or that he got hurt, banged up, or didn't want to be there? Why did they send Kawhi Leonard home?
It's a good question, because they've said he was hurt, I believe. And the Clippers have their own self-interest. Do they want to make it seem like, nope, he's not hurt. He hasn't fallen back. We've handled everything. What I'm trying to see here is Kawhi. Okay, so Kawhi Leonard's shoe contract is with Nike. So he had been with New Balance previously, but he's with Nike now. So that throws that one out the window as to why, if you want to try and incorporate that. But we don't hear that Kawhi Leonard wants to do anything.
Yeah.
And for Lawrence Frank's sake, Kawhi wanted to do it and was excited to do it and was here participating and felt good. And we're disappointed in their decision. All of this over the last couple months just feels very shady, and like there's just something at play that we're not getting the full picture.
I forgot Lawrence Frank was still anywhere around basketball.
Yeah.
But if Nike has any hand in this, I mean, to me, it's a big, big no-no. Like you cannot, you're a sponsor. You're not in charge of this thing.
Everyone's talking about the go-to option and who's number one. I got the odds from Bet Online for Team USA. Most average points per game. Who do you think they have as the highest scoring average?
LeBron.
No.
I'll say Ant.
No. Which Ant?
Derek White.
Yeah. Edward. No, so it's not Ant. Okay. How about KD?
Yep. Kevin Durant, then Steph. So that's who Vegas is saying. The highest score in any game, the highest score out here is still Kevin Durant.
I will say, by the way, all this peripheral stuff we're getting from USA Basketball does make me more interested in following the Olympic basketball team once the Olympics roll around. I'm going to be interested to see if there's some sort of like weird body language or interactions on the court.
I always root for them to lose.
Better story.
I think it's funnier.
Better story.
Yeah.
Way better.
You don't love your country.
Not enough pride, damn it.
Not enough pride. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Okay, the Dallas Cowboys series continues. From our Cowboys insider, let's take a look where the Cowboys running back position stands. That's next in Below
the Bell,
right here on Sean and RJ.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
From the haves to the have-nots.
Uh-oh.
We are doing the roster inventory, the breakdown of all the different positions leading up to training camp, our departure in Oxnard, which is we leave a week from tomorrow, right? And
Yes.
our first show will be out there on Thursday. So we did the quarterbacks yesterday, just kind of a reset of where the position is. And we talked about how the Cowboys have 25% of their cap this year committed to the quarterback position, which is the most in the NFL. And now we go to the running back position, which I haven't been able to sort every team at this point, but pretty positive the Cowboys would have the fewest amount of resources committed to running back. It is really tough. Rico Dowdle, who very well could be the Cowboys starting running back this season.
Which most times RJ would be applauding.
Oh, yeah.
He'd be applauding having the least amount of resources.
I mean, I am, but.
Yeah, there's a but.
You know, this is a little low.
It's pretty low. Saquon Barkley, for instance, is going to make $4 million more this season than the entire Cowboys running back room combined.
I'm so freaking sick of hearing about Saquon Barkley. It's starting to make me root for the Giants a little bit.
Yeah.
Which I don't want to do. I'm starting to root for the Giants with this whole offseason is Saquon, inspiration, motivation. When is Hard Knocks on?
So Hard Knocks it's in the middle of Hard Knocks right now.
What night?
I don't know. We had a Tolo.
Are we not playing clips?
We've played clips from like whenever there's been one that goes viral, but I mean we haven't like played full segments of. But somebody
Monday or Tuesday in the football season.
Somebody had tweeted. I always just catch it on the HBO DVR. Somebody had tweeted to us yesterday at
During
Tolo.
the football season.
Like during
when it's the end season.
It's on like Monday or Tuesday during training camp.
Giants Hard Knocks is airing right now.
Yeah. I'm saying I assume it's the same day that it would be during the regular season.
So
I thought you guys would. I thought you would have been following it.
No, we were playing clips from it, but we had we played like Brian Daboll doing the 40-yard dash, stuff like that. That's something that we got yesterday from a listener though. Somebody had tweeted at us and said, like, it's to me and brought us, they were like, I'm liking Brian Daboll now.
Ooh.
Like, I don't like this. Because remember, Saleh, I feel like, came off really unlikable personally. I thought he was when he came out of the Jets. He just came off as phony to me. And Daboll apparently has come off as just relatable. He's doing image repair from last year. But Rico Dowdle, even if he's not the starting running back, will probably be splitting half the carries roughly or taking the majority of them potentially. If he were to play on his current salary, how many games would he have to play to reach Dak Prescott's 2024 base salary of $29 million?
We don't have enough time to calculate that.
393 games is what Rico Dowdle would have to play to get to Dak Prescott's 2024 money.
Jeez.
This is what the Cowboys have spent at the position so far. Only technically a 2016 first-round pick because Zeke departed and came back, so you can only kind of count that one since he's on his second term here. But other than that, it's a 2023 sixth-round pick. It's Deuce Vaughn. That's the only guy that they have drafted and had a continuous stop here out of the 8 running backs they currently have on the roster. Nobody is making more than Ezekiel Elliott's $2 million, and all but 3 of the running backs are making under $1 million right now. And so it is a pretty broke position. Altogether, it's $8.9 million is what the Cowboys running back room costs them right now. Rico Dowdle, Ezekiel Elliott, those are the 2 that are in the forefront, in the lead for the running back position. And then you've got veterans they brought in like Snoop Connor, Royce Freeman, who had a strong close to the season for the Rams. And they're still trying to figure out Deuce Vaughn, Malik Davis, Nathaniel Pete, who we'll talk about here in a second. But it has become, the analogy I've made is, this is very similar to me to what they did with receiver in 2018. When they walked away from Dez, which, not to say that Dez should have stayed here. They made the early decision, saw it in advance, walked away from the decline.
Dez was done.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me how many Cowboy fans fight that.
Refused to admit that his foot just got botched and he was terrible.
I mean, just they got ahead of the decline. They did what the Patriots have done typically throughout the years. But the problem was that they entered that 2018 season doing the wide receiver by committee approach. As a reminder, week 1 of that season, Dallas started with Terrence Williams and Deontay Thompson as their starting wide receivers. And then behind them, subbing into the game, were Allen Hurns, a rookie Michael Gallup, Tavon Austin, and Cole Beasley.
You can get away with that with a great quarterback.
You can. Just ask the Chiefs.
They had, through 7 weeks of the season, their top 3 leading receivers were Jeff Swaim, Ezekiel Elliott, and Cole Beasley, who combined were averaging 9 yards per reception. Pretty brutal.
Yeah.
They make the decision, we got to go out and get Amari Cooper. I think they're going to end up doing the same thing here with the running back position. They're going to have to, mid-season, maybe they come to that realization during training camp, but they're going to have to say, we've got to make a deal. It doesn't have to be an Amari Cooper deal, but we've got to go out there and look for who has a surplus and who might be willing to deal us a running back that can contribute here.
Okay, so, because I'm surprised by this, by you, because you seem to be a smart individual.
Me?
No, Bob. Well, you are, but Bob.
Thank you.
You are. He says, I seem to be.
You seem to be. Because you know that running backs are generally like as good as the offensive lines in front of them.
Right.
So if that's the case, this is a bad offensive line. If it's a bad offensive line, then you're cooked either way. Now, that's short of getting Barry Sanders in his prime out here.
Happy birthday, Barry Sanders, apparently.
Yes, happy birthday. Who can go out there and
greatest running back of his era.
Turn
of all time
chicken S into chicken salad, then that's one thing. But if the offensive line is going to create holes, any of these guys except for Zeke can hit the hole. Zeke's just too slow. The hole will be closed up by then. But Rico Dowdle, Deuce Vaughn, they can get to the hole if it's there.
Surely, but surely you don't think it's 100. Like if you were to divide up the responsibility of a successful running game, you don't think it's 100% the offensive line, 0% the running back.
No,
it's majority. I would say 75-25. 75-25 is roughly what I think. The problem is there's not really any juice in this backfield to create outside of what the run blocking was. So that 25% that the running backs themselves are usually responsible for, you don't have a lot of personnel that can fit contributing to that 25%. I think Rico Dowdle's a really good player. He's also been hurt pretty consistently throughout his career. Hard to see him taking on a full-time load or even a split carry load and not getting hurt this year.
What do you think is their thought process with this?
I think they've just had a complete...
You can have a complete philosophical change and still get a 3rd or 4th round talent. Now, I know what they'll say. Like, we weren't opposed to drafting of running back in the 4th. The board just didn't line up that way. But,
right.
you can have a shift without having maybe any talent in there. This is going, barren.
It's very barren.
I think what happened was they had anticipated the whole time they were going to draft a running back in like the 4th round. And then I think a run hit that they weren't anticipating. And unlike them typically, the way they treat free agency usually is, let's just cover our bases so in case things don't fall our way, we're good. They didn't do that.
Well, there are also maybe cuts, during camp. There will be cuts.
There will be.
Sure.
And they're like, we're just going to scour the waiver wire and pick someone up.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking for trade candidates, if you're trying to say who are some names that they could potentially go after, the 2 easiest places to look are going to be Miami and San Francisco, because Mike McDaniel and Kyle Shanahan, 2 guys there who have thrown tons of 3rd and 4th round picks, or in San Francisco's case, they've got the highest paid running back in the NFL, but they throw a ton of resources at the running back position, just a bunch of darts, and then they have a committee approach essentially. So Miami is Jeff Wilson, who has been decent for the 49ers in the past, Miami, UNT grad. Do the Dolphins say, we've got 3 running backs that are capable. It doesn't make sense to have a 4th. Let's see if we can get something at the end of training camp.
I'd take Jeff Wilson.
Jordan Mason in San Francisco, or Elijah Mitchell, whichever one of those has fallen out of favor. Elijah Mitchell is not playing nearly as well as he did when he signed his contract. He's started to have some struggles. I think he averaged like 3 yards per carry. Miles Sanders is third on the depth chart in Carolina right now. And they feel like, man, we missed on that one. Do you try and reclaim the Miles Sanders project?
Trade for him, you're trading for his contract too, right? I mean, like that's
you are trading for basically on the cap hit anything that is still due in terms of guaranteed money. Like that's basically, so you're not going to get the full cap hit, but you'll end up splitting whatever it is. I do think that ultimately they're going to keep. I do think that they're going to keep 4 running backs in this one right now. Broadus and I were talking about this yesterday. Deuce Vaughn, Hunter Lipke, Rico Dowdle, Ezekiel Elliott are probably the favorites. Royce Freeman's got an outside chance to really push for a roster spot. But the name that if you're looking for one to watch during training camp, you know how we always get the undrafted free agent story who is making all these plays at camp and goodness, we can't cut
which
him.
I fell for last year.
Well, he was drafted though. He was a
barely.
stud.
Barely.
I know, barely. Nathaniel Pete is definitively outside the roster right now. He's not even on the bubble. He's outside the roster. But he's an undrafted free agent out of Missouri. Lot of intriguing traits that nobody else in the running back room has right now. So he signed with the Cowboys after the draft, started his career at Stanford, transferred to Missouri, played there. He has receiving ability. When he was at Stanford, he led the Pac-12 in kickoff return yards, and he's quite literally a track star. He was named All-State 3 times in track in high school. He won the 100 meters, the state 100 meters in high school. Both of his parents were star track runners at University of Washington. But his numbers are unlike anything else you have in the Cowboys running back room in terms of what he put up athletically. At his pro day in the spring, his 40-yard dash was 4.37. His vertical was 41 inches. His broad jump was 10 feet, 8 inches. No one else in the running back room even compares to those numbers. And so you're talking about a guy who was a pretty strong recruit coming out of high school, went to a big program like Stanford, transferred back to Missouri to be closer to home, but played in big programs, has experience there, did not get the tires run off of him while he was in college, didn't have like a huge workload, has an athleticism and a burst that they just do not have in the running back room right now. So Nathaniel Pete is one that if you're looking for a dark horse to follow along with during training camp, he's going to be somebody who I think people are going to see highlight reel plays of when we're out there in camp.
Helo, D-Belt, every day at this time on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. Tonight, we have the All-Star game, but last night was the national anthem, the highlight of the Home Run Derby. And where does it land on the list of all-time worst anthems? That kicks off the final hour of a Tolo Tuesday with Sean, RJ, and Bobby right after this.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, he's got to go. Get legs. Get legs.
Oscar Hernandez is your 2024 T-Mobile Home Run Derby champ. It was up there forever and came up just short.
Fun ending, everything else boring. Final hour, fist pump time. I saw Carter getting it. I saw Payton Russell back from Italy getting it. Bobby, RJ, I'm Sean Sharif. This is your home of the World Series champs and the All-Star game tonight, 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. This thing to me was like NASCAR yesterday. It was laps. Same thing, okay?
Yes. That's a good way to put it. NASCAR.
Same thing. Well, when's a wreck going to happen? When's someone going to go on a streak? Are we going to get the superstar? And by the way, I've never seen anyone doing pregame for any of these home run derby shows or the dunk contest ever pick like the right person. No one has ever picked like the correct home run derby winner. Teoscar Hernandez becomes the first Dodger ever to win it. Disappointment for Pete Alonso. Disappointment for Gunnar Henderson. Bobby Witt lived up to the hype. Adolis Garcia hits 18 bombs, but that was boring.
Yeah, it had the whole thing was a lull. The start of it was like, all right, let's just see how this thing gets going. Does it start off a little slow? In the past years they had done a bracket style 1 versus 8, and obviously 2-7, etc. This year it was just top 4 move on. That's the right way to go. Top 4 move on. No bracket style to start, and they did the bracket style, and then it got good at the very, very end with Witt and Teoscar. But other than that, it was kind of mid.
And I know we've had this discussion in the last week or so about the idea of, well, MLB's got to figure out a way to get Ohtani in there, got to figure out a way to get... I don't know with the way the format is right now that even moves the needle for me. Like, I don't think I'm that much... I'm interested in the idea of them doing it, and if I could sit there in the stands and watch how far the ball's hit and everything like that, but the way that time runs and how quick they have to go to the next swing, and you can't linger on a shot of the ball sailing out there.
Has Shohei done it?
I think he may did it one time.
I don't know.
I would I agree that the most epic ones are when there's no timer. Right? The ones with McGuire and Bonds and Griffey and Sosa, and then of course the Josh Hamilton one. Those are the most epic ones. They wanted to drag on for 6 hours. I think Bobby had a good idea. Do the first round of untimed, just 10 outs, and then go to a timed one at the end.
He did do it in 2021.
Yeah. So I think
that was pre-Diva days.
Yeah. So I just think you got to find ways to get these superstars in it. You got to find ways to, if you can.
He bet the under because he went out in the first round.
Yeah, you got to be able to get those guys in. Because, Alex Baum, he doesn't move the needle. Teoscar doesn't move the needle either. Jose Ramirez is a superstar. He's a great player. He's one of the best players in the league. He doesn't do much for me either.
Nope.
I was looking at like Pete Alonso, Adolis. I love Bobby Jr. So there was a couple of guys. Gunner, like some of these guys, they'll do it for you. And then there's others that are just like, am I really, like, what are we doing here?
I don't know. Maybe they need to, because obviously you'll hear about batting practice all-stars. Like different guys who, oh my gosh, they put on a show in batting practice that they don't then similarly put on in the game. So I don't know. Do they end up finding somebody who has light tower power, for instance, in the minor leagues maybe? Like, do you start doing what the NBA did where they're like, we got to go find a Mac McClung, somebody who's on the lower level but who's just so good in this particular event that we can get some juice to it, and also get the underdog story next to these superstars.
Yeah, if you were to go and you were to look, like, if you were to have Ohtani and Judge and Jordan and Matt Olson and Stant, like, these are these 6'7", just behemoth humans. Like, that have the... I don't want to see Alex Bregman scrape the wall and hit a home run 3 rows deep. I want to see guys hit the ball, and I want to see that thing go in the upper deck over the Comerica Bank sign. That's what I want.
Why should, because you got on Judge and the other guys for not participating. Why should those guys participate but not the NBA superstars of the highest stardom in the dunk contest?
Oh, they should.
So you think that they should all do it every year?
LeBron had a responsibility to the game to participate one time in the dunk contest.
I agree with that, but I don't think he should do it every year.
Not every year. Judge did it one time. His rookie year, hasn't done it since. Ohtani's done it, like you said, the one time. Stanton has done it a couple times, but he can put on a show. I have no idea. I don't remember Jordan doing it. I'd love to see him do it. Pete Alonso does it every year. Good for him. He's one of the best home run hitters in the game. I just think that, you need to have these guys at least every couple of years get into it. Do it together. You all join in and say, dude, we're going to do this. We're going to make side bets, for crying out loud. Ohtani would love to make a side bet.
That's Sean already had the Ohtani betting joke. $2.5 million is the prize pool that they have. Like the prize money that gets doled out.
Winner gets $1 million.
So do you say narrow the field? Narrow it to 4, guarantee everybody $500,000. That gets you up to $2 million, and then the winner takes home the other $500,000 to get to $1 million. Like, do you have to narrow the field and just start paying participants to show up?
I don't have a huge problem with them not doing it like I do NBA stars not doing it. I like learning about Hernandez.
Mm-hmm.
I like seeing what he can do. I like looking at a different batting stance. Like, I don't need those big dogs last night. I need the format change. I need something different versus just, all right, home run to the outfield. It was more entertaining for me to watch Ranger fans in the outfield catch the balls than it was. I'm not even joking.
The kids? Or you mean the people in the stands?
No, the people in the stands.
Yeah.
Watching them catch it, go crazy. It was more entertaining for me to follow that than it was these guys actually hitting.
Yeah, I just the lack of.
I'm fine with the field.
The
lack of field in the NBA bothers me more than it does in baseball.
It does.
And you get bigger names and you get much bigger names in the Derby.
Much bigger, absolutely. The lack of to me, Bobby's right. The lack of being able to see the ball land and really pay attention to that, and instead of focusing on the next pitch, which has got to come in the next 3 seconds, if you want to be able to get 40 pitches in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean that was the MLB.
These guys get tired too.
Yes,
MLB has done so many things right with tweaks and changes in recent years. Whether it be even when there was doubt, whether it be the pitch clock and the different things with the bases, or the Field of Dreams game, which has been a big success.
The draft,
the fact that the World Baseball Classic has really had a resurgence where people were interested in it. All that has been so right. They just have not been able to figure this one out. And it used to be something that was.
I don't know if it's a humongous. No one talks about this as big of a problem as the dunk contest.
Right.
Sure. I think it's because, like you mentioned earlier in the show, how many, like at 5:30, where you're like, how many different ways can you hit a home run? Yeah. Other than it went further. And so, whereas with the dunk, you got guys who can push creative limits. And if they get lazy or they're backing out, then it becomes a little bit of a shoulder shrug.
With the dunk contest, it's. You are getting no names oftentimes. And this, like you said, this is at least, Marcelo's going to still, you heard of him. You know Jose Ramirez. You know Gunnar Henderson, Pete Alonso, Adolis.
All right, I think there's no argument to be made that the story of the night was before the Derby. Ingrid Andress, Tolo Amy hit me up and said that her dog was a Tolo. When we played this earlier in the show, very disturbed by what's about to come through your speakers. This is an actual professional singer doing the anthem in Arlington last night.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed by the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare,
oh God,
the bombs bursting in
air,
gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
It is strong.
Or the
Just finish.
land
Come on. Let's get.
of the free.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah.
And the home of the brave.
Okay.
Oh, Ingrid.
Is this just a result of how everyone's, it's not auto-tune, but the voice effects cover everything up?
I don't know enough about her to know how much she auto-tunes.
No, but just in general, like how many singers would get exposed like this if they were to sing the anthem naked?
Man, rare that bad.
That's bad.
Because that sounds on purpose in some sections.
It does sound like she purposely was trying to screech it.
Like there's no amount of auto-tune that can retune that back into the correct key. Like it's so bad. And I was looking up different things about it. First off, I hate that I share a biographical detail with this young lady as I
like you do J.D. Vance?
Yeah, okay. I take a look.
Do you think you look like J.D. Vance?
No,
at all?
I don't. I think all these people that people keep trying to say I look like lately. It's just like All right,
the Brewers pitcher, and J.D. Vance.
You definitely the Brewers pitcher. I think
so.
J.D. Vance is a fatter Klay Travis.
Okay.
I don't think I look like either of them. But I looked at her Twitter profile, and she includes in her bio, recovering homeschooler.
Oh, see, that's a problem.
But she was a homeschooler because her dad is Brad Andress. Her name is Ingrid Andress. Brad Andress is her dad, and he was the strength and conditioning coach for the Colorado Rockies for a decade. And so because of all their travels and everything, she had to be homeschooled. And so her dad.
Wait a second.
I don't know.
She could have just switched schools like everybody else?
I don't know.
Payton went and dug up. I asked him to dig up the other worst anthems of all time because I think that always produces fantastic radio. Pepe, let's start with Fergie. Fergie on the mic.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly waves at the twilight's last gleam?
Okay, stop it. Unless the singing gets much, much worse. I don't remember this one. This is not worse singing.
No.
This is a whole stylistic argument.
She was at least
not
screeching and
yes. This is not a cat being strangled like Ingrid.
This was a stylistic of the anthem change. Like that's it.
No, she had some pitchier part. It was not as bad as that other girl. But like she gets to a point where she's like like she does that whole bit. So
all right, continue with it, Pepe. Let's see if the singing gets bad for Fergie.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight.
All right, that singing's not as bad, but I know this one is on the Mount Rushmore of horrificness. Carl Lewis.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we have?
All right, stop. So far,
it's not worse.
This
No,
is
it's
not worse.
It's not that bad.
This is not worse than the professional singer. Continue.
At the twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars
This isn't that bad.
through the perilous fight, o'er the rampart we watch, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red flag.
Oh, there it is.
Uh-oh.
Hey, yo, stop. Did he do during it?
He did.
That's amazing.
The Charlie Steiner, because Charlie would go do these random sports centers where he could not get through it without laughing. This was one of those moments where he's dying laughing.
Okay, this
when
is not as
replaying
bad.
This.
This is not as bad as last night.
No, that's he can't hit the higher register.
Yeah.
The national anthem is
The
a
register.
notoriously difficult song to say. It's a really rangy song. She messed up every range of the song.
Yes.
It was awful.
That was bad. All right, so there it is, the highlight and low light of last night and the home run derby. Sean Sharif, our Jay Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Butt. We got Payton and Carter in the back. Friend of the show, Terrell Davis, with an absolute nightmare playing story. And the biggest nightmare in sports broadcasting is finally going away. That's next on 105.3 The Fan. But
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it?
On 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Window Nation Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I knew as soon as this headline came out that he was innocent. Terrell Davis, right up there with Darren Woodson as nicest athletes I've ever met personally. And this thing turned ugly yesterday for the Hall of Fame running back. He blasted United Airlines, and here's apparently what went down. TD was on the flight with his family, okay, over the weekend. He said, "I'm still in shock over the traumatizing events that occurred Saturday aboard a United flight from Denver to Orange County with my wife, my 2 sons, and daughter. During the beverage service, my son politely requested a cup of ice. The flight attendant either didn't hear or ignored his request and continued past our row. I calmly reached behind me and lightly tapped his arm to get his attention to again ask for a cup of ice for my son. His response and the events that followed should stun all of us. Now, I'll stop right there. I'm trying to be objective here. I have never, because we've all had that happen, right? The cart person passes you. I definitely have not like reached back and touched them. I would be like, ma'am, sir. I would like say that or say it like a little louder to where they definitely hear me and they turn back and be like, we'll get you on the way back, or sorry we missed you. But the only thing I would have said to TD is like, maybe be careful, like don't touch anyone.
Yep.
That's my little minor criticism of it.
Especially with a high profile. Like a potential high profile where somebody views you as a walking, oh, here's a lawsuit I can get.
Like, I can't remember the last time I've never randomly tapped like a service industry person. Like, even if a waiter like walks by in the restaurant, doesn't miss, I'm not like, hey, tap, 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 not touching. Anyway.
Yeah, only ears.
Yeah,
well done.
That's a key part here. That's a key part.
All right, he continues. He shouted, "Don't hit me."
Hit.
And left the cart to hurriedly approach the front of the plane. I was confused, as were the passengers in front of me who witnessed the exchange. I thought nothing of it other than this particular employee was incredibly rude and blatantly wrong in his accusations of me hitting him. I did not see or interact with him further for the duration of the flight. Did not interact, did not see this person. As we landed in Orange County, the pilot asked all passengers to remain seated, and 6 FBI and law enforcement agents boarded the plane. Sounds like they had it better covered than Trump in Pennsylvania. The FBI agents and local authorities, that was Secret Service. The Secret Service. The
terrible organization. Some of the worst surveillance I've ever seen.
TD continues. The FBI agents and local authorities proceeded directly to my seat and immediately placed me in handcuffs while seated and without any explanation in front of my wife and children while the entire flight of passengers watched in silence. I was then removed from the flight while being recorded by multiple passengers as I was paraded off of the plane in handcuffs by the officers. I was and remain humiliated, embarrassed, powerless, and angry. Davis says once in custody and after telling his side of the story, the law enforcement agents agreed there was no reason for him being detained and profusely apologized to him. TD said, I have yet to hear anything from United Airlines. The traumatizing experiences of my 2 sons, my daughter, and my wife watching me being placed in handcuffs without due process or any explanation cannot be undone. His legal team will be in contact with the airlines for a proper investigation into the flight attendant. And he said, I refuse to stand by without speaking out on this disgusting display of injustice and deplorable treatment by United.
Ooh.
Wow.
Man, it's been a bad year for United. They had a lot of issues. I mean, their plane had a wheel fall off.
It's a bad year for planes in general.
It's a bad year for planes in general. United has been a cut above everybody else. And you have this one. A wild scene. Like there's anybody with half a brain knows the difference between tapping you on the shoulder to get your attention and hitting you. Especially, am I wrong? Terrell Davis is a large individual. If he wanted to hit you, you'd be on the ground.
Well,
you'd be out.
What was he? Reaching back like that?
It was excuse me, like that. Something like that. That could have been something. If it's a woman there and you accidentally touch a part of her chest that you shouldn't touch, that's obviously a completely different story. If it's just the arm,
toots.
Yeah, hey toots. If it's just the arm, excuse me, ma'am, sir.
Yeah,
that's. It's not appropriate. Keep your hands off people, but it's not something that should put you in handcuffs. And this better not be a $1,500 travel voucher that he gets.
What? What do you mean?
You
mean he should get more?
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
You parade him off. I mean, the embarrassment and humiliation alone
with your children there.
That's worth 2 commas.
I don't know. I mean, if we're in the back of the plane heading to Oxnard,
2 commas.
He's a public figure. Embarrassment, humiliation. Unnecessary detention.
I don't know if we can
make it up crimes right now.
It's like principle.
Like if I'm in like D 105 on the way to Oxnard, if that gets me to deplane faster, like they just say, hey, everybody else sit down, we got to walk this guy off the plane. I might be in favor of then just trying to explain myself once I get off the plane. I might take that risk, but I can't imagine it's exactly the way that he presented it. I just can't, unless this guy knew exactly who Terrell Davis was and was just.
I think it's more likely that you had a butthurt employee versus Terrell Davis acting wrong.
I think it's definitely more likely that it's closer to what Terrell Davis is represented as, but I can't imagine it's exactly the way it's like, excuse me, and then it's like, oh, I've been assaulted. I think it's probably.
I want to hear from other people sitting right by him and see whether he tapped. Tap,
to find the tap.
903 says, wham, wham, don't touch someone. So, I mean, a lot of people will come down on that. Like we'll come down on it with the same thought.
What else has been happening in the air?
Well, let's see. There was a investigation after two airliners nearly collide midair. How about that one? That's kind of cool. Or not. This is in Syracuse, New York. And an American flight and a Delta flight were less than 750 feet apart. So what
I'd rather my plane crash in the air than be on the ground in Syracuse.
So what happened was there was a
maybe
flight
not this summer. I don't know. I just can speak for the winter.
The winter's awful. The winter is awful. So what happened is that a flight was landing and the other flight was taking off. So the American Airlines flight is landing. The Delta flight's taking off and they get confused. They're like, all right, you're clear. And the other one's like, you're clear to land, but you're clear to take off. So the American Airlines flight, as the Delta flight is taking off, realizes that there's someone else on the runway. They decide to get back up in the air, right? They hit their go-around procedure. And the Delta flight takes off, and as the American flight's hitting the go-around, the Delta flight's getting closer and closer and closer and closer. And then one flight veers off to the right, and they get to within 750 feet, and some say within 625 feet, which is way, way too close. And now you've got yourself a major problem as you have two planes almost colliding midair. Not a good year.
If I went to the company and said, I'm too scared to fly to Oxnard, what would happen?
They get you the Sharif cruiser, the Sharif bus. And then it's
another RV.
It's New Orleans all over again. New Orleans Super Bowl for y'all.
Yeah, I could have Slater ditch again like last week.
Broadus would ride over there with you. Broadus hates flying. I'm not.
How long would that take? What day would I have to leave?
I
can be even gone.
Oxnard.
I can even be gone longer from my
it's
kids.
An easy full day drive, right?
I think your 2-day trip going to Oxnard on bus.
2-day trip. All right, I'll fly.
2-day trip or.
No, but
the end of your life.
But what would happen? Forget it. They're not going to get me. Take the cruiser out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and this is what I keep asking about. If people have brought this up to their companies or their bosses, like, I don't want to put my life in jeopardy. Do you have a legit argument these days during these times, or would that be viewed as soft?
You have more of a legit argument now than ever before. And anything you don't want to do. I don't feel comfortable going outside.
Yeah, it's 2024.
I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, but for the flight.
Look, I would imagine that they can probably, I bet if you dove into statistics, and we've talked about this during the course of all this Boeing stuff, I bet if you dove into the statistics similar to the way a Boeing dives into the ground, that you would look at it and you would say that plane crashes are probably still happening on average about the same that they've happened for like 20, 30 years, I would guess.
Really?
Or plane deaths.
Yes.
Deaths due to plane crashes, I would imagine, are probably going to be a similar rate that they've always been. Because you got to remember, it definitely was a massive story when the Lion Air stuff happened and the Boeing planes were having their issues. And I think since then, we are amplifying every single one of them. I'm not saying that it's not happening more frequently. We're definitely having incidents happen, I think, more frequently. But I also think they're being amplified more frequently than they would have 20 years ago, where we would have scrolled past that story.
But what about 10 or 15 years ago? We've had TV coverage in the internet for 10 years.
More than that, it's 30. But yeah, like nobody's. I'm not going to say it, but like, you know, these incidents are obviously outside the Lion Air and the Egyptian Air one, which was 6 years ago or whatever. You know, these planes aren't crashing. The wheels coming off.
Yeah.
They're screwing up by shorting the runway.
Doors coming off.
Yeah, the door came off.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So not death.
Somebody could have been in that seat. They were damn lucky that nobody was in that seat.
Well, I mean,
the Alaskan Air one, right? They were flying right out of that, flown right out of that
because, I mean,
plane.
Southwest had that issue where the window blew out a couple years ago and somebody died in that incident.
We have the final 2 minutes reserved for my most hated figure in sports.
I'm right here.
Broadcasting, the history of sports broadcasting. Yesterday, the news came out. Skip Bayless and FS1 are departing ways. And it's after 8 years. Thank God he's finally going away, or at least off of FS1 and their national airwaves. And I hate Skip Bayless more than Bobby hates Orlovsky. I think you can take your most hated sports person, my hatred for Bayless, and everything he did to poison this industry. I think that's the tops. That trumps any of your hatreds. And I don't even know who my close second place is.
I was going to say, if he's out now, like let's say he's out of sports media, who are you targeting as your number one now?
Jeff Passan. I'm trying to think who else.
Cowherd?
No, not even close. I just lost respect for Cowherd in terms of
effort.
Yeah, I just lost some respect for. I hate Skip.
Carton?
Nope.
You don't hate Carton? I can't stand that guy.
I don't pay enough attention to Craig Carton to hate him. I don't take him seriously.
Yep.
I mean, I didn't take Skip seriously, but
Carton's a radio guy who got offered a bag of money to do TV, and he's just taking it until they cancel the show.
Yeah.
And then he'll go back to radio, and he'll be fine.
Who's your one?
Most hated?
He can't bring himself to hate anybody.
I know, but you got to answer it.
Yeah.
Or
I
you
don't
can't detest.
I don't like Cowherd. I really don't.
Really?
No, I don't.
I don't like Mike Greenberg.
I was going to say, that was the one I was going to you don't. I know you've said you don't like Greenberg.
I don't like Mike Greenberg. I don't think he hasn't done anything to try to harm sports broadcasting. Skip did.
Clay Travis?
Oh, yeah. Clay Travis is too. But I don't count him as sports. I'm trying to keep it to sports.
I'm not a fan of Dan.
Patrick?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't like Dan.
Ooh, why?
I think he's just a little smug. I'm just not a fan.
Big Rob Dibble.
He's a little smuggy.
I was a big Dibble fan because I used to run the board for that show.
Whoa!
And I know, right? And
wait, so you interacted with them?
No. I was
locally. Come on, he's running local stop sets.
So
Sean.
I had to listen to that thing every day. Dibble was by far the star of that show, and Dan's ego couldn't take it.
Oh, I totally disagree. I think Dan is
his ego couldn't take it.
Dan
and
is
the reason he left ESPN, he was on a golf course and he was told, "You're a brand. You need to leave."
Who?
Dan was told he was on a golf course.
I thought Dan left ESPN.
Yeah, he was told you're a brand by an outsider. He said, "You're a brand. You need to start your own thing." Yeah, great. He is. But Dibble was the star of that show. He was the more fun, entertaining guy.
I love both of them together.
Yeah, I did too.
Phil the Show Killer was the star of that show. Okay.
Olbermann, he went crazy.
Yeah.
He went crazy. He's talented. What was the other guy? God. Oh, Kilby. Craig Kilborn. He was fantastic.
Your one is Dan?
Yeah, I grew up listening to Dan Pat.
Your one hatred.
Oh no, Dan Orlovsky. Yeah, it'd be Orlovsky or I don't know Marcus Mosher if he gets any bigger profile.
Who's yours, Payton?
Oh, it's Russo for sure. Christopher Russo. Yeah.
Oh, I like it. Right in RJ's heart. Right to the chest. Right there. Right there.
But then you're sending Ari Myrov tweets and he's so great.
He's a whale, man. He's a whale. So he gets stuff first.
All right, let's ask Bassick if Bruce Bochy messed up tonight's lineup like Choppy thinks, and is Reggie worried about the Klay Thompson video at all? Crosstalk with KNC next on The Fan. But let me go.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Hex. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Hernandez toward the bullpen. And it's carrying, and it's out of here. He's got 6. Hernandez, left field. It is going. It is gone. Second deck.
Home Run Derby champion, All-Star game tonight on this radio station. It's Mike Bassick and Reggie Atatula here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, guys. Reggie, what's coming up?
Obviously, myself, Mike, and Medford all made it to Globe Life Field for the Home Run Derby, so we'll give our observations from that experience.
You went as well.
Yeah. Thankfully got a credential, so made sure to get out there.
Now, you're going to start off the show with that?
Yeah, we're going to start off the show with that.
Okay.
But there's plenty to talk about. In fact, I was interested, and I think we both were really interested in hearing you guys' conversation because I was trying to look at the TV copy, but also I'm present in the moment.
Yeah.
And so getting you guys' your opinion on the TV copy versus the in-arena experience, I think we had very different perspectives. And so I'm super interested in kind of talking about maybe why that is. Because obviously a majority of people around the nation are getting the TV copy as opposed to being in the
So you thought it was awesome in person. I thought it was tremendously boring on TV. And when I tweeted it was boring, someone did write back that Mike had some good Derby ideas. Is that accurate? I didn't hear it yesterday, but you came with some ideas.
I will tell you this. They had, I don't think it was on television, they didn't show the high school home run derby while they had a commercial break, did they?
No.
They showed Bobby like when he was in the high school.
Okay, so they had a high school home run derby during a commercial break. The two guys, they hit with metal bats. They were hitting the ball further than Gunnar Henderson. I do think if you gave these guys 5 swings with those metal bats, so their last 5 swings, instead of like the 3 outs, maybe the 3 out thing, you give them a metal bat. Now, I do think they could maybe hit the ball up to 140 miles an hour.
You would kill a fan.
That's the scary part, but I think you could see a 600-foot home run. I think you could see the upper deck. That one that's way up there. Like if Aaron Judge did it, I think he could clear those stands with the metal bat.
Sign up there.
And so that's the only thing is I think that they just couldn't do it because you could maybe brain damage or kill a fan. But that would be entertaining. Now, would it be entertaining 10 years from now? If you did, if you did 10 years of metal bat stuff, like we might get bored with that too. Like, all right, I've seen it. They hit the ball 550 to 600 feet. Like, I get it. Our world is so tough to entertain now. Because let me ask you this.
Except for the fan.
You're a tennis guy.
Not really. I don't watch any of it.
Okay. If you saw them set up a machine where guys had to return 200-mile-an-hour serves, would you think that was like impressive? Because you know how tough it is to return a 100-mile serve?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It would be
But then after a while, we'd be like, you know how impressive it is. So for Alex Baum in the first round to get 40 pitches and hit 20 home runs, I'm like, dude, he just hit out of 40 pitches seen, he was 50% home run. That is almost impossible to do for any human being in Major League Baseball. And I know he's not the biggest name, and he's not Ohtani, he's not Judge or Harper.
Great hair.
But I'm like, my gosh, to hit 50% home runs when you get a pitch thrown is almost impossible.
Reggie Mack Angle, Fort Star Telegram, not great hair.
Hard disagree.
He tweeted out, well, you think anyone's hair is great. He tweeted out a lot of empty seats. Did you notice that there?
I don't know that I agree with that.
It was
felt
like
it
the
was,
very well. There's no agree or disagree. They were empty, but at the very top, it was like 3 or 4 rows at the very top.
Are they? Is that? I know in the past they have at Globe Life put like sections, blocked off sections for media. Was that like Mac was in the media section and was pointing to like the overflow? That may have been him pointing to like the overflow for media. That's just a theory. I have no idea.
Doesn't media overflow generally they'll have a table attached to it?
No, like I mean during the World Series in 2010 and 11, the media like overflow media was put in a section that they had blocked off in the stadium.
I was in the auxiliary press box, which is kind of what you're talking about there. That means I wasn't in the regular press box.
What's the opposite of well?
I mean, we had plenty of people there. I could see like the very top level in the corners. There was definitely some empty seats, but I was like, are we expecting this to be like full all the way to the gills in that way?
Yes.
I wonder this.
Or bring down the prices.
Well, yeah.
I do think that they overpriced the home run derby. To be honest, I think they overpriced it. But I think that a lot of those fans were in the standing room only on the concourse in left field because that was well overflowed. Like that was packed where you couldn't move on the concourse of the second deck, the 100 levels. That was overflowing. And I'm wondering if you had a ticket way up there, if you were like, I'm not going way up there. I'm going to stand on the concourse where possibly I could get a home run ball. And Cole Tucker, who's a Tolo and listens to the show, he sent me a text. One of his buddies caught an Adolis Garcia home run ball during the Derby, and it was autographed by Adolis Garcia. So I don't know this. But
I think he autographed them before he hit them?
I think the guys autographed like 100 baseballs before. So when you got a baseball, I'm not 100% sure about this, but if you got a Gunnar Henderson home run ball or a Adolis Garcia home run ball, I think they autographed 100 balls before the Derby. So I think when you caught a Derby ball, I think you got their autograph on whoever hit it. I don't know.
Where did you sit?
I was down the first baseline, like a little bit into the outfield area. Is there breaking news?
Yep.
That's from who?
Let's see. Well, I saw the New York Post. Who was the main? Oh, Philadelphia Inquirer. Joe Bryant, father of Kobe, has passed away. 69.
Joe Jellybean.
Oh, rest in peace, Jellybean.
69?
69.
Man, young. Sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
That's okay. I was in first base. I was first base side in the 100 levels.
Oh,
yeah. See,
is that a well or?
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's absolutely
a well.
Big money over here.
Mike, did you guys, by the way, see any celebrities or pseudo celebs like walking around? Amanda was freaking out. There were some Bravo people at
really?
Dang it, Texas Live. And she was like, why aren't we there? Why didn't you give me tickets to go over there, at least at Texas Live? Did you see any big dog? And did the anthem sound as bad in person?
Worse
in person?
It was not
Did
good
you notice
at all.
it?
Yeah, man. First note.
Yeah, man.
First note, it was like, oh no, this is not on the right track. So yeah, no, it was not a good experience. And you could tell everyone around, because again, media area, everyone's kind of trying to hold in kind of the way that they view it, and you could hear kind of murmurs once it ended on. People were trying to hold it together for her. Bless her heart is how I had to put it.
When it ended, I looked at the person I took to the event and I go, "Hey, that was horrible, right?" And he goes, "Yes, that was horrible." And then everybody around us was like, "That was really bad."
Michael, do you agree with RJ Chop? He is not happy with Bruce Bochy's lineup with Aaron Judge hitting fourth instead of third and maybe missing Paul Skeens tonight.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about the lineup. Now, I get it.
I'm dumbfounded.
Quan is batting, what, 360 something?
352.
Okay, so it's dropping.
He's leading the league, though. He leads all the majors.
And probably by the end of the year, it'll probably be 310. Like, just to be honest. Like, that's just...
But let me play devil's advocate. Should Bruce Bochy make the lineup for is Paul Skeens? I know everything about him, but have we reached that level of it has to be Judge versus Skeens, and that is by far the number one most attractive? Like, we have to have it. And then my follow-up is, all right, your answer to that's yes. And then the follow-up to that is it still the ultimate respect for you to be put as the cleanup? I know we've changed in terms of hitting first, hitting second. Is it still the ultimate respect for Judge as the big dog to hit cleanup.
No, I don't think there's any respect now in the lineup. I think that guys are like, as long as I'm batting 1 through 4, that's the respect. Wherever I am, 1 through 4, you're the big dogs.
Mm-hmm.
So, because 2 is usually now the best, but I don't think people go, I'm a 2-hole hitter.
Right.
Because you have Mookie Betts, Ronald Acuna Jr., Gunnar Henderson at times. Like, you have some of the best, if not the best hitters in the game batting first. But yet we never look at the leadoff spot as like that is a spot. Aaron Judge has led off before. Usually we look at the second hitter, Corey Seager, for our lineup, as that's where you're trying to put your best hitter. But sometimes guys go with the first guy. Gunnar Henderson's the best hitter for Baltimore, and he leads off the majority of times. Mookie Betts has been the best hitter for a while on his team. Now it's Ohtani, but
by the way, has all that
off.
changed in Little League as well?
It depends on the coach. I mean, some coaches are very old school, and they go with a more old school lineup, and others kind of some try to break it up, righty-lefty. Some try to balance it out, so you don't have like all your good hitters here and then crap at the bottom of the lineup.
All right, Reggie.
What's up?
Did the Klay Thompson video scare you?
Gonna be completely honest, didn't see the Klay Thompson.
Hasn't
video.
seen it.
All
All
right,
right.
what happened?
I got it for you.
Help me out.
This is what I wanted to talk about the most.
It was he was getting worked in a pickup basketball game in China or something.
It was not in China.
Yes, it was. It was it was Hong Kong. That's where he was. Look.
Really?
Was he actually there?
Yeah, he dead serious is.
Okay. All right. So.
All right.
Here you go, Mike. I want you to go ahead and watch some of these highlights.
Okay.
And go back.
I think I might have accidentally saw this last night, but I didn't know what I was watching.
A little bit.
Choppy, what did you see while the guys take it in?
I saw a guy who he could not get separation off the dribble from the dude that's at least 7 inches shorter than him.
I want to sign that Asian kid.
Blowing by him left and right. He's doing the old power dribble. You do the power. You can't get by somebody, so you're dribbling hard. Terrible.
Like, Reggie, how much are you just dismissing this as, 50%, 60% pickup ball pace?
Yeah, I mean, that is probably right. Like, that idea is probably about 60% of my reaction is, hey, he's out there just kind of getting some run. However, when you already, and I guess I'll speak for me, when I already had some concerns about what the degradation of his defense is, that lateral quickness, those types of things, because he used to be an elite defender. You see a little bit in there of guys getting the better of him, and look, it's hoops. It's going to happen. However, it starts to add on to some of that that worry, that concern that I already had. We'll see. I mean, I've resigned myself to we'll see. 82 games of the regular season is where this will get figured out, not in these videos, because this is a postseason team now. But that is something I'm going to be anxiously watching all season long.
Also, the guy is even though I was joking about it earlier, the guy did play 4 years at Rice, and the guy who's working him and started for the basketball team, and he's a 6'2" point.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson's not going to be asked to guard a bunch of 6'2" shifty point guard
types. What did
types.
you see in that, Mike?
I'm fine with it because I look at it this way. Max Scherzer could go to A-ball and not make the All-Star team because it's a different game. And so you don't know the scouting reports. The other thing is they don't have an ability to make adjustments, and then you're like, what the hell is this kid actually trying to do right now? And so in the NBA, you have scouting reports. You have where your help is going to be or where it's supposed to be. You have their tendencies and all those things. So a lot of times when you're a professional and you're playing non-professionals in just a random situation, and A-ball guys are professionals.
Why is A-ball different?
Because guys are free swingers. It takes you a while to be like, oh, I just need to throw 3 curveballs in the dirt. I can't do that in the major leagues, but you can do that in A-ball. So then you're like, wait, am I even really pitching right now if I'm not actually even going to have to throw strikes? And it doesn't make sense. Your brain has been controlled by what real professional is, and then you go to non-professional, and they're doing some things that really throw you off because you're like, well, ultimately that would never work in a real professional major league NBA situation. I'm not saying he hasn't lost a step. He obviously has. And I don't want to ever watch Klay Thompson get the ball and go one-on-one.
Sure.
Like the rest of his career, I never want to see that. So I'm not surprised that he's not juking guys and cooking guys. He's been more of a catch-and-shoot guy his whole career.
All right, the fellas are up next. Tomorrow we'll have the Hump Day edition with a recap of the All-Star Game, another giveaway, and we'll chop it up during the Expressway. The KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Like snake. Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. You got Reginald Atatula in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick Jr., as always, here. And Alec Medford on the ones and twos. We're the KNC Masterpiece for today and all the way throughout the week here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for hanging out with us. And always get involved with the program by texting in to the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. You can also see us on Twitch and YouTube. And all three of the KNC Masterpiece participants today were at Globe Life Field last night for the Home Run Derby. It was a fun time. And look, let's go ahead and get to some of the fun of this. Let's start with cut number one because I think this was the loudest that the building was during the course of the event was when Adolis Garcia was introduced.
Making his second Derby appearance. His forearms are the size of my back. The 2020-23 ALCS MVP and World Series champion from your Texas Rangers, from Ciego de Ávila, Cuba. Make some noise for Adolis Garcia!
Boy, I think they hate me. My big team. Ain't no parties in the garden.
I'm amazed. I don't even know that the TV copy how loud it got in the stadium.
The music, I didn't know this until I just heard it. The music drowned out the standing ovation that Adolis got in the building.
It was incredible.
Which was great. I feel like he needs it. It's for another topic, but I feel like Adolis needs to feel loved right now because I think his confidence is way down on himself.
Yeah.
And so I love that moment. I love the attitude that he came out of that box from.
Yeah, I was wondering when they rolled that box onto the dirt. I was like, "What is this? Is that a backstop? Like, because that takes away from the batter's eye. Is that going to be there?"
Yeah, I didn't know either.
Yeah, I was like, "This is weird."
They put it together. Then I saw the players. Before television could see it, all the players get in there, and I was like, "Oh, that's how they're going to be introduced."
And it was a cool introduction. What was your takeaways? What were your observations from the Home Run Derby? Because just listening to Sean and RJ kind of be a little bit of our proxy because I tried in the auxiliary press box, obviously watching the game, but I tried to look at the TV copy a little bit to get a little bit of a feel. But using Sean, RJ, Bobby, Payton as my kind of proxy for the folks watching at home, I felt like I had a very different experience than what they described with the Derby on television.
It was awesome being there. I loved it. It's one of those things that I haven't gone. Now, I don't remember a lot about being at the 1995 Home Run Derby, except it was during the day. So if you were out in Arlington and taking in the events at the All-Star Village around like 2 o'clock to, let's say, 5 o'clock, can you imagine doing the Home Run Derby in the heat? Like that was, I just remember I was sweating. I was going to esports to take, my kid and my friend and my kid's friends over to the esports All-Star Village yesterday. And we were walking around 4 o'clock-ish to go over there. And I was like, God, can you imagine if this thing was outdoors, like how much we were going to be sweating, and then what the energy level would be like for these guys trying to compete in a Home Run Derby in this weather environment. But man, I loved it. I went in 95. I don't even remember who won. I'm sorry, I forget it because it was so hot. That's all I remember is being a 17-year-old and remembering how hot it was at the Home Run Derby that I was at. And this one, I don't think it will be really that remembered 5 years from now.
Yeah.
There was nothing special. In fact, I will say this. I had to look up when we got to our seats, like, who is the defending champ? I forgot.
Guerrero Jr.,
right?
yeah.
And so I had to remember. So there's very few of these that are memorable, that are remembered.
Just on, like, the merits of the competition itself.
Right, and that's why the Mark McGwire situation, Josh Hamilton situation, I think Aaron Judge competing in it and winning it, like, those are very memorable. But there's not many that are memorable. But being there was really awesome. I loved it. I think my kid and his friends thought it was awesome. They were in the upper deck and they were just like, that was so cool, And so There are probably some things that they could try to clean up and everything, but I do think entertaining our country, entertaining our world at this point with a home run derby or something like that, it's really tough. I don't know what you would really need to do to keep the energy, but I enjoyed it. And if you went to it, I'm assuming you really liked it. Maybe there are some people who didn't, but I really liked it.
Yeah, let us know. Because I am interested in seeing is like your lasting impression from '95 was just hot. I do wonder like what your lasting impression will be. Do you have any any feelings on what it might be? What might be the big thing that the first thing that comes to mind if you think about this 10, 20 years from now?
For me, this is going to be way different from what Major League Baseball thinks. I realize that if you're listening right now, maybe you're different, but 95% or maybe 99% of our Metroplex does not care at all that you are from Dallas-Fort Worth.
Yeah.
I would say there's actually zero pride. There's zero pride in being from Colleyville Heritage, Duncanville, wherever it is, whether it's, let's say, Matthew Stafford from Highland Park. We don't care at all. I'm surprised if I'm just going to tell you people, if Bobby Witt Jr. was from a Philadelphia suburb and that was in Philadelphia, he would have been getting standing ovations cheering for him.
Yeah.
I'm surprised with this. They talk about Texas pride. Boy, there's no pride in kids that are from here that go on and play professional sports with another team. I was standing up cheering for Bobby Witt Jr. I'm proud of Bobby Witt Jr. Now, there's a little bit of pride in me that I'm from a dad who grew up here, who was a Texas Ranger. And I'm like, how do these people not know? If you're a Ranger fan, do you know that Bobby Witt pitched for about a decade for the Texas Rangers, that he was a premium prospect in the mid-'80s for the Texas Rangers? Do you know that Bobby Witt Jr. won a high school state championship for Colleyville Heritage? Do you know that he is considered by some scouts the greatest high school player that they've ever seen in the last 10 years? And most of the people there, I'm forgetting the guy's name on MLB Network who had the microphone.
Yeah. I'm also.
He's a very tall, slender guy, but he is trying to get the people in Arlington motivated to root for Bobby Witt Jr. in the first round. And then as Adolis didn't make it to the second round, which was disappointing from a Rangers standpoint. And I'm like, is the fan going to shift to rooting for Bobby Witt Jr. because he's from here? He grew up a Ranger fan. His dad was a Ranger forever. And I'm like, these people don't even know, or they don't care.
And that's Greg Amsinger was the guy from MLB Network.
I would like to say to our Metroplex, I'm surprised that you don't care at all. That so many kids from this Metroplex become adults and make it in their sport and become superstars. I'm just going to assume this. I guess people don't care about Patrick Mahomes Jr.
But that's the thing is I feel like people really do care about Patrick Mahomes. And so I do wonder.
Tyrese Maxey. Not saying you should root for Tyrese Maxey. But I'm telling you, people don't care. They don't care about people from here making it.
I wonder how much of it is, one, how many people actually know of Bobby Witt Jr.'s association with the Metroplex. And then, two, I think it was a great point made here on the text line that there's a lot of Dallas is becoming very transient. There's a lot of folks that move here from elsewhere that maybe don't have that same sense and feeling. And then another thing, someone asked Hookem on the Twitch asked, why would I cheer for a guy who plays for another team? So I do wonder how much all of those things come together, and then for various different sections, those things will keep them from rooting for Bobby. But Bobby was it was a fun experience. There were times where I was like, oh, he's not on pace, and then he would have really good runs. That's one thing I noticed is just guys found their grooves, and in those moments, the building really built up.
Yeah, when you were hitting 3 or 4 home runs in a row, that's when it got really exciting. And maybe this, I'll give you this to the people listening. Maybe we're too big of a city. Now, Philadelphia is as big as us. Boston's bigger than us. They would root for their hometown heroes. But I did enjoy when guys got on a groove. I thought Jose Ramirez, how little he is.
Yeah.
He has to go all after it to get it. And you could tell how tired he was at the end of his 3-minute round. And for him, he was kind of the guy for me that knocked out Adolis Garcia because I believe he hit 6 home runs in his bonus 3-out situation. And that was the guy who I felt like, dang it, he pushed Adolis out. And Jose Ramirez is one of the most underrated superstars in the game because I think people think of him as an all-star.
Yeah.
But right now, he's the one offensively carrying Cleveland. And I get Kwan's leading off tonight and everything like that. But
I was like, come on, put some respect on Steven Kwan.
It was really fun being there. I really enjoyed it. The one thing that was just surprising to me that I have to understand is we don't care about Von Miller. We don't care about Myles Garrett. We don't care about Patrick Mahomes Jr. We obviously don't care about Bobby Witt Jr. And I just thought that the crowd would be more into Bobby Witt Jr. His dad played for the Rangers for a decade.
Yeah.
Not that we weren't booing him. We weren't against him at all. I was just shocked when you're trying to find somebody to root for.
Right, especially
as Adolis has left the contest.
How did you feel about Adolis' performance? Because one of the things that I immediately noticed in this was like his pace wasn't great. And then, like I was mentioning, I think the players that moved on in this, they at least found their rhythm for a certain period of time, especially a lot of them right after their timeout. They were able to then, boom, rattle off a few. It felt like he wasn't able to get, and he didn't get all those allotted pitches, and it felt like he didn't play the system very well.
He didn't do it well last year, and there wasn't the maximum amount of pitches where you had only 40. But, yeah, I thought it was better the way Jeff Russell's son, by the way, another former all-star son out there throwing batting practice to Bobby Witt Jr., is I thought that Bobby Witt Jr. did it right, and so did Alex Baum to start off the competition. Let's go at a pretty good pace to start this off. And then with about 30 seconds to go, have 5 pitches left where as I'm fatiguing, I'll have a little bit more time in between home run swings where Adolis and a couple other guys decided we're going to go at a slower pace. It ended up working out for Teoscar Hernandez because he's the champ. But Teoscar was dealing with the same thing where he would get down to there's about 20 seconds left and still have about 6 swings left and would maybe miss 1 swing or 2 swings or have to rush the last couple pitches where he wasn't ready to swing the bat.
Yeah, he got, as was mentioned on here, he didn't really play the bonus round of this very well either. He just swung away, and I guess maybe that's something that you talk about with the Dollies just in general, swinging away, where it felt like, hey, take your time, make sure you get your pitch, and then send it in. I mean, he got 18 in regulation. You imagine if he plays this a little bit more like the eventual champion Teoscar and really takes his time, finds his pitch, he probably should have added a few more, and that probably would have pushed him along.
Because Ramirez added 6 in the bonus round in the first round. So he went from, I'm sorry if I'm drawing a blank, I think he had 20 in the first round. He had 14, I believe, at the end of the 3-minute round, and then he was able to go 6 for 9 in hitting home runs in the bonus round, and that was the guy for me that I felt like knocked out Adolis. And if Adolis would have been a little bit more patient, in fact, Hernandez, Teoscar, he was taking 2 pitches. It didn't matter where they were. He was just like, let me just see. Also, let me catch my breath. I'm not even going to load up to swing. And then the third one, he would then load up and be like, I'm swinging if it's in the zone that I feel like I can hit a homer. But it was a blast being there. If you didn't get to go, man, it's maybe 20, 30 years from now, you can get to go to the next one here.
Well, you will continue to watch them. And you know what? At 12 at noon, let's talk about, maybe possible changes for the format and how the format change felt in this one. We'll do that at noon. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, could Nike's downward trajectory have been the Mavs' gain? I'll explain what I mean next on The Fan.
Commercial free.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford all in with you today. Could Nike's downward trajectory have been the Mavs' gain? We'll explain what I mean just in a second. I just want to remind you, we are 2 weeks away basically from August, and August 10th, Fan Bowl 2024 taking place at Hurtado's in Arlington. and that is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door Repair. Know that being a part of Fan Bowl, the big paper football tournament that we put on every year, registration should be opening up soon. So really, you want to keep it locked here. Turn it on, leave it on, as the saying goes, to 105 through the Fan. That's coming up pretty soon. But Mike, you brought this up. As we all know, Nico Harrison, the general manager of the Mavericks, he's done a fantastic job. He basically pulled a coup, bringing in one of the great shooters in this era of basketball and maybe all time, to be completely honest, and Klay Thompson to this team in this offseason, and he's continued to do that over the course of time that he's been here. He came from Nike. He was a Nike executive. And one of the questions that you kind of brought to mind was, Nike seems to be taking a downward turn as a corporation. Could that downward trajectory either correlate in any way with Nico ultimately deciding to finally come out of that space, that shoe space, into the general manager space and help the Mavericks? Because he has absolutely been a big gain for this organization.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's interesting when you start losing quality people.
Yeah.
What can happen to a dominant company over time? And so we'll concentrate here on Nike. If people are like, I understand, I don't have Nike stock. I'm just pulling this up because I've seen a lot of things on YouTube about the downfall of Nike. Nike's still a premium product, still has all the branding you would ever want, pretty much. But in February, their stock was at $107. Today, it's at $72.18. It's dropped in the last 6 months approximately 30%.
Yeah.
And when you watch people who are shoe people or people that really care about this stuff, their quality control has gone way down. Their Jordans are crappier. They're not making them as well, so people aren't buying them. They raised the price tremendously on them. They were upping the price on it, and people are like, I'm just not paying that much for kind of basic Jordan 1s, or I'm not paying $220 retail for Jordan 4s, which are, very popular over the last year or so. And that's Jordan brand, and they're kind of a little bit different than Nike, but they are still somewhat part of Nike. Then people who are performance basketball shoe people have said Nike has decided to not put any of the premium technology into their shoes anymore for the public. So a lot of people who are hoopers that play a lot of basketball are now going away from Nike because Nike has decided to make a cheaper product, cheaper than Adidas, cheaper than some of the competitors. New Balance is in the game now, and they're like, honestly, the performance now of Nike basketball shoes is not where it is. And the guy went over and said, people said, well, they give the premium stuff to the players like Ja Morant or Luka or Giannis, whoever it is that's a Nike client or a Jordan client, but we don't get it and we never got it. They said, that's not right. I'm going to show you over time the Jordan product. David Robinson, Charles Barkley, Penny Hardaway, they keep going through all these people like, we were not getting a custom fit shoe the way that they were getting, but we were getting all the premium technology from Nike in the late 80s, 90s, up to about COVID time is about when all of these people that are really smart, and they said, this is where Nike's finally, it's taken it time, but people are like, Nike's not a good product. And they're upping their price so much that it's like, is it worth it? Now, they're still premium. I don't want to take too many shots at Nike, but I'll leave it to you, Reggie. I think losing people like Nico, over time, people make the company.
Yeah.
And you keep losing people like this, and it's the Mavs gain, but you keep losing people like this, and you keep hiring, I'll say, incompetent people, then you start seeing over time, even the biggest of brands will take big hits.
Yeah, and when you're talking about the technology, you say that, maybe they're not custom fits for you as a consumer, but in some ways they were. Like for me, I have long, slender feet, and that's kind of like Kevin Durant. And so the things that Kevin Durant uses, a similar play style, I'm not going to say that I play exactly like Kevin Durant, but like similar things that he likes on the floor, like having good traction on the shoes. I'm like, okay, that's something that I value. And so I knew that I could wear the shoes that he wears, especially if they're his player exclusive shoes, because they will have that technology. They're built to matter like that. But like you're saying, is if they're losing some of that impression on their consumer product, you can't necessarily do that. And to highlight that point even further, you mentioned the idea of technology. Where did Nike start? What was the core of their company when they started?
The running organ guy who ran?
Yeah, absolutely. Phil Knight started this.
Who's the guy that was their number one guy, the runner?
Oh, I can't remember. I know what you're talking about.
Help
I can't
us
recall
out.
exactly.
I'm on Twitch right now. Help me out. They made a whole movie about him, and he died, I think, did he die of cancer really quickly, or did he die of a car wreck or something?
I do not recall. I'm going to be completely honest.
Keep going.
But like running, and in the running space, like Nike does not hold preeminence like it used to. Now you'll look at Brooks, you'll look at you'll look at Asics, you look at Hoka, you look at OnCloud. Those brands have definitely took a lot of that performance running in what is that essence of it. And so yeah, they've lost their essence. And for multiple reasons, like you mentioned, they've decided no longer to like innovate and renovate. They used to be forefront when it came to technology and design, and you've seen people leave. You mentioned that like over years, I think Adidas stole some of the great Nike designers in maybe the mid to late aughts as well. And so you started to seeing kind of that flow. And Prefontaine
there we go.
died
Thank
in a
you.
car crash in Eugene. Thank you to the various folks on the text line. But yeah, you see people move away from that because like as a company, they did not prioritize, the innovation and then the brand, like investing. And this is where Nico Harrison comes in. Like the ways that Nico Harrison has proven with the Mavs already in his short tenure to be able to identify talent that would help. That was something that he did on a level all the way up and down on identifying talent to, give money to with Nike, because you have to know who's going to be big. Like if you watch the Air movie, that's basically what they're going after. Like you identify that talent early, you get in good with them, and then you know that they're going to produce at a high level because that brings, attention back to your brand. They have not done that necessarily as well recently as now. And I wonder how much those things also track with Nico Harrison leaving and other people around the business leaving, because as you mentioned, people make the business a lot of times.
Yeah, it's Nico at the time, and I get it. We were at this time last year very frustrated with Nico. It just didn't look like it was working out, to be honest. And now we are 1 year later, and it's thank God we have Nico running this thing. And he understands talent. It seems like he understands a little bit of how things fit chemistry-wise. Now, that can all blow up. It's very tough to win a championship. It's very tough to be one of the top teams in the NBA for a long period of time, and he still has to prove that in his career. But you look at, I'm not saying Nike just Nico, but when you lose a guy like Nico and then you see a company over time start just nosediving, and Nike will be fine, but they're starting to nosedive a little bit. It's the people who make the company, not the company itself. And when you see Nike doing this and losing, they got to start hiring people that were Nico 20, 30 years ago. And whoever the designers were that they've lost, I met a kid yesterday at the esports deal. He's 14 years old. He's from New York. He's a big Mets fan. He's there painting shoes, like custom shoes.
Yes, yeah.
And that was amazing. I think, Alec, you told us about that yesterday, and I got to go to the esports, and the kid was there like working on shoes, and I just thought like, oh, it's some kid must have like you can pay money and you can color your own shoes if you want. And then the mom came up to me like, no, these shoes, those are his shoes. Like he's an artist, baseball player who loves creating custom shoes with kind of having just a white baseball shoe. And those are the type of people that when you're running a great company, you're like, how do I get that 14-year-old, not today, obviously, but I need to make sure that I have that 14-year-old's information. So when he's ready to work, he seems to be already has that creative mind that can maybe take our Nike or New Balance or whoever it is to another level. And I think it just goes to show me, even people like Nike or companies like Nike, it's still the people. I'll be very egocentric here. It's us that make 105.3 The Fan.
I think so.
If you can't just put random people on here and people will listen. That was proven in the past. Like you have to have people that are good at this, that keep the audience listening. And I'm able to do that. And there's other people up here that are able to do that. And so that's where Nike, for some reason, they thought, and it's amazing how many higher up people think this. They think it's not my workers, it's the brand. And they're almost in all cases, they're always wrong. And you can just get into this shoe thing and go Converse. I just bought a couple of Converse weapons. Converse was Nike for decades in the 70s and 80s for sure. And now Converse is owned by Nike. And so Nike does whatever they, want to do with Converse. They want to make money off of Converse. They never want to make Converse up to Nike. It's kind of like when the ticket owned ESPN here in the Metroplex. They're like, we want to make money off of ESPN. We never wanted to compete with the ticket. And so I look at it and I go, I'm glad we got Nico. And maybe I don't know this, but maybe other organizations need to look at things that are like they're related to our sport. They're not in our sport like running an organization, but they're running a company that is somewhat related with sports. I just wonder if other people will look at people like Nico Harrison and go, if there's a Nico Harrison at Adidas, a Nico Harrison at whatever, and go, man, these guys, give them some time, but they know how to keep a brand up top and even expand on how up top they are. And I think over time they can help the Dallas Cowboys, Texas Rangers, Dallas Stars, Dallas Mavericks. We're seeing the results of it. So it's cool.
And I mean, it's worth remembering Nico Harrison was widely desired and sought after for a GM position. He ultimately made the decision that the Mavs were the right time and the right opportunity. So again, a lot of appreciation to him for looking at the Mavericks and seeing the possibilities there. But yeah, the idea that the people are the company, I think that's something that, if you'll allow me to kind of make a ham-fisted, tie-in, I think that's one of the reasons why you can see some teams be successful and some teams not be successful. And if you look at it, I jumped on Kansas City radio yesterday, and they asked me, like, are we going to see contracts happen with the Cowboys soon? And the answer is, I don't know. And I'm starting to wonder how much the Cowboys recognize that principle that you're talking about is like the people matter and making sure that you have the right people in the right positions. And I mean, I think that they do in certain places, like their willingness to hold on to at all, for all costs, hold on to Will McClay and knowing that, hey, what he brings is valuable, those things. But then in some ways, not handling certain contracts at certain times, makes you wonder, like, do they understand that value that it seems like Nico Harrison, the Mavs, and maybe Nike don't understand in some ways.
I think you bring up the Cowboys, which is interesting in this topic, because the Cowboys would be to say you don't need to have all of this to stay on top and to expand. But I'll say this. I am not a fan of the Joneses, 100%. I think I make that as clear as day. But I will say this, and I'll always say this. I think Jerry Jones is the smartest owner in the history of sports. He knows how to make so much money off of a product. And I do think he's so smart that he could win championships again. I don't know at his age if he's honestly like all doing a lot of things anymore and everything. But he also knows if he did it to give himself a better opportunity to be a champion, I also think he understands that maybe the credit wouldn't go so far his way because he'd have to hire unbelievable coaches. And there would be things where we would look towards these people rather than him. And he has in his mind, I already have the championships. I already have the Hall of Fame and everything. So he's a genius. But he's intentionally like not being a genius in football to see if he can get the championship his way.
Interesting. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Next time for a little Mike. You got to say Mike likes it. Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Well, I want to go to the MLB draft again. The Rangers got 3rd through 10th round, and I find it interesting where the Rangers are going next.
Colos, if you've noticed a lack of energy, motivation, and drive, it could be low testosterone. Don't wait. Get checked by the experts at Low T Center. They have over a decade of experience helping patients achieve life-changing results. And for established...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron?
And Guardian Caps. All that is training camp in Oxnard coverage kicks off July 24th right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula in for the vacationing Kevin and Corey. I'm just going to assume they're vacationing together. Mike Bassick here as always with you. I mentioned Mike Bassick because he's here, but then also because it's time for a little bit of baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so yesterday as we were leaving the air, the MLB draft continued, and they went through 10 rounds yesterday. I believe today they go through 10 rounds and it's over. Just to give you an idea, back in the 1990s, the draft wouldn't end until every team wanted it to end.
They just kept drafting all season long.
Yes. It was just until that day was over. So you would get to round 54, and then the Rangers would go, we're done. You get to round 56, and 5 other teams would drop out. Like you just – so what would happen was you could keep drafting until you were done drafting. You would just keep going in the order, but it wouldn't end. There was no end to the draft. The day, I guess, would end the draft.
Sure.
But eventually everybody would stop drafting, which is always interesting to me because back then you had draft and follow, which you don't have anymore. So what I mean by this is Chris Woodward, we talked to him about this a while back when he was the Rangers manager. What you could do is, let's just say, Reggie, you were a player at, let's just take Colleyville Heritage, for example, where Bobby Wood Jr. was at. You're at Colleyville Heritage, and you kind of have 2 scholarships. You have a scholarship at, let's say, the University of Texas, and you have a scholarship at Navarro.
Okay.
Well, if I draft you, this is back in the day, and I tell you, hey, we want to draft and follow you. We don't want you to go to University of Texas. Here's what we can offer you today. Let's just say you are our 40th round pick. We can offer you $50,000. But we know that you're going to say no. Let's just say we know your family. We know kind of where you were at, and you needed at least 6 figures, but we don't feel comfortable offering you 6 figures yet. Go to Navarro. And if you get to play you're going to play every day at Navarro. I know the coaches. You know the coaches. You're going to play every day in center field at Navarro. And if you have a good year at Navarro while you're playing every day, we can sign you up to 2 weeks, I think, until the next draft. So we hold your rights.
Got you.
So that's why the draft would go on forever, is because you would want to hold rights of high school kids or junior college kids, because if that guy really improved, so let's just say, Reggie, you had a year at Navarro where you hit 350 with 14 home runs, and you had, like, let's say 30 stolen bases, and you're playing a solid outfield. Instead of your $50,000 now, I'm like, man, I don't want him to go back into the draft because I think he might be a top 6th-round pick. And so a 6th-round pick now in today's market, I'll just tell you, in today's market, the Rangers drafted with the 195th pick in the 6th round Garrett Horn. He's a pitcher from Liberty University. It says his slotted money is $302,000. So that's way more than back in the day. Usually a 6th-round pick would be right at the edge of a $100,000 player. Okay. So if I want to go back in time, now instead of giving you $50,000, I think that you could be a 3rd-round pick. But I'm not sure. But I know you're probably going to be a 5th or 6th-round pick. Well, I'm going to go, hey, Reggie, instead of going back to Navarro or maybe thinking about going to college for 2 years, because if you go to a Division I school, you either have to be a 21-year-old sophomore or you have to go for 3 years until you're draft eligible, or through your junior year because you've already played 1 year of college baseball. So then all of a sudden I go, Reggie, I don't want you to re-enter the draft. We have your rights, and we want to sign you. We're going to offer you $175,000. So now all of a sudden, now you have to think about this. Now you're like, okay, I have a limited amount of time to think about this because I have a few days before I re-enter the draft. Do I want to take my chances that I'll get drafted in the 5th round or higher? Or do I want to take this 175 and now go to pro ball And in a way, there's a little bit of like, hey, you don't have the ego of saying you were drafted in the top 6 rounds or the top 5 rounds where you're going to be considered a 40th round pick.
Yeah.
But that's where things were very different back then. And that's why the draft would go on forever, because a lot of teams, their last 20 picks or so would be draft and follow guys out of high school or junior college guys. Now, there's no such thing as draft and follow. You either sign in the allotted amount of time, which I believe is like a month after this draft is over. So today's July 14th. Do I have the
15th?
15th.
Or sorry, 16th.
Today's July 16th. Wow. It's going quick.
Yep.
You have until approximately, and I don't know if this date is right, I'm just giving you an approximate amount of time. You have till about August 16th to sign your draft picks, or the kids that were in high school go off to their college. The kids that are in college, if you don't sign, they have choices to make, but most likely they will go back to their college. So this is a little bit more like you would think a draft is like, rather than now. If you can't draft and follow a kid, let's just say 3rd round pick from North Carolina, just back in the day, Casey Cook from North Carolina. As soon as that kid re-enrolled and went to his first day of class at North Carolina, because it's a 4-year university, a Division I school, you lose his rights. Sure. You can't draft and follow somebody from University of Texas or North Carolina back in the day. It would have to be a junior college or a kid out of high school going to a junior college school or a community college school. So that's why now you see the Rangers. I get to the Rangers draft yesterday. 10 players taken so far. 9 are college players. They only took 1 high school player in the whole draft, and that was in the 5th round. They took Devin Fitzgerald, a shortstop from, I'll just say Florida. He's from a high school in Florida. They took 9 out of their 10 picks were college kids. I think now, here's the shift. In the last 2 years, the NIL money is now getting into the 6 figures, and who's to say that if Texas A&M is ticked off because of Coach Sloss and they're competing against the University of Texas for a 4 or 5 star kid who they think is going to go to college rather than sign pro, he's like a 2nd or 3rd round pick, and it's like, I think he's going to go to college. It might get to $1 million a year for college baseball kids if you really want the kid. Or after the freshman year, a kid's at University of Texas and they're only willing to pay him $500,000. Maybe LSU and A&M go, man, you hit the transfer portal, we guarantee you $1 million. We'll double your NIL.
Man, I mean, the numbers get so big so quick that, and I'm always real hesitant around college sports when it comes to the NIL, because there's no body that's taking into account what these actual numbers are. So it's just people talking, but only God knows the amount of money that's being transferred in, to get the talents that are here.
I think Rangers won. They want to develop guys that are closer to what they know they are.
Sure.
There's still more development. This is the tough thing about baseball is you don't really hit what we think you can hit until 24, 25 years old. So when you're taking an 18-year-old, you have about 6 years of development to think about.
Yeah.
If you're taking a 21-year-old college kid, a junior out of college, you have more like 2 to 3 years until you think they could reach a higher potential that they have. So that's the tough thing about, let's say, the NFL draft versus the MLB draft. Now, the other thing, too, which was interesting with the Rangers in this draft, they took 4 pitchers. And I feel like recently they've been taking 6 or even 7 pitchers. I'd have to go back and look at their history, but I feel like because they've been so pitching depleted in their organization, they've concentrated in the first 10 rounds on taking more pitching prospects than position prospects. I'm not saying that the Rangers have fixed their pitching situation in the development and they are getting a whole bunch of guys. But I wonder this. I don't know this. I wonder if they looked at this draft and they just said, you know what we're good at developing? We're good at developing position players.
Right.
So why not concentrate on what we're good at? We still need to take pitchers. They took a 4th round, a 6th round, an 8th round, and a 10th round pitcher. Now, I have to remind people this. They took 10 picks, including your 1st and 2nd rounders the day before. Only 2 of these guys are going to make the major leagues. Literally 2 of these guys are going to get 1 day in the minor leagues. If you hit 3 out of your top 10 picks, make the major leagues. And one of them is like a Mike Bassett career. I had a crappy career in the major leagues. I won 10 games. I had an ERA over 5. I was not good. I made it, which is a super success story because out of the guys that get drafted, less than 10% of them make the major leagues for a single day in their life. So we can look at these guys and be very excited about all of these prospects. The likelihood that more than 2 of these guys make the major leagues for a single day with any team, let alone just the Texas Rangers, is unlikely.
Sure.
2 of these guys are going to make it in the top 10 rounds. And most likely one of them is going to be Malcolm Moore, your first-round pick.
Right.
They have they're what we call, aluminum. They're recyclable because they were drafted so high. Everybody believes the talent is eventually going to pan out. So, most likely Malcolm Moore is going to make it. One other guy in this draft that we drafted is going to make it in the 10 rounds. And then maybe you hope that you are a good drafting team in 2024, and by 2028 or 29, you had 3 of your top 10 round picks actually make the major league.
Does the seeming shift in philosophy, I don't know if that's too grand of a thought, but is it the seeming shift in philosophy of the Rangers a little bit more to more college players, maybe an attempt to up that number, like closer to the development that you need, understanding that you still need some development to get them to major league ready?
Yeah, I do. Now, when I was with the Cleveland Indians back in the 90s, they had a philosophy of not really taking a lot of high school kids. In my draft, out of guys that they signed, we only took 3 high school guys. Now, that was John Hart, who eventually came to the Rangers, and they just felt like they wanted guys that were more mature and that they had a better understanding of. And so if they were taking a high school guy, they just wanted them to feel more confident about it. And the 2 other guys that were drafted out of high school, Ryan McDermott, who I believe lives in our Metroplex. I haven't seen him in a long time, but I know he moved here. He's a second-round pick, and I don't even think he made it past A-ball. And Grant Sharp was a kid who was a 5th-round pick in my draft out of high school. I was 18th round. I was the 3rd high school player taken in our draft.
Yeah.
Is Grant Sharp quit after a year because he didn't like pro ball.
Wow.
So he actually quit really quickly. He quit after half a season, and they're like, well, you have to give back your $150,000 signing bonus. You have to play at least a full season. So he played a full season, then showed up to Winter Haven, Florida the next spring training, got his paycheck for driving to Winter Haven, and then drove back home to Mississippi, and then was done playing baseball. So I do think we'll see, end of story here, I do think we'll see going forward a lot more college players, not only drafted by the Rangers, but drafted by their teams, because they can't compete now with the NIL money. I can't take a kid in the 10th round, it says slotted here $178,000. Man, if I'm drafting a kid that is already committed to University of Texas, for example, or Texas A&M, and I already know they're going to get $100,000 their freshman year and possibly more as they go to A&M, how can I convince them to sign for $180,000 if they're going to make $300,000 and be getting an education and being at Texas A&M? A-ball sucks.
Yeah.
So
riding the bus compared to being one of the big men on campus is definitely a different experience.
That's it.
There you go, a little baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick. Appreciate you, Mike, for that look into the Rangers MLB draft for, I guess, the first 10 rounds. That continues today.
The next 10 rounds, 11 through 20 are today, and then it ends.
There we go. It doesn't go on forever, like everything else. KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Jalen Brunson, no longer a Mav anymore. However, just signed an extension with the Knicks, and he took less money, left a lot of money on the table. Do you like moves like this? We'll discuss it next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula in for Kevin and Corey with Mike Bassick and Alec Medford here with you, hanging out all the way till 2 p.m. Obviously, All-Star game is happening tonight. Super excited to be out for that. We were there, all three of us, for the Home Run Derby yesterday. And what a blast. At noon, we'll talk about the format. Did it work? And maybe what changes would you like to see? I know Jared put out an interesting tweet that I'm looking to get your thoughts on, Mike. On the text line, 877-881-1053, someone asked, I heard Mike yesterday talking about the All-Star Village. You know, when does it close? I want to know. And so I texted them back, but I figured let's let the people know. Because both Alec and Mike are just big proponents of getting to the All-Star Village. Today is the last day if you would like to go and experience it. It's open now. It started at 10, and it'll close at 6. So you have just a few hours if you would like to get out there and, you know, experience what is a really fun, unique experience in a sports fan's life here in the DFW.
It's only $10. It is huge. It's the whole ballpark. It's Choctaw Stadium or the ballpark in Arlington, whichever one you want to call it. It's all of that. Plus you walk over to the esports and it's all of esports over there. Yesterday, just to give you an example, I got over there. By the time I got into the building, it was a little over 4:30. Talking on the stage, like you could ask questions to Carlos Baerga and Vinny Castilla were on the stage for 30 minutes where they had a person interviewing them, but then they would go to the audience and be like, do you guys have any questions for former All-Stars Carlos Baerga and Vinny Castilla? And that happens all day. Like right now, there's a former player right now that is up on stage for 30 minutes where they interview him and then they go to the audience and you can ask that player any questions that you want to ask. They have a place where I think it's Hunt Auctions, I believe. Okay. They have all these unbelievable auction items that are there that are actually getting auctioned, and Alec talked about this. They're actually getting auctioned there. They're taking them out of the case, and if you want it while you were there, I believe you're just getting the item. They're like, here's the item. We documented that you got the item. You're good to go. They have a whole esports place where they have, I'm going to guess, 20 to 30 television setups so you can play MLB The Show. They have virtual cages set up, about 6 or 8 cages where you can put on the virtual glasses and you can do home run derby yourself.
Oh, nice, yeah.
They have places where there's people doing art, live art. There's obviously the concessions and everything there. So there's autographs where you can go get autographs. So there's a whole bunch of things in that esports area that you can do. Plus, at the ballpark, there's a whole bunch of things. I get it. It's going to be really hot. Doing outside in the ballpark is going to be a little bit tough. They have fans set up. They have free water set up there. So they try to make it. They get it. They know how hot it is. But you can do a whole bunch of things there. Wiffle ball, real batting cages, stuff like that in the old ballpark, Choctaw Stadium.
Yeah, seen a lot of fun pictures. I understand people got jobs, but the All-Star game, the Midsummer Classic, is actually happening tonight later, and so I imagine that they didn't want necessarily that to overlap. But still, if you're available today up till 6 p.m., All-Star Village is still rocking. But Mike, this gentleman did something very interesting that I think I'd like to get your opinion on. Cut number 11.
Shot clock at 8. Hart brings it left wing. Neesmith guarding him. Brunson pops back out. 4 seconds to shoot. Brunson fires a 3. Knocks it down over Nembhard. Knicks trail 109-107.
So Jalen Brunson, obviously we're familiar with him. He is a New York Knick now after spending his time here, and he's really developed into a star player beyond what I personally expected him capable of doing. However, he had an opportunity to really break the bank and get one of those big time 9-figure extensions. Over the weekend, we found out that he wasn't going to quite do that. The extension that he signed will pay him $156.5 million over 4 years with $113 million guaranteed. $113 million guaranteed less than what he could have received if he had waited until free agency, which I think a lot of players do nowadays. And so, that is, you compare it, $156 million is the total value of the contract. He basically took almost what feels like half of what he could have gotten if he had just waited another year and maximized his earning potential. And funny enough, yesterday we found out that according to Mark Stein, seems like Mikal Bridges, who just got traded there, is likely to do something similar and take a, quote, team-friendly extension with the Knicks to give the team more flexibility.
Man, Villanova.
Yeah, the Villanova guys, apparently, I don't know, did they not teach?
Yeah, they didn't take business
Yeah,
class.
no economics classes, I guess, at Villanova. But, jokes aside, this is something that we saw here locally with Dirk Nowitzki kind of giving some money back to the Mavericks to help them get some things done. And
I do think Dirk somewhat regrets that now.
That's the question I was going to ask. Do you like these moves from players like this? Because obviously locally, I think that's one of the things that people love Dirk for.
Yeah.
Like obviously the personality, he was here for 21 seasons, a fantastic player, all those things, but also the idea that he was so bought in that he was like, I'm not going to maximize what I can get. I'm going to give something back to maybe make the team better. And unfortunately, I don't think that worked in his benefit for the team necessarily.
Right.
But now seeing it for another team and knowing that the Knicks are going to be the rich are going to get richer in that way because they have a player that's willing to give that money back. Do you like that with the perspective now?
If you're the organization, you love it.
Sure.
Because they were going to pay, as long as Jalen Brunson didn't get hurt, they were going to pay him that money. They were going to give him the full max that you had to give. It's interesting when players do this. I get in the moment doing it. Companies love it.
Yeah.
They think it's the greatest thing ever. But will the Knicks be able to take advantage of that? They still are. It's not like they're ever going to be under the cap while Jalen Brunson's under this contract. Now it just kind of keeps them under second apron, probably for sure, where if you get to, I'm not even going to try to explain it because I'm not sure I even understand it.
Well,
but
at the very least, when you get over the second apron, that's
done.
when the new rules kind of make it so that you can lose draft picks and you can not, it's not as easy to maneuver. And so you go from just the owner spends extra money to now this actually hampers the way that you can build your team.
Yeah, so I think that what this does is it helps them never get to that point as an organization by saving this much money per year. And then when you have close friendships the way that he does, because literally it is the national champion Villanova guys. Why am I forgetting Villanova?
Wildcats. Because it's a generic nickname.
Yeah, is those guys are willing to sacrifice for each other. It looks like, or it seems like, to help out the situation with the Knicks. So yeah, I think from a standpoint, if you're a fan of the Knicks, you love it because he's showing he's a real fan of the Knicks to do this, because $119 million. Holy cow. Like, it's not like a $3 million a year thing, which is still a lot. He's taking a huge cut per year in this. Now, I get his former agent is the general manager.
Yeah.
There might be a close enough relationship there where, hey, when it's over, under the table, you'll be a special assistant to the general manager for the rest of your career. Even if I'm not here, I made sure that, is it Dolan who's the owner there? Who's the owner?
James Dolan.
Yeah, is that even after this is over, we're going to give you a 10-year contract at $1 million a year to be a special assistant to the general manager. So yeah, it's not making up for all of that, but when your career's over, you're going to be making $1 million a year for just being a former New York Knick. I think those things happen under the table, behind closed doors, to make sure, like, hey, we're going to take care of you the rest of your life. We can't make up the $119 million, but if you help us out here, you'll be a Knick for life.
And then there's also always the thought, and it feels wild when you're not dealing with millions transferring with your employer, but what's the difference between 153 and 200 and something? Is that mere 100 and something $1 million? And I know that sounds wild. It's like a mere 100 and something million, but is his quality of life actually going to change with that difference in money? And I do wonder, like, has the money just gotten so big where these numbers are big, and I understand that they're like kind of proxies for respect depending on how much money you can extract. But at some level, especially when you have the endorsements that he has, like he's a Nike guy, American Express, Bose, Delta, apparently he has endorsements with. Did not realize that, and much more. Like, does it just become the money is nice, but it does not matter nearly as much as making sure that I'm on a team that's good and capable? And so that's a cool thing. But the thing that I wonder about is, when you have players that are willing to do this, it's great for the team and the individual. How good is it for the league? Because the rules are put in place in theory. Obviously, a lot of it is to help the owners' pockets, but in theory, it's also to help kind of increase parity. That's one of the things that we talk about a lot is, well, NFL is a salary cap league because it pushes that talent around. But if you have people kind of circumventing some of the mechanisms of it, aren't you then in some ways pulling away from the parity of the league? And then is that something that fans should want?
For the guys to get the most they can so that you don't have advantages in certain cities? Yes, but I do think this will be rare.
Okay.
And I don't think it's going to help out the Knicks as much as we think that it potentially could.
Mm-hmm.
I get the aprons. I get the second apron, and this helps them out tremendously with that. But I don't think all of a sudden it's still going to be tough after all the assets they gave to Brooklyn to get Mikal Bridges, what they've done. They're a little bit stuck with that team. Now, they can trade players. They can trade Julius Randle and somebody else to maybe get another star in there, and they can do that and keep under the second apron. So I'm not saying that there's no ability to do other things, but it's not like next year you're going to be like, how did the Knicks get $30 million under the cap? Like, that's not going to happen. So it's interesting. The way that Jalen Brunson at least played the situation here at the end of 22.
That's exactly where I wanted to go.
It is different. Like, it was definitely about the dollars, 100% about the dollars. And then I get the New York Knicks, where his father played, who he grew up rooting for, all this stuff. But man, it was a lot about money, because I can only take his word. Jalen's word is, if the Mavs would have offered like a $30 million a year contract, 4 for $120, he would have stayed with the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavericks, from what we understand, didn't want to go over 20. Like, that was their maximum. Like, we'll do 4 for 80. We're not getting close to 4 for 120. And that's what he wanted at the end of that playoff run.
Right.
And because he knew the Mavs weren't getting close to that number, he just was like, I'm already going to the Knicks because you guys aren't even in the same category.
And I find that to be amazing, because it seemed like at one point the dollar amount in some ways, and maybe it's just the respect of put some respect on my name and know that I'm valuable. Maybe that's what it was. But the dollar amounts mattered at some point. is this more just like I'm so happy with the Knicks thing that now I'm willing to put that aside? Because, like, hey, this would have been very helpful if that was the perspective that he had a few years ago when it came to remaining with the Mavericks.
To your point, I don't think Mark Cuban is, in general, a bad boss. And I do think he treats his players with love and respect.
Yes.
But I do think you can do certain things over time that a boss doesn't even understand what they're doing to go, I don't feel respected here anymore. I don't feel valued anymore. And from an aspect of, from the Mavericks standpoint on this situation, is Jalen Brunson wasn't that good against the Clippers in the playoffs. He just wasn't. Nicholas Batum was able to shut him down. So going into 2022, I never thought Jalen Brunson was going to be a top 20 player in the NBA. It wasn't even going to come close. In fact, I was like, dude, is he even a top 20 point guard in the NBA? I remember having that conversation at the end of 21 going, hey, let's start listing the point guards in the NBA, and you tell me when Jalen Brunson is better than this guy. And you got to about 20 until you're like, maybe. Like, okay, we've gotten through about 19 of the starting guys, and we understand he's not a starter here because of Luka, this and that. And he elevated himself from being somewhere between 20 and 30 in point guard rankings at the end of 21 to now at the end of the 2024 season and playoffs. You're like, well, he's definitely a top 10 point guard. Now you have to just decide, where is he? Is he like number 4? Is he number 8? Where is he in your rankings? And it's all opinionated. But that's what he's done with his career. But here he felt like, hey, throughout this 2021-22 season, and we make a run to the conference finals, you guys didn't treat me with the same respect that I believed I earned. And because of that, I'm more leaning towards going to an organization that seems to think the way that I think of myself.
Yeah, I guess salute to Jalen Brunson and his willingness to take a little less money. But yeah, a wild thought for me when I saw that this weekend, that he was willing to do that, when a couple years ago that would have helped the Mavs greatly. But I mean, look, the Mavs have found a way to recover. They end up getting Kyrie Irving, and of course this offseason they had Klay Thompson in the NBA Finals. All things still looking up for your Dallas Maverick. It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what's the dumbest way you've injured yourself? 877-881-1053. We'll discuss it next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
What's the dumbest way you've injured yourself? It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Mike Bassick and Alec Medford also with us. I'm laughing because already you guys are on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. Cracking me up with, I guess I shouldn't laugh. That's not the nice thing to do. But I guess if we're all bringing different ways that we got hurt, we can laugh together in that way.
You're not even old yet.
No, I'm not. And I guess you'll find out as we go along with this conversation that I don't necessarily feel it too much either. So I'm ruining the day when it hits me, like for real, when it actually hits me, and I'm like, okay, I have to live with the consequences of me laughing at other folks. Speaking of laughing though, Frank Caliendo, comedian, familiar with him? Does a lot of great impressions. He'll be live in studio with G-Bag Nation on Thursday. because he'll be at the Addison Improv during the weekend, Friday and Saturday. So that'll be a fun situation. Always good to see him in that sports vein, and it'll be nice to have him in studio with the G-Bag Nation on Thursday. But I bring this question up, Mike, because over the weekend, as you know, we were getting done with the end of, I guess, the proverbial first half of the baseball season. The Marlins outfielder, Dane Myers, I guess he got upset, and he's now facing a lengthy absence because he fractured his ankle. He got mad and he kicked the clubhouse door when he was ejected from a 10-6 loss against the Reds. And so he fractured his ankle. And I was like, dude, what did you think was going to happen when you kicked the door? Like, I understand in that moment you're not thinking, you're just mad. But like, I often think of dudes getting mad and punching stuff. Like we saw various folks, like, I don't know why this is the one that came to mind for me, but Jaden McDaniels of the Timberwolves broke his hand last year punching a wall in the arena. He kicked a door and fractured his ankle, which I imagine has got to be even worse because now you can't move around.
Well, Brock Burke.
That's right. He did that recently.
I mean, he punched instead of kicked a door and broke his hand and missed 2 months of this season.
Yeah, and he hasn't looked.
That can happen. I'll just mention this because he's in town right now for his brother. My former roommate and teammate, Tyler Yates, who's Kirby's older brother. It was 2003, I believe, and he was getting called up in September to the New York Mets. It was late August, and we're in Indianapolis, and he didn't have a good outing. And he punched the water cooler and broke his hand, and then didn't get called up to the big leagues for that September call-up.
God, that's got to be
so. Like,
when there's also consequences on it.
Like, I mean, that was for him. I mean, I'm gonna guess around that time about $25,000 to $30,000 of lost money.
Oh my goodness!
By not getting called up because he got hurt, and he would have been on the Mets and pitched on the Mets. He pitched in the major leagues. Good guy, okay career. But I'll always remember that because we knew who was going up back then. Like, you could call up about 6 or 7 guys is about what teams would call up to get their roster to about 30 to 33, somewhere in there. And we knew Tyler was definitely getting called up. And unfortunately for him, he just lost his cool in the wrong moment at the end of August, and then ended up not getting called up to the big leagues that September.
Mike, I'm sure you'll accept my apology. My first thought when I had this question, I was like, I think Mike's injury will be one of those frustration, anger injuries. Do you have one that comes to mind of like the dumbest way you got injured?
I don't know if this is dumbest.
Okay.
But I can remember this being the worst.
Okay.
My wife had just started Oak Cliff Pediatrics. So it's about 2017 if I have my year right. So she just buys the building in Oak Cliff, and it doesn't have grass. It needs, like, we did a lot of work to it, and we also need to get the outside of it looking a lot nicer. So my father buys a couple slabs of sod.
Yes.
And so we are going to move all this sod, and it's going to be raining that day, which is actually pretty good to lay sod because now it's like October-ish, if I remember the time right.
Okay.
And I'm just laying sod, and I blew out my back and had to have back surgery like a week later. It didn't happen in the moment. That's the thing is, like, after we were done, I knew my back was sore, but I just thought it was soreness of doing yard work. Like, if you've ever done hours of yard work, a couple hours, especially like in this heat, you will feel so drained and you'll be sore the next day going, gosh, I can't believe whether it's your shoulders, your back, your neck, whatever it is, from just hauling stuff and everything. And so I can remember that being the worst injury by far. But I'll let the fan text, you got to remember Frankel, yes.
Yeah.
Is I can just I'll think about it because there's been a whole bunch of ones like, how did I get hurt doing that?
Right.
Like, my body should not get hurt doing that. But at this point in my life, it can get hurt in so many ways where the next thing I know, I'm like, why is my ankle not working right now?
Yeah, in that same vein, there's definitely people that have things like that. Let me see if I can find it again because Let's see. From the 940, they said there's nothing like tying your shoes and throwing out your back. So that's one of those. Another one of those from the 214, they say they pulled their back leaning over coughing while they were sick. So yeah, there's definitely quite a few of those folks that are just like, oh, my body is no longer as young as it used to be, and it just a dumb little thing that you're doing. Like from the 214, they said they tore their meniscus stomping around playing with their 2-year-old. So I imagine you're just playing with a kid acting like a dinosaur, and all of a sudden down goes Papa because my knee is done.
There'll be times where I like uncross my legs, like sitting on the couch or whatever, and then my groin will start like spasming or whatever. I'm like, please work. And I'm like, how in the world am I to the point in my life where sometimes just crossing your legs or uncrossing your legs will cause like a small amount of pain in your body for a little bit of time.
I find this one to be hilarious because this is kind of your fault. From the 469, they said they ran to jump on their bed. Their sheets were silky. They slid headfirst into the wall and knocked himself out. Like,
it's my fault?
No, not you, but the texter from the 469, because what are you doing running and jumping into your sheets? Well, I guess maybe if you turn off the lights. Because when you turn off the lights, you got to get into bed as soon as possible, right? And I guess
I don't know.
You don't want to knock yourself out. I was about to say you want to knock out because you want to go to sleep, but I don't know if you want head trauma in that way. Medford, is there one that comes to mind for you, or maybe multiple? As it seems like I was trying to prep you, and it sounds like you're ready for this.
Yeah, it started in I want to say 2nd or 3rd grade. Running around the playground, I had yet to lose a tooth in my life. And
so you wanted to expedite the process?
Yeah, unintentionally didn't realize that the jungle gym was right in front of me, and I ran face first into a metal bar and knocked out one of my front teeth, like on contact instantly. So yeah, expedited that process. A lot of mine were really just sports injuries that just didn't make sense. Like, how did this happen kind of thing? Like I dislocated a rib, I think, a year ago now, working out with one of my buddies who was a college offensive lineman. He thought it would be funny to put me through his weight training.
That was a bad idea.
And yeah, I was doing the medicine ball slams where you twist around and throw it at the wall, and twisted a little too far and popped out a rib. That was fun.
Definitely one of your dumbest injuries, because working out with offensive linemen is the absolute last thing that I want to do. I don't know that there's very many other sports positions in sports that I'm not built for that at all.
Yeah, and then you look at me and you realize I'm nowhere near the size or strength of an offensive lineman, so it's like, why was that a good idea in the first place? But I was like, I want a workout partner, and he was the closest one available. And then the other one was cross-country practice, tearing my ACL halfway. Not full, which sucks, because the partial tears are what's worse, because they don't want to do surgery on that. They're like, we're just going to wait till it fully tears, but I wasn't looking. I was trying to practice good form, keep the chin up while I was running, keep the chest in one place, stepped in a pothole with my knee extended. And it still locks up on me randomly. So if you ever see me just fall down while I'm back here, you know why. It's because I literally will be standing in the kitchen cooking or something at home, and my knee buckles just out of nowhere, and I almost fall over every time.
Goodness gracious.
It sucks.
Yeah. I have two that come to mind when it comes to the dumbest injuries that you've ever sustained. And one of them is just like a sports injury, but it was dumb because of the way that I handled it. So I like playing pickup basketball. I hate running, just like getting on a treadmill and run. I can't do it. Even running outside, I know some people are like, well, the scenic. I'm like, no, I hate it. So I get my cardio by playing basketball, getting up and down. I know that I'm going to get my steps in. And one time I was playing basketball and I rolled my ankle. It happens from time to time. I guess I thought I was LeBron James, where he just reties his shoes and he's like, we're good to go. And I was like, I can keep playing. I played 3 more games on that ankle. And buddy, when I tell you that ankle swole up when I got home. Before I got home, honestly. But once I saw it, I was like, oh, this is a problem. And this kind of dovetails what you're talking about, Mike, about as you get older, your body doesn't bounce back nearly the same.
Yeah.
It took, if I remember correctly, over a month for that to for the ankle to heal. And I've kind of sprained my ankle before. And in your 20s and in your teens, you're like, few days, we'll be back at it. Over a month, and I think damn near 2 months, if I remember correctly, dealing with that ankle where I'm giving it compression. I'm trying to ice it. I'm trying to elevate. I'm trying to do all those things, and I'm still dealing with the pain of it. So that was really dumb. You could have just, when you sprain your ankle, take your butt home, do the things that you need to do, and be fine. I was like, no, I can play on this for another hour.
It's interesting on how your body now, I'm 46, it takes forever to recover when these small injuries happen. And you just remember somewhat how quickly your body would recover in its 20s or maybe mid-30s. And now it's just like, man, when you do something silly or you do something that you're like, gosh, that didn't feel right, and then it hurts the next day, and then 2 weeks later it still hurts. Like, is this ever going to go away, or am I going to have to live with this? But yet my brain has already forgotten a lot of these things, because in my mind I'm like, I've had a lot of nicks and stuff like that where something's bugged me, whether it's a hip or something like that, and you think it's never going to get better, and then it gets better, and then you're kind of forget about it, and then you stupidly maybe do it a year or two later, the same thing.
Well, along these lines, like there's some real champions in here, and I mean champions in the worst way, unfortunately. From the 903, they said the dumbest injury, they ate a chicken wing, swallowed a small bone, sliced their esophagus, 3 days in the ICU. And that just seems like the worst pain. Like that, or like when you have like something in your torso, in your chest, and it hurts like you're breathing, because like you laugh and you're hurting, like you breathe and you're hurting. All those things, really tough. Let's see, some other ones. Whatever injury Derek Holland had with his dog. Okay, very good. Thanks for you.
Wrigley.
From the 806, they said they pulled one of them things down there on a mechanical bull, which I feel like you knew what you were getting into in that moment, right? Like
well, I mean, I'm just assuming you need to have somewhat of flexibility and coordination if you're going to get on that mechanical bull. I know people don't, and I never will try it, but yeah, maybe not the smartest thing to do.
From the 972, twisted their ankle stepping off of a curb, also broke their left wrist falling off of a curb. Curbs, man. Yeah, you probably should look up for those. They said they hurt, 810 said they hurt their hamstring clipping their toenails, and I don't even know how that works.
Just bend over and your hamstring just decides we've had enough.
Do you have to stretch to clip your toenails now?
You can. You're inflexible people. I'm not very flexible. I feel bad for our kids. They're not super flexible either.
I mean, you could do that, or you could do like Mike was saying, cross your legs, but that hurts too at some point. So you got to pick your battles.
All right, I got two here. Which one is more embarrassing? Both somehow from the 940. Different numbers though. 940, number one. They said they threw their back out at a daddy-daughter dance and had to suffer the rest of the night so they didn't ruin it for their girl. So like you got hurt in front of everybody, and now you're just like, I got to keep dancing, and it hurts. Or 940, number two, that said they took a first date ice skating, fell, broke their wrist and arm in two places, dislocated their shoulder, spent the rest of the date at the ER.
I sliced my hand open ice skating my first time, and I've not gone back since. That was maybe like fifth grade.
That feels traumatic enough to where you're just like, I'm done. Yeah. I've done what I need to do.
I just took myself off the ice. I said, I'm good. Never again. Never again.
And from the 817, they said they broke their collarbone rounding second base in adult softball, thinking that they were faster than their body. Running the bases is not nearly as easy as it looks, is it, Mike?
I did that when I was at ESD, and I was a coach there. The kids were doing cardio after practice, and it was going to be running the bases, also learning how to run the bases and cardio. And I was like, I'll join in, and I touched first base in about 3 strides to second. And this is like 2011 or 2012, so I'm in my 30s. Wham, hamstring gone. I was like, well, then for the next 2 weeks, it was definitely walking with a limp. And then I'm like, I don't know if sprinting the bases is something that my body is willing to do anymore.
Apparently, we are all just getting hurt a whole bunch. And this one from the 817, they said got hit in the hand with a pitch. Still played against the Rangers, though, but I'm not going to play in the All-Star game.
On 6-5.
I know who that is.
On the 5th of July.
Yeah.
And then he hit a home run Friday night against the Rangers.
Won't play tonight, though.
No, I'm glad he's not.
That'll be Marcus Semien starting for your American League
text in.
All-Stars.
We won't get to it, but text in. Do you wish Correa and Altuve were at the game so you could boo them?
Huh, yeah, let us know. 877-881-1053. Also, keep sending in your dumbest way you got injured. I'll try and find a way to sprinkle those in during the course of the program as we continue. It is indeed the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's do a little gridiron gravy next on the Fan.
Every year.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name